Chapter 31:16. The Jade Essence Soul Seed is the treasure of my clan. You want it too. You must be tired of living. I really don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending to be. You came here with the determination to die, right? Daku sneered. He was full of disdain towards Jiang Qin. You father and son are also weirdos. One's mouth is like an anus, while the other's mouth is like a maggot. What should I say about you? Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He found this pair of father and son extremely funny. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other and covered their mouths as they giggled. What are you laughing at? I'll send you to heaven today. I'll take both of your women. Let's see if you can still laugh then. Daku shouted angrily as he pointed his blade at Jiang Qin and charged forward. Celestial Eye Godly Eagle, fight with me. Following Daku's shout, the Celestial Eye Godly Eagle screeched and flew up, clashing with Daku. The Celestial Eye Godly Eagle's Daku was obviously much stronger than the Celestial Eye Godly Eagle. His strength had already reached the late Hierarch realm. In his opinion, killing Jiang Qin in a second was too easy. In order to shock those who were hiding in the dark, Daku decided to use his strongest move to kill Jiang Qin to establish his prestige. He wanted those who were not convinced by his son's Celestial Eye Godly Eagle to give up on the idea of rebellion. He also wanted them to understand who the true overlord of Penglai Island was. At this moment, Daku came out from his closed-door training. He wanted to let everyone know that the master of Penglai Island had never left. He wanted to establish the prestige of the Celestial Eye Godly Eagle. Ever since the Celestial Eye Godly Eagle took the throne, it had caused quite a commotion in the entire Penglai boundary. After all, his strength was not enough to convince the masses. Daku was his strongest backing. However, he had not appeared for a long time, so many people had forgotten about his peerless demeanor. Today, in order to kill Jiang Qin and restore the prestige of Penglai boundary, Daku had to defeat his enemy in one strike. Moreover, he wanted to shock everyone who was watching in the dark. Today is the day you die. It's still not certain who will die. Jiang Qin said indifferently. This pair of father and son were really a pair of idiots. If he did not suppress them, it would be impossible for him to obtain the Jade Marrow Soul Seed. He initially thought that he might have to pay a price, but he did not expect to start a war in Penglai boundary. Jiang Qin was disappointed. He would rather pay a price, since the Jade Marrow Soul Seed was not an ordinary item. If he directly snatched it, he would be no different from a robber. At least in Jiang Qin's heart, there was a sense of righteousness in his heart. He disdained to kill and rob, but it was a pity that others had forced him into this path. Phantom Saber Intent. With a loud roar, he soared into the sky, swinging his saber to crush Jiang Qin. Saber shadows danced in the sky, hanging upside down in the starry sky. A pair of saber shadows formed. The saber radiance was like frost, shaking the sky. It made people blush with shame. Even hierarch experts worshipped him, not to mention those experts who were below the Divine King realm. Secretly observing, they were already shocked. The Boundary Lord's strength has increased again. In less than 10,000 years, this kind of improvement is really fast. Yeah. Although the Boundary Lord's strength has not reached the peak of the Hierarch realm, this kind of strength is enough to sweep across Moro Prefecture. Very few people can fight the Boundary Lord to a draw. This middle Hierarch guy is simply seeking his own death. Someone who was secretly watching the battle said with a sneer. The corner of his mouth was full of disdain. The might of the Boundary Lord is really frightening. Looks like we still have to quickly improve our strength. Otherwise, the gap between us and the Boundary Lord will become bigger and bigger. Sigh, that's right. This saber strike is invincible. Compared to the fierce battle with old ancestor Lingxi over 8,000 years ago, it is more than a few times stronger. Everyone from the Penglai boundary seemed to be quite afraid of Zhixiang Daku. Those hierarch experts were all shocked. The saber radiance of the phantom saber shot up to the sky. Wherever the saber radiance went, it cut through the void. Jiang Chen threw out a punch. The mountains and rivers were shattered. Traces of lightning flashed in Jiang Chen's palm. The fist wind was sharp and powerful, it could split mountains. With an endless domineering aura, it directly collided with Zhixiang Daku's saber radiance. In an instant, the two terrifying auras disappeared and dispersed like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Sharp auras were everywhere in the void. Both of them retreated. Jiang Chen's shattering three mountains punch had directly blocked Zhixiang Daku's powerful attack that had accumulated 80% of his strength. However, it did not defeat Jiang Chen instantly. To Zhixiang Daku, it was a great humiliation. Moreover, the attack that he had high hopes for was easily blocked by Jiang Chen. How could he not be shocked? Zhixiang Daku's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth. Jiang Chen's methods were unfathomable. His first attack actually ended in such a way. The spectators were all afraid. This intermediate hierarch guy seemed to be quite strong. If he could block an attack from a sector lord, then he was really strong. Zhixiang Daku originally wanted to kill Jiang Chen to establish his dominance, but now they were evenly matched. He was furious, but he had to face it head-on. This guy that he had underestimated was not as weak as he had imagined. This guy, even my father can't kill him with one attack. His words were firm and unyielding, but the waves in his heart were extremely great. He had originally thought that his father would be able to easily kill Lin Fan. But now, it seemed that it was indeed somewhat unbelievable. However, his father might not have fully displayed his strength. Father, be careful. This guy killed Bai Chao, the lord of Tianlai boundary. His strength cannot be underestimated. Zhixiang Daku said in a low voice. His words stirred up 1,000 ripples. Not only Zhixiang Daku, even the spectators were shocked. The lord of Tianlai boundary. How was this possible? Was he really killed by this guy? The person who was the most shocked was Zhixiang Daku. More than 100,000 years ago, when he was still a intermediate hierarch, he had fought with Bai Chao, the lord of Tianlai boundary. At that time, both of them could be said to be heroes who admired heroes. Their strengths were almost the same. Zhixiang Daku's evaluation of Bai Chao was also extremely high. However, after he had a breakthrough in his strength, he was naturally not on the same level as Bai Chao. However, it was still extremely difficult to kill Bai Chao in the intermediate hierarch realm. Most importantly, Bai Chao was the lord of a boundary. If it was an ordinary intermediate hierarch, perhaps he would not be so shocked. However, how could a lord of a boundary not have any life-saving methods? Otherwise, how could he become the lord of a boundary? However, he died in the hands of Jiang Chen. This made him quite shocked. Bai Chao and I used to be friends. Today, I will kill you to commemorate my old friend. Since you can kill Bai Chao, it means that your strength is not weak. From this moment onwards, I will give you enough respect. Chapter 31:17. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead and Leng Lang looked at Daku. Daku's strength was not enough to compete with him. He was determined to get the Chalcedony soul grade seed. Initially, he only wanted to exchange for the Chalcedony soul grade seed. However, the people of Penglai boundary were so stubborn that Jiang Chen could only do so. Then, I will fulfill your wish. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He changed his hand seal and the 3,000 flaming sky seal turned into a 9 heavens fire dragon that filled the sky. The 3,000 flaming sky seal's palm print was like a rainbow that covered the sky. Daku's facial expression changed. He swung his long saber, and wherever the saber light passed by, not even a blade of grass would grow. However, facing Jiang Chen's 3,000 flaming sky seal that was filled with destructive power, it was like a drop in the bucket. The saber light was instantly destroyed. However, Jiang Chen still attacked fiercely without the slightest hesitation. His attacks caused the heavens and earth to change. His iron fist was invincible and shocking. Jiang Chen's punches were ferocious. Daku's face turned gloomy as he retreated step by step. His strength had already reached the late hierarch realm. He did not expect that he could not even dodge the simplest attacks from a middle hierarch realm fellow like Jiang Chen. Moreover, every violent punch made Daku's heart tremble. Daku's long saber was already losing his grip on it and even almost fell out of his hand. Jiang Chen's moves were ruthless. After more than 10 moves, the power of his punches had made Daku completely lose his initial confidence. Even Daku began to worry about his father. Damn it, a middle hierarch realm fella. How can he suppress me? Daku Shuang was not satisfied with Jiang Chen's performance. Jiang Chen was just a kid. How could he fight evenly with him? Furthermore, Daku Shuang had to be cautious with every step he took, putting him in a passive position. This was the most hateful thing about Jiang Chen. Soaring dragon imperial sky, long saber breaking sky moat. He brandished his long saber and stepped on the heavenly eyes eagle. His aura was even stronger than before, and he borrowed the power of the heavenly eyes eagle to crush Jiang Chen. The saber's shadow turned into a dragon, and the dragon's shadow flickered. Jiang Chen dismissed it with a smile. In his eyes, the 8 directions divine dragons could not even withstand a single blow. Break! Jiang Chen bellowed angrily. He held his saber horizontally and punched out with his fist. The dragon's shadow dissipated and the saber was shattered. The saber was also knocked back 800 miles. Fortunately, the sky eyes eagle caught it. This scene shocked everyone. Those who originally thought that Jiang Chen would be ruthlessly obliterated by the great song of fortune-telling were greatly shaken. It seemed that the bitter days of the Penglai Immortal Island were finally coming. This devil incarnate clearly did not give the Penglai realm any face. Daku would definitely suffer heavy losses in this battle. The Penglai realm has been peaceful for hundreds of thousands of years. It looks like the peace is finally going to be broken. That's right. The great song of fortune-telling is incomparably arrogant and despotic. I never thought that he would have such a day. Humph. The Penglai realm has been in the hands of the great song of fortune-telling for more than 1,000,000 years. Is it finally going to decline in the hands of the great song of fortune-telling? Some people rejoiced, while others were worried. If the Penglai realm fell into chaos, it would definitely affect many people. However, if someone fell, someone else would rise. Some people would fight for the right to become the Penglai realm lord. Perhaps the competition would be even more intense, and there would be even more casualties. Heavenly Eyes Eagle, charge! The great song of fortune-telling shouted and charged at Jiang Chen with the Heavenly Eyes Eagle. It had to be said that the Heavenly Eyes Eagle's methods were extremely sharp and fast. As an outstanding figure in the sky, it possessed a trace of the Kunpeng's bloodline. It was not easy for it to do so. Its speed was astonishing as it soared 90,000 miles. It was like a sharp sword cutting through bamboo. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived. Beast, do you think you are worthy of the 2 words Kunpeng? Even if you have a trace of the bloodline, you are just deceiving yourself and others. Humph! Jiang Chen used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. His speed was astonishing, and he almost instantly caught up to the Heavenly Eyes Eagle. Jiang Chen stepped down and directly trampled the Heavenly Eyes Eagle. The Heavenly Eyes Eagle could not withstand the force of 1,000 caddies. Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps instantly crushed all the bones in the Heavenly Eyes Eagle's body. When the other foot stepped down, the Heavenly Eyes Eagle was completely destroyed by Jiang Qin. No! My Heavenly Eyes Eagle! The great song of fortune-telling roared. This Heavenly Eyes Eagle was like his own child. He valued it even more than the great song of fortune-telling. However, he did not expect it to be directly trampled to death by Jiang Qin at this moment. How powerful was Jiang Qin's method to cause such a huge shock? A hierarch realm demonic beast was trampled to death by Jiang Qin. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ignorant brat, I will not rest until you are dead. The great song of fortune-telling was completely enraged by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had entered the Pinglai realm without fear and even killed his demonic beast mount. How could he not be angry? All Pinglai realm divine kings and above, fight with me. The great song of fortune-telling's voice traveled thousands of miles. All the Pinglai realm divine kings and above gathered here. Hundreds of divine kings had come to protect the Pinglai realm. 800 divine kings and 40 hierarch realm experts surrounded Jiang Qin at this moment. The densely packed crowd almost filled the void. The sky was filled with divine kings. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold and disdainful. It seemed that everything he had done had to be put into action. If killing one was not enough to serve as a warning to others, then what harm was there in killing the entire Pinglai realm? These people who did not know death were merely pawns for the great song of fortune-telling. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin no longer had the slightest bit of pity. Some people might not live well even if they lived. Some people's death might be their final destination. There was no such thing as kindness or not. In life, one should live freely and uninhibited. He had kindness in his heart, but what did he get in return? He had no intention of provoking a battle, but what he got in return was the Pinglai realm's relentless pressure. She could only stand behind him silently and might even become his burden. Wu Ningzhu had always been a strong woman. In her heart, she was not willing to become Jiang Qin's burden. She also wanted to become Jiang Qin's right-hand man and become his solid backing. She would be satisfied if she could help him even a little bit. But now, how could she become Jiang Qin's assistant with her sickly body? No one knew that Wu Ningzhu was struggling in her heart at this moment. As Jiang Qin's woman, how could she be so weak? However, she had brought too many troubles to Jiang Qin. Although there wasn't much of a competitive relationship between her and Yan Qingqing, and both of them had already become a part of Jiang Qin's heart. However, as a woman, how could Wu Ningzhu tolerate her cowardice and incompetence at this moment? Yan Qingqing had fought side by side with Jiang Qin several times. Although she might not be able to help Jiang Qin win the battle, a person's heart would always change. Wu Ningzhu was no exception. Wu Ningzhu's heart longed to be together with Jiang Qin. But the reality did not allow it, and the reality was much crueler. Little Qinzi, I'm sorry, Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. Her face was slightly pale. She could only pray silently in her heart. Her eyes were filled with envy when she looked at Yan Qingqing. She knew that Jiang Qin would not blame her, but she blamed her misfortune and was angry at her incompetence. Qingqing, protect Sister Ning well. I'm going to start a massacre. Jiang Qin said faintly. Wu Ningzhu's heart slightly trembled. Why? Why am I always the one who needs to be protected? If I'm not so weak, why do I need someone to protect me? Wu Ningzhu's heart was slowly becoming desolate. Jiang Qin pointed his sword at the void. His agile sword chi swept across the place, not putting anyone in his eyes. Everyone was filled with killing intent towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, you'll know how it feels to be dismembered later. At this moment, Ko Zai and Gangman had also joined the battle, standing together with many hierarch experts. Everyone stood beside him. Apart from Ko Zaiangdak, Ko Zai Gangman was now the true leader of the Pinglai boundary, the true leader of the Pinglai boundary. I'm only here for the Jade Essence Soul Seed, but you forced me to do this. If I don't kill all of you, how am I going to get the jade essence soul seed? Jiang Chen was calm and composed. He smiled faintly and flew up to the void, taking the initiative to attack. The limitless sword swept across the void. 800 divine kings took the initiative to attack. Countless divine kings formed a formation in an instant, connecting with the ever-changing miasma in the void. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This might be Chuxiang Daku's true trump card. The formation formed by 800 divine kings was not to be underestimated. Even a hierarch expert might not be able to face it head-on. Waves of sword chi pressed down. Jiang Chen shouted. The 9th sword attacked while the 10th sword swept across. 800 divine kings almost blocked his 2 attacks. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. The formation of 800 divine kings was not terrifying at all. What was terrifying was that the miasma in the sky was able to completely nullify his formation. Hence, Jiang Chen's attack did not kill those divine kings. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Chapter 31:19. Jiang Chen, you'll definitely die today. The miasma formation isn't something you can break. Oral divination sneered. He was just using his father's name to intimidate others. Without his father, oral divination Daku, he wouldn't have such power. Even the miasma formation was controlled by his father, oral divination Daku. He didn't have the ability to break it. Listen to my command. Change the miasma formation and attack. Oral divination Daku yelled. The 800 divine kings almost enveloped Jiang Chen completely. Together with the miasma, Jiang Chen couldn't move at all. His surroundings were filled with miasma and poisonous gas. He couldn't even see his own fingers. Jiang Chen's heart sank. He quickly put Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu into the Zulong Tower. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape from the miasma formation with their strength. Within the miasma, the attacks of the 800 divine kings had undergone a qualitative change. They were far more powerful than divine kings, and they were extremely close to the hierarch realm. It was all because of the Misty Formation. With 800 god kings forming the Misty Formation, even Great Song of Oral Divination did not dare to say that he could ignore it. The Misty Formation was the life-saving method of his Penglai Island. If it was not a crucial moment, Great Song of Oral Divination would not use it. 800 divine king realm experts working together was extremely terrifying. Ordinary hierarch realm experts would be easily crushed in the miasma formation. One after another, attacks were launched at Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen fought and retreated at the same time. Every step he took was filled with danger. He was extremely nervous. The poisonous gas in the miasma is so terrifying. However, my myriad chi body is immune to poison. I'll let you guys have a taste of the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison. Let's see who'll have the last laugh. Jiang Chen smiled with a hint of viciousness. So what if there are 800 divine kings? Let's see if you can survive the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. In the miasma formation, Jiang Chen constantly released the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. The terrifying poison gas mixed with the poison gas in the miasma and entered the bodies of the 800 divine kings in the end. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the endless attacks were gradually decreasing. The auras were also gradually disappearing. This meant that the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad had taken effect. Looks like these god kings can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. The 800 divine kings were all injured by the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad in Jiang Chen's body in less than 30 minutes. Furthermore, none of them could save the situation. The 800 divine kings were all hit. Within the miasma formation, the 800 divine kings were unable to play a decisive role. Instead, they were all killed by Jiang Chen using poison to fight poison. At this moment, the entire sky above Penglai domain became quiet. The earth-shaking attacks at the beginning also gradually subsided. Why is it like this? Daku was puzzled. The aura of those divine king realm experts was disappearing one after another. At the moment when all of them disappeared, he realized that something was wrong. 800 divine king realm experts, even if they just stood there and let Jiang Qin kill them, they would not be able to be killed in a short period of time. At this moment, he felt an even stronger sense of danger. Why is it like this? Father, did that guy use some method to defeat the miasma formation formed by the 800 divine kings? Daku Jingmen frowned and asked softly. He was also extremely puzzled. 15 buckets of water were being drawn. There's something fishy going on. Everyone, quickly take action. Daku's expression changed. He felt that Jiang Qin was definitely not someone who would sit and wait for death. Now that the miasma formation was becoming more and more peaceful, his heart was becoming more and more restless. Do we take action now? I'm afraid it's already a little too late. Jiang Qin waved his sword and scattered 1,000 miles of the void. The miasma dispersed and the 800 divine kings were completely dead. A deathly silent aura made everyone's breathing stagnate. In the blink of an eye, 800 divine kings died just like that. Even Daku Jingmen could not believe it. How did Jiang Qin do it? He actually killed them so quickly. These 800 divine kings could not even withstand a single blow from him. Why you? You actually killed 800 of my divine kings. Daku Jingmen's body trembled. These 800 divine kings were not any weaker than the 40 hierarch realm experts. This was because they were the cornerstone of his Penglai boundary. These 800 divine kings were the capital to protect his Penglai boundary. However, in the hands of Jiang Qin, he defeated the enemy with a single move and killed thousands of them. This heart-wrenching shock made Daku Jingmen's heart tremble as if it was dripping blood. He stared at Jiang Qin. The anger in his heart had already burned beyond the 9 heavens. The next person to be killed will be you. Jiang Qin smiled calmly. He attacked across the sky and ascended to the heavens in a single step. The 800 divine kings were burned to ashes by him. Daku Jingmen's teeth were almost crushed. He clenched his fists tightly and the soul-refining chains in his hands made cracking sounds. The 800 divine kings were dead. It was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Penglai boundary. To Daku Jingmen, this was intolerable. I'm so angry. All hierarch experts, listen up. Follow me to kill this bastard. We must crush his bones and scatter his ashes to take revenge for our 800 divine kings. Daku Jingmen held the soul-refining chains in his hands and attacked again and again. Jiang Qin was fearless. The limitless sword began the most terrifying slaughter. Against more than 40 hierarch experts, Jiang Qin fought against 1,000 by himself. This kind of heroic and domineering spirit was admirable. However, his life was facing a choice between life and death at this moment. Daku Jingmen and the attacks of more than 40 hierarch experts were destined to make Jiang Qin die a tragic death. Sigh, 800 divine kings. What a pity. This time our Penglai boundary is going to suffer a great loss. Yeah, but the death of the 800 divine kings and the death of the heavenly eye eagle has completely ignited the old realm lord's anger. It seems like this battle will definitely be chaotic. However, there is no longer any suspense now. More than 40 hierarch experts can't even defeat one of him. What a joke. This guy deserves to die. He came to our Penglai boundary and behaved atrociously. How can we let him leave unscathed? Even I can't take this lying down. The people of the Penglai boundary were all silently feeling sorry. The shock caused by the death of the 800 divine kings was indescribable. The Penglai boundary was vast and had abundant resources. It needed many people to manage it. The 800 divine kings were the cornerstones. Now that they had been killed, it was even more painful than the Dakujing men cutting off one of their arms. How could they not want to kill Jiang Qin? I no longer have the patience to play with you. Today, let me overthrow your Pinglai boundary. Chapter 31:20. Shameless boasting. Everyone, listen to my command. Kill this bastard. Daku took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Qin. He held the soul-refining lock in his hand and smashed it hard. The void was filled with flames. Eloquent Daku's late divine venerable realm strength was fully displayed. His domineering aura soared to the sky. More than 40 divine venerables were present, and eloquent Daku was not to be outdone. At this time, he naturally chose to stay by his father's side and be his right-hand man. It could also be considered as a way for him to make contributions and increase his achievements to shock the Pinglai realm. Only by making contributions would he be able to wield great authority and command the venerables. How can a defeated general speak of bravery? Jiang Qin snorted coldly. His sword momentum changed. The limitless sword opened and closed. 11th blade. Jiang Qin's sword shadow cut through the past. The 11th blade and the heavenly dragon's sword were in perfect harmony, seizing the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Wherever the sword's shadow passed, not even a blade of grass grew. As the 11th blade fell, everything trembled. More than half of the 40 hierarch experts were pushed back. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Half of them were extremely frightened because his strength was too strong. The 11th blade was like a rain of falling swords, cutting across the sky. 23 hierarch experts were hit in an instant and almost all of them were severely injured. The power of Jiang Qin's sword forced countless experts to retreat. However, Jiang Qin's sword aura did not show any signs of stopping. A 10,000 zhang long sword light came crashing down towards Jiang Qin. Daku forcefully resisted the sword light and used the soul shackling lock to hook Jiang Qin. However, he was actually forced back by Jiang Qin's sword light and blood spurted out from his mouth. More than 40 hierarch realm experts suffered different degrees of injuries. Encircle and suppress him together. We can't let him escape. Daku dared not delay and quickly rushed into the encirclement. Now was the time for them to exert their strength. With so many hierarch experts, how could they not be able to defeat one Jiang Qin? The great tune of mouth and voice once again activated the soul refining lock. The soul lock spread across the void like a giant net, wanting to trap Jiang Qin within. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. He rushed into the crowd and fought against a group of hierarch experts. His heavenly dragon sword spirit vibrated unscrupulously and decisively. He took a step forward and fought against the 9 heavens. Those arrogant hierarch realm experts became more and more fearful under Jiang Qin's attacks. Because Jiang Qin's lethality was too terrifying. His sword could cut off a hierarch realm expert's arm, cut off a hierarch realm expert's head, pierce through a hierarch realm expert's chest, and killed him. Jiang Qin's attack was extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin moved forward decisively. In the blink of an eye, 17 hierarch realm experts were completely overturned by the power of the sword spirit. Jiang Qin's aura was extremely domineering. Even hierarch realm experts could not withstand a single blow from his sword. They had no power to resist at all. Every hierarch realm expert's eyes were filled with fear. However, death was too close to them. Jiang Qin did not hesitate at all. In less than half an hour, those hierarch realm experts were all turned into ashes. They were all dead or injured. Including the great tune of mouth and voice, there were only 4 people left. They kept retreating to the side of the great tune of mouth and voice. That kind of deathly silence and despair filled the heart of the great tune of mouth and voice. Jiang Qin's methods were too horrifying. He had completely lost the ability to resist. The Pinglai realm did not have the slightest ability to resist him. Even divine venerables could not stop him at all. Like a demon god descending to the world, like the reincarnation of a ferocious ghost, like a life-taking soul lock, like an ancient skeleton, Jiang Chen's aura had already reached its peak. More than 40 hierarch realm experts were like grass to him. His sword was stained with blood, the Jianghu's calamity. Who could understand his name? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the great tune of mouth and voice. At that moment, he could not help but tremble. As the lord of the Penglai realm, he had already tried his best. However, 800 divine kings and 40 hierarch realm experts were all completely wiped out by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen cut them up like vegetables. They disappeared without a trace. There was no news of them at all. Their deaths were like the extinguishment of a lamp. Next, it's your turn. Jiang Chen went straight for the great tune of mouth and voice. A sword shadow flashed past. It was faster and more terrifying than the speed of light. Father, save me. The great tune of mouth felt a sense of fear in his heart. He could not help but cry out. No, the great tune of mouth cried out in alarm and took a step forward. However, he still could not block Jiang Chen's sword. It was too fast. Too fast. His hand was still in midair, but the great tune of mouth and voice and the other three had already completely collapsed. The greatest pain in the world was the death of a child. To the great tune of mouth and voice, Jiang Chen had really gone too far. Even if there were 800 divine kings and 40 hierarch realm experts, how could they compare to the value of his son's life? This is a predestined fate. Jiang Chen said faintly. The great tune of mouth's hand was still in midair, trembling. His gaze gradually became dull. In that dullness, he once again became indifferent. He was cold-blooded and emotionless. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. I will use your blood to pay for my son's life. Jiang Chen, you brat, I will perish together with you. The great tune of mouth had been completely enraged by Jiang Chen. He was like a mad lion. His son, his subordinates, and his mount had all been killed by Jiang Chen. Now, he was like a lonely traveler without any support or sustenance. This Penglai realm lord had become a loner. You are not qualified, Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had said that he would destroy the Penglai boundary. Initially, he only wanted to exchange for the Jade Essence Soul Seed. However, the Penglai boundary didn't know how to appreciate his kindness and even dared to covet his woman. That was Jiang Chen's greatest opportunity. The dragon's reverse scale, anyone who touched it would die. No one could escape from this calamity, not even the Penglai boundary lord. Is that so? If that's the case, it's too early for you to be happy. Chapter 31-21. Wherever the mist passed, Jiang Chen felt a strong suction force. He felt as if he was in a quagmire. The mist had completely sealed all the world's yuan qi in the surroundings. What a terrifying formation. It seems that oral analysis Daku is not exaggerating. Jiang Chen frowned. His expression was grim. The surrounding mist began to fill the air. Moreover, the mist seemed to have solidified. The divine yuan qi in the surroundings was completely sealed. Jiang Chen could not use it at all. This misty cloud formation had almost cut off his escape route. This guy was determined to kill him. It seemed that this was his last resort. This time, I don't believe that you won't die. Misty cloud formation, activate. Oral analysis Daku used himself as the eye of the formation. This was because the amount of energy required for the misty cloud formation was too large. It was equivalent to using the entire Penglai island as the cauldron to activate the misty cloud formation. Once the misty cloud formation was activated, the entire Penglai island would become hell on earth. The Penglai island was vast. Although it was not the largest area in the Penglai boundary, once the Penglai island was turned into the misty cloud formation, millions of people would die. Those who were not strong enough might even die. The entire Penglai island had a population of hundreds of thousands. They were all true experts, the mainstays of the Penglai boundary. Even so, such a large formation was quite terrifying for oral analysis Daku. He did not think of using the misty cloud formation until the last moment. Once the misty cloud formation was activated, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people would be turned into dead souls. This was a deal that would kill 800, or even 1,000 of them. However, oral analysis Daku had no other choice. When the formation was first formed, the entire misty formation had already become hell on earth. Without the divine Yuan Qi, the divine Yuan Qi of the entire Penglai immortal island had all turned into a substantial misty cloud, solidifying in the void. Even with Daku's strength, it was impossible for him to do this. This was a great formation laid down by the ancestors of the Penglai immortal island to protect the Penglai immortal world. It was a supreme technique of the divine emperor realm. Daku already felt powerless, so he used his body as the eye of the formation to support the operation of the misty formation. As Jiang Chen was trapped in the misty cloud array, even the divine origin Qi in his body was constantly draining away. This misty cloud array and this song clearly intended to bury the entire Penglai immortal island with Jiang Chen. Don't, help me, no. My strength is constantly deteriorating. Why is it like this? I don't believe it. What's going on? I feel like I'm being evaporated by the mist. Countless people were roaring. The entire Penglai immortal island had also turned into a purgatory. It seemed calm and unremarkable, but the Penglai immortal island had gradually turned into a great formation that devoured the divine Yuan Qi. Those with low strength were gradually suffocating as the divine Yuan Qi in their bodies were gradually drained away. In the end, they became useless. Then, in the midst of the divine Yuan Qi, they turned into statues and eternal stones. How could this be? The divine Yuan Qi in our bodies is also draining away. Yan Qingqing looked at Wu Ningzhu, and the latter also nodded her head in astonishment. Needless to say, they also felt the aura of death. Countless people on the Penglai immortal island began to flee frantically. However, the Penglai immortal island had already become a cage. Even Jiang Chen could not escape, let alone them. If this goes on, we will probably die here. Even the divine Yuan Qi in the Zulong Tower is draining away. Little Chenzi must be very anxious. Wu Ningzhu knitted her brows tightly. The only person she was worried about was Jiang Chen, not herself. She did not care about her own life and death. However, Jiang Chen was her only emotional support, and also the person closest to her. At this moment, she would rather die than to see Jiang Chen being suppressed by this misty formation and turned into a stone statue. Don't worry, little Chenzi will not fall that easily. Yan Qingqing trusted Jiang Chen very much, but she was just comforting herself. If Jiang Chen couldn't escape from this place, how could they escape from this place? Yan Qingqing was very clear that Jiang Chen was their only chance. He was also their only hope to survive. She was not afraid of death, but if she were to die, she would die together with Jiang Chen. Life and death are bound together, a promise made to my son. Holding my son's hand, we will grow old together. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing held each other's hands tightly. They were silently cheering for Jiang Chen. Life and death were not important to them. What was important was whether they could be together with Jiang Chen or not. Looking at Jiang Chen's gradually weakening aura, they were the ones who felt the most distressed. In order to avenge his son, Daku had obviously gone crazy. He wanted to use the entire Penglai immortal island to suppress Jiang Chen. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate to do so. Facing the people of Penglai immortal island, they kept calling and begging for mercy. However, Daku was indifferent. Since he had decided to do this, he would let everyone die together with him. This was his determination and his original intention. Ha ha ha, Jiangqin, let's see how you are going to break my formation. Ha ha ha. Jiangqin, let's see how you're going to break my formation. Do you see that? Those people whose cultivation base was gradually disintegrated by the misty formation have turned into stone tablets. You will be the next one. Ha ha ha. Accept your death. No one can escape from this misty formation. This is the forbidden death formation left behind by the ancestors of the Mouth Xiang family. You won't be able to escape from it. You can't escape from it, and no one can escape from it. Daku said with a cold smile. His eyes showed that he was unafraid of death. He was incomparably resolute. At this moment, even he himself might not be able to escape from the misty formation. He had already become the eye of the formation. He had no way to escape anymore. Because in order to kill Jiangqin, he needed to operate the formation to complete the operation of the misty formation. Only then would Jiangqin's cultivation base be dissolved. Jiangqin's divine origin qi had already been reduced by more than half. More and more people fell down and turned into stones, becoming eternal statues. There were hundreds of thousands of people below the heavenly god realm. There was no exception. Jiangqin's heart was pounding violently, and he kept retreating. Chapter 31-22. The boundless Penglai immortal island had collapsed, the sea dried up, the rocks crumbled, and the ancient trees turned into ashes. The place was like a purgatory on earth. Ha 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 ha, everyone has to die. You have to be buried with my son. His mouth was full of ferocious laughter. His eyes were dark as he looked at Jiangqin and Penglai immortal island. His heart was filled with the desire for revenge. He had completely changed. He had become an avenger, a lunatic who would resort to any means necessary, causing the people of Penglai immortal island to fall into a trap, causing them to perish. Currently, the entire Penglai immortal island had suffered countless casualties. Only a little more than 10,000 people were left, all of whom were experts above the heavenly god realm. However, their bodies had gradually become sluggish. They wanted to fly up to the heavens and fly out of the territory of Penglai immortal island, but they had no chance to escape. They could only wait for death to come. That kind of fear was far more painful than being killed by a sword. They could feel death devouring them bit by bit. That was the most terrifying thing. The divine origin qi in Jiangqin's body had also been drained by more than half. His attacks were completely useless against this formation. He wanted to use the no-beginning formation to break it, but Jiangqin found that this formation was completely a dead formation. It could be said that the transformation of the formation was for killing. There was no way to break it. However, Jiangqin believed that it was because he hadn't found a suitable way to break it yet. This misty cloud formation wasn't like those great formations that attacked crazily. It was more like a formation that gathered countless divine origin qi and eventually turned into nothingness. The divine origin qi gradually turned into mist, and the more it turned into mist, the stronger the formation became. As time went by, the misty cloud formation had reached an unbreakable stage. Jiangqin attacked again and again. The sword shadows and the wind from his fists were invincible. When they hit the formation, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no echo at all. Jiangqin exerted all his strength, but it was still the same. His divine origin qi had already turned into mist. The crisis was getting bigger and bigger, and death was approaching. Damned fella. This formation is so strange, and he actually turned into the core of the formation. He's really risking his life. Jiangqin murmured. But this time, his attack had completely lost the initiative, it was completely useless. The divine origin qi had been completely vaporized. Such a grand formation could be said to be invincible, it was equivalent to using 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies. It basically didn't want to fight, it wanted to use softness to overcome hardness, like boiling a frog in warm water. It wanted to gradually grind away all the edges and corners of one's body, before finally dying in silence. Let's see if you can block my Emperor Realm soul. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. This was his last resort because no matter how strong the attack was, it would not cause any ripples on the formation. Therefore, Jiang Qin could only rely on his Emperor Realm's soul to see if he could deal a fatal blow to the great tune. Soul-stealing divine art, soul-seizing technique. Jiang Qin's soul moved and a terrifying soul storm swept out. The entire Pinglai Immortal Island's grand formation seemed to be shaken by the soul storm. The soul-stealing divine art was quite terrifying. Those who were weaker than him would definitely be severely injured by the divine art and die. However, Jiang Qin did not expect that this fella's soul power had already reached the Emperor Realm. Although he had just broken through, it still shocked Jiang Qin. If this fella's soul was only at the late Hierarch realm, he would have been killed by Jiang Qin. But no matter what, it was still effective, even if the effect was very small. Jiang Qin had underestimated this fella's soul power. There must be a reason why this fella's soul power was so strong. Could it be because of the Jade Essence soul seed? Jiang Qin's heart moved and his eyes lit up. He once again activated the soul-stealing divine art and continued to attack. Departed Soul's Annihilation. The second move, Departed Soul's Annihilation, made the Great Tune extremely horrified. The terrifying soul power swept across the entire Misty Formation. No one knew that the Great Tune's soul power was instantly engulfed by the Departed Soul's Annihilation. However, at this moment, his soul power had become the soul power of the entire Pinglai Immortal Island. His life and death were no longer under his control. Instead, it was controlled by the Misty Formation. Although his soul had been severely injured by Jiang Qin, the Misty Formation was still engulfing and changing, unable to stop the destruction of the Pinglai Immortal Island. I didn't expect your soul power to be so terrifying. It seems that I have underestimated you. My soul has been severely injured by you and I don't have long to live. But you want to change the Misty Formation. It's just a pipe dream. He, all of you have to die. All of you have to die. Be buried with my son and me. The eerie laughter of the Great Tune reverberated in the ears of Jiang Qin and the hearts of everyone who was still alive on the Pinglai Immortal Island. It was like a judgment from hell. They didn't have much time left. Although the soul power that he was so proud of had yet to be released, it had already been completely suppressed by Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for the Jade Essence soul seed, he would have been completely destroyed when Jiang Qin used the first move of the soul-stealing divine art. Damn it! This bastard is playing with fire. Let's drag everyone down with him. Jiang Qin was incomparably furious. The soul fire of the Great Tune was getting weaker and weaker and was about to be extinguished. However, the Misty Formation didn't change at all. This Misty Formation is really hard to deal with. It's just that I haven't found the way to break it yet. Once I find the way, it won't be so difficult anymore. Jiang Qin kept comforting himself in his heart. If one's heart was as clear as ice, the sky wouldn't collapse. Only by relaxing his mind could he have a chance to find a way out. The formation had yin and yang. When there was a surplus, there was a deficit. Only when yin and yang protected each other and the surplus and deficit were balanced could it complete a qualitative transformation between heaven and earth and become a formation of the Great Way. The formation of the formation was because of the Tao of heaven and earth. Jiang Qin was shocked. The formation of the formation was carved with the simplest Tao. Chapter 31-23. At the end of the day, Jiang Qin had yet to fully understand the no-beginning formation. This was because many aspects of the cloud and mist formation were similar to the no-beginning formation. If he had fully understood the no-beginning formation, perhaps it would not have been so difficult. However, his understanding of the Great Path was not any weaker than the no-beginning formation. This allowed Jiang Qin to instantly analyze this seemingly hopeless cloud and mist formation in a short period of time. The cloud and mist formation was just a confusing formation. After dispelling the clouds, Jiang Qin's understanding of the cloud and mist formation had improved. Although his strength was constantly being weakened, it was already a piece of cake to break the cloud and mist formation. Jiang Qin continued to lay out the entire cloud and mist formation and the entire Penglai Immortal Island. Gradually, there was no trace of Daku's aura in the cloud and mist formation. In other words, Daku was already dead. He had sacrificed himself to activate the cloud and mist formation. If it was not for Jiang Qin's soul-killing strike, he might have had a chance to survive. However, since Jiang Qin's strike, he had completely lost his chance of survival. Finally, the clouds have parted and the moon has appeared. Heaven and earth have the same lifespan, and all living things have the same Tao. Indeed, different paths lead to the same destination. It seems that in the future, the understanding of the Great Path can be completely integrated into the formation. The Great Path is the simplest with a long-lasting meaning. The true Tao connotation is to combine countless Taos together to form the Great Path. I didn't expect that the Great Path of heaven and earth could not only be used to achieve the Emperor realm, but also have such a great use. Jiang Qin murmured. When he analyzed the cloud and mist formation with the power of the Great Path, he realized how simple this cloud and mist formation was. In other words, this cloud and mist formation was not worth mentioning in front of a true Emperor realm expert. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin was far from reaching that realm. The Great Tao is the simplest. Different paths lead to the same destination. The power of the Great Tao dissolves all illusions. Break for me. Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes and used the power of the Great Path to resolve the matrix of clouds and mist. That day, the sky cleared up, and the clouds dispersed. The sun shone, overflowing with colorful light. The withered earth seemed to bloom with a different kind of vitality at this moment. The earth was stretching, the sky was roaring, and all things were reviving. The entire Penglai Deity Island looked brand new. The cool breeze blew gently, the ripples on the water were still. Suddenly, everything became clear. The decadence was gone, and the sun and moon had changed into a new day. The clouds receded, and the spell formation was gone. The thousands of people who had survived the cloud spell formation thanked heaven and earth, and offered their thanks to Jiang Qin. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. The Penglai Immortal Island will follow your lead in the future. Your life-saving grace is greater than the heavens. Benefactor, please accept our gratitude. Eloquence is unyielding, but eloquence is immoral. Only benefactor can see through the clouds and see the blue sky. Thank benefactor. Thousands of divine kings and heavenly gods were all kneeling on the ground. They had millions of years of cultivation, and some of them were already crying. They thought that they would die for sure, but they didn't expect Jiang Qin to pull them back from the gates of hell. This was the grace of saving their lives, and he had given them a warm hand in the desperate situation of death. Otherwise, they would be like those weaker people, dying in silence. No matter how loud they shouted, it would be of no use. In the end, they could only turn into stone and be buried deep in the earth. Everyone rejoiced as if they had survived a calamity. Even those powerful experts couldn't help but cry. When they were filled with despair, being helped by someone was truly shocking. The realm lord of the Penglai Immortal Island was preposterous and tyrannical. With their lives, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people had all turned into stone. This was no different from a massacre. Fortunately, the eloquence did not have the ability to change the entire Penglai Immortal Island. Otherwise, the billions of people in the Penglai Immortal Island would have become ghosts under his feet. The blue sky had opened, and Jiang Chen was their blue sky. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was the bodhisattva that saved them from suffering, and Jiang Chen was the savior of all living beings. The unyielding gate of eloquence was dead, and so was the eloquence. The entire Penglai Immortal Island was now a group of dragons without a leader. As the center of the Penglai Immortal Island, it was now lifeless. Although the blue sky had been restored, it was unknown how long it would take to rebuild it. Finally, everything is fine. I told you, little Chenzi would definitely be able to save us, Yan Qingqing said. However, the two of them were still hugging each other tightly. Tears could be seen at the corners of their eyes. This was the pride and expectation they had for Jiang Chen. He had done something that others couldn't. He was the Lord of Eloquence. Their man would always be the best. Truly preposterous and tyrannical. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hundreds of thousands of people, millions and even trillions of demonic beasts, were all turned into ashes. All of this was done by the eloquence. He basically didn't care about the heavenly Tao or the heavenly moat. In his eyes, the lives and deaths of everyone couldn't even be compared to his son. How could such a person become the realm lord? That was everyone's sorrow. Within the 10,000-li Great Forest, thousands of demonic beasts were also expressing their gratitude to Jiang Chen. The birds and beasts were flapping their wings, and the demonic spirits were roaring. Jiang Chen had unintentionally saved these people and demonic beasts who shouldn't have sacrificed their lives for this war. This made them full of reverence and gratitude towards Jiang Chen. This happened because of me. Millions and millions of lives were lost. I can't absolve myself from the blame, Jiang Chen thought in his heart. He wasn't sorrowful, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Everyone had their own thoughts. Jiang Chen was also not a good person, but those innocent people and demonic beasts lost their lives. Hundreds of thousands, millions, who could remain indifferent? At least, Jiang Chen couldn't do it. I only want the jade marrow's soul seed. Jiang Chen looked at the corpse of the eloquent Daku. Chapter 31:24. Give me back my son, give me back my son, a hoarse voice was heard from the abyss of the Penglai Immortal Island. Everyone on the island felt inexplicably terrified. It's him. Is it really him? It's definitely him, the oldest descendant of the oral divination family. 7 Realms Reverend, is it the 7 Realms Reverend from 9 million years ago, oral divination Zhenyi? Benefactor, hurry up and leave. The oldest 7 Realms Reverend of the oral divination family is about to come out. You've killed oral divination Gang Men and oral divination Daku. Oral divination Zhenyi will never let you go. That fella's strength had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm millions of years ago. All the surviving experts were in awe of Jiang Chen. Now that the legendary 7 Realms Reverend Zhenyi had returned, he would definitely look for Jiang Chen to avenge his descendants. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he had not broken through the half-step divine emperor realm. Therefore, those experts of the Penglai boundary were worried about Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had done them a great favor. They had lost their initial trust in the oral divination family. Oral divination Gang Men and oral divination Daku were all muddle-headed and tyrannical. As the realm lords of the Penglai boundary, they had made them suffer a lot. At the last moment, oral divination Daku had also made everyone disheartened. At this time, who would still care about the Penglai boundary? They wished that Zhenyi would be killed by Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's strength was still there. It was impossible for him to compete with oral divination family. That was why they tried their best to persuade Jiang Chen to leave as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Chen will take his leave now, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He was not afraid of this legendary seven-realm reverend, but he did not want to complicate matters. After all, the most important thing now was to help Wuningshu recover her soul. Jiang Chen brought Wuningshu and Yan Qingqing and quickly left the Penglai Immortal Island. He wasn't afraid that the seven-realm reverend would speak the truth. He just wanted to enjoy the treatment of Wuningshu. Tianlai Realm, Yangguan City. Currently, Tianlai Jia was already in a mess. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. After losing the Realm Lord, Tianlai Jia could be said to be filled with heroes. Many godly venerable realm experts led their own forces and wanted to take control of Tianlai Jia. At this moment, Jiang Chen chose a remote mountain range in Yangguan City to heal Wuningshu. I will protect you. Little Chenzi, you must help Sister Ning get rid of her illness. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Wuningshu had been depressed during this period of time. Although she forced a smile on the surface, Yan Qingqing knew that as a woman, Wuningshu felt helpless. Not being able to stay with the person she loved was the biggest regret. Yan Qingqing could not bear to see Wuningshu like this. She and Wuningshu were like sisters. They were closely connected because of Jiang Chen. It was impossible for them to be separated. They supported each other to become the strongest support for Jiang Chen. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Qingqing. Jiang Chen held Yan Qingqing's hand. With them taking care of him meticulously, he could be fearless and give it his all. In the cave dwelling, Jiang Chen held the jade marrow soul seed in his hand. Waves of extremely pure soul remembrance began to spread throughout his body. This is the jade marrow soul seed. I can already feel a huge soul remembrance. It seems to be absorbing my soul power. Wuningshu said in surprise. Not bad. Sister Ning, eat the soul rising spirit gathering pill first. I will crush the jade marrow soul seed and assimilate it into your body. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Wuningshu nodded. She opened her red lips and swallowed the soul rising spirit gathering pill. An extremely powerful soul power seemed to explode in her mind. Calm down. Absorb the soul rising spirit gathering pill's medicinal effect first. Jiang Chen held Wuningshu tightly and comforted her. The soul rising spirit gathering pill was a peak immortal grade pill. Its medicinal effect was completely different from the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. After Wuningshu swallowed the soul rising spirit gathering pill, her body started to heat up. Her face constantly changed color, causing Jiang Chen to be extremely worried. However, this was a normal phenomenon. After all, the soul rising spirit gathering pill was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen could feel the terrifying soul power nourishing the soul power in Wuningshu's body. Her withered soul showed a trace of recovery. At least, it stopped withering. Although the recovery was relatively slow, it was still effective. 10 days passed by quietly. Wuningshu's soul had also experienced some changes. Her withered soul was much better. The soul rising spirit gathering pill's effect was also quite obvious. However, it was still not enough because Wuningshu's soul was already quite withered. No one knew why her soul kept withering, causing her soul to become weaker and weaker. The effect was average. However, at least it stabilized Wuningshu's soul. That was enough. Jiang Chen placed his last hope on the Jade Essence Soul Grade Seed. The Jade Essence Soul Grade Seed could definitely help Wuningshu recover more than half of her soul. She would not have to worry about her life for at least a few thousand years. Next, let's fuse the Jade Essence Soul Grade Seed into your soul. Jiang Chen took a glance at Wuningshu. At this moment, Wuningshu was in a state of cultivation. She might even break through to the hierarch realm at any time. Her strength was originally at the peak Divine King realm, so it was reasonable for her to make a breakthrough. Jiang Chen did not look sideways. His hands were like hooks as he slowly crushed the Jade Essence Soul Grade Seed. The jade essence soul grade seed in his hands gradually showed a water-like state. The dark green jade essence soul grade seed was like a gluey liquid, constantly jumping as if it had its own soul. This fella is a little interesting. Could it have its own soul? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not feel any signs of life. Jiang Chen had great confidence in the jade essence soul grade seed due to his powerful soul remembrance. It could definitely help Sister Ning recover more than half of her soul power. Only then, she could cultivate normally and accompany him. The spirituality of the jade essence soul grade seed was relatively strong. Although Wu Ningzhu was still in the midst of cultivation and refining the soul condensing pill to adapt to her current state, the jade essence soul grade seed had a strong telepathic connection with Wu Ningzhu. Not only that, even the jade essence soul grade seed seemed to want to fuse with Wu Ningzhu's soul. The endless soul remembrance was full of vitality. The connection between the jade essence soul grade seed and Wu Ningzhu was simply seamless. The jade essence soul grade seed was like a jumping bubble. It was like a sprite that constantly changed its form. Jiang Chen slowly fused the jade essence soul grade seed into Wu Ningzhu's mind. Wu Ningzhu's body trembled and her expression changed. Her expression became more and more difficult. Awe. Chapter 31-25. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He quickly went out of the cave, but it was already too late when he saw Yan Qingqing. At this moment, Yan Qingqing had already flown up to the 9 heavens, as if she was being pulled by an extremely strong suction force to the 9 heavens beyond the 9 heavens. Little Qinzi, save me. Yan Qingqing was extremely anxious and her eyes were filled with fear. Her body was completely controlled and she could not use her early hierarch realm strength at all. Qingqing. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. His figure flashed and he quickly chased after Yan Qingqing. He had also casted the Great Void technique to the extreme, but he still could not catch up with Yan Qingqing's speed. She seemed to be bound by something and could not control herself. Save me, little Qinzi. It's him again. It's him again. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. It's him again. She must be referring to the fella that had invaded her soul previously. How could this be? I've already gotten rid of it, so how can it make a comeback? Jiang Chen did not believe it. However, it was proven that his guess was right. That fella had come back again. Jiang Chen was extremely anxious. What's this bastard's background? He's so hard to deal with. Wait for me, Qingqing. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice and flew towards her at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to catch Yan Qingqing's hand but he could not do it. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and desperately tried his best. Finally, his hand was about to touch Yan Qingqing's palm. At that moment, Yan Qingqing looked back and smiled. Her strange smile carried a hint of gloominess and terror. She was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and a nation. Her eyes were like a lamp and her spirit was like an immortal's charm. Her purple eyes carried a meaningful smile and contempt. This was not Yan Qingqing. However, it was already too late when Jiang Chen reacted as Yan Qingqing had already made her move. In a blink of an eye, Yan Qingqing struck with an extremely strong palm. Jiang Chen could not defend against it at all. How could he expect that Yan Qingqing would injure him the moment she looked back? Moreover, that palm strike was definitely not something that an early hierarch realm Yan Qingqing could do. Jiang Chen's meridians felt like they were being torn apart as if they would explode at any time. Puff! Blood spurted out. Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing were getting further away from each other. However, Jiang Chen was still chasing after them. He would never give up at this moment. Yan Qingqing was entangled by that fella again. Jiang Chen was even more anxious because Jiang Chen had witnessed how terrifying that fella was. If it was not because of his Emperor Realm's soul, he would never be able to suppress that fella. He thought that he had completely eliminated it from Yan Qingqing's body. However, he did not expect that it would enter every nook and cranny of Yan Qingqing's body. Jiang Chen did not even know whether it was a man or a woman or who it was. The scariest thing was knowing nothing about the other party. Jiang Chen was not confident at all. If Yan Qingqing was taken away again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Chen tried his best, but he still couldn't catch up with Yan Qingqing. Moreover, he was severely injured by Yan Qingqing. That palm strike could only be executed by a half-step divine emperor. Jiang Chen was shocked. Jiang Chen saw a hint of killing intent in her eyes. That's right, it was killing intent. Her eyes had already landed on Jiang Chen. I realized that if I don't get rid of you, you will always be a burden. Today, I will kill you to save myself a lot of trouble. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes flickered and her aura rose abruptly at this moment. Early Hierarch Realm, Middle Hierarch Realm, Late Hierarch Realm, Half-Step Divine Emperor. Finally, it stopped at the Divine Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how strong was this man? It was a body that could allow him to live in. Yan Qingqing had reached the Divine Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen felt helpless. A Divine Emperor Realm was not something a half-step Divine Emperor could compare with. Even if Jiang Chen exerted his full strength, he would not be able to fight against a Divine Emperor Realm expert unless he reached the Late Hierarch Realm. However, he was still far away from breaking through. Jiang Chen had just stabilized his cultivation in the Middle Hierarch Realm not long ago. It's just a piece of cake for me to kill you. Die, help me erase her soul imprint and I will spare your life. Yan Qingqing's pretty face suddenly changed. Leng Leng stared at Jiang Chen. It was extremely difficult for her to control Yan Qingqing's soul completely. Only by erasing her soul imprint could she become the new Yan Qingqing. As long as Yan Qingqing's soul was strong enough, it would be a long and arduous journey for the person who wanted to take over her soul. Therefore, as long as Yan Qingqing gave up on resisting, it would be able to replace her quickly. You want to use me to threaten Qingqing? Dream on. Who are you? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. It's fine to tell you. I'm the second disciple of Buddha Longxiang, Yunqiao. You won't know how big the world is without entering the middle region. You won't know how many experts there are without stepping on the divine land. You're just a frog in a well. Don't make me angry. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Yan Qingqing said faintly. She looked at Jiang Chen with disdain and disdain. Jiang Chen could feel its coldness and ruthlessness. The current Yan Qingqing was no longer the same person. Buddha Longxiang. Divine land of the middle region, one day, I'll pull that bullshit Buddha of yours down from its pedestal. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. His face was gloomy. At this moment, he felt a huge pressure. Yan Qingqing was walking towards him step by step. You want me to help you kill my own woman? You must be dreaming. Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. This bastard had forced him into a desperate situation. If it wasn't for the fact that it had taken over Yan Qingqing's body, Jiang Chen would have fought it to the end even if it meant death. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He didn't dare to act recklessly even if it was his opponent. If he accidentally hurt Yan Qingqing, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Good, you're a man of steel, but you can't save the woman you love. How sad, how lamentable. He. Since you don't want her to die for you, then die for her. Yan Qingqing sneered and walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. Since you don't want her to die for you, then I'll kill you. Maybe she'll die even more. It's not a bad idea. As long as her soul is destroyed, I can get rid of her in the blink of an eye. So, it doesn't matter if you listen to me or get rid of you. It's a good choice. I'll be grateful to you. Chapter 31:26. Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen raised his blade. He knew that it would be difficult for him to fight against Yunqiao with his current strength. However, Jiang Chen could not sit still and wait for death. Yunqiao had taken over Yan Qingqing's body, and her strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Then, her own strength might be even more terrifying. Stubborn boy, do you really think that you're the reincarnation of a god emperor? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Yunqiao said disdainfully. Her cold demeanor and bloodthirsty eyes had completely portrayed Yan Qingqing's cold-bloodedness. However, Jiang Chen knew that it was not Yan Qingqing, but the demon that had been taken over by Yunqiao. He could not let Yan Qingqing fall into trouble again. What he had given her was too little. They had just met not long ago. At this moment, Jiang Chen could not let his guard down. Whether it was Sister Ning or Qingqing, they were his treasures. Jiang Chen would use his life to protect them. He would not regret it even if he had to die. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. At this moment, he knew that he had no way out. He had never met a Divine Emperor realm expert before. He hoped that Yan Qingqing was not familiar with this body. If that was the case, the strength of a Divine Emperor realm expert would be greatly reduced. However, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Even the weakest Divine Emperor realm expert could easily kill a half-step Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor realm was different from the past. Although the gap between the Divine King realm and the Hierarch realm was huge, it was not insurmountable. However, a Divine Emperor realm expert was almost an irreversible existence. Because when one reached the Emperor realm, he or she would be considered as the true creator of the heavens and earth. It could be said that every Divine Emperor realm expert had cultivated for millions or even billions of years. They should not be underestimated. The Divine Emperor realm was the real watershed in the path of cultivation. It was the same for the God Emperor realm. Reaching the Emperor realm would change the world. An Emperor realm expert could easily kill thousands of Divine Emperor realm experts. That was truly raising one's hand to cover the sky. But now, even if Jiang Chen were to face this Divine Emperor expert, it was getting more and more difficult for him. This was the first time he had encountered a Divine Emperor expert. He didn't know how long he could last against her. However, Jiang Chen would not show weakness, nor would he lower his head. He would use his life to keep this guy here. Till death, they would never change. In my eyes, you are no different from an ant. Ha ha ha, I really don't know who gave you the courage to go against me. Is it not good to be alive? Yunqiao said with a faint smile. As the second in command of the Buddha dragon and elephant, she was rather powerful. Even in the central region Divine Land, she was exceptionally powerful. The Buddha dragon and elephant was a legendary existence. At the very least, the legend of the Buddha dragon and elephant had gradually disappeared from the world since ancient times. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless and displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique. His strength had also reached the peak late hierarch realm. It was not a problem for him to face a half-step Divine Emperor. Jiang Chen was confident that he would not be defeated even if he were to face those powerful half-step Divine Emperors. However, Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless in front of a true Emperor realm expert. Ancient soaring dragon technique, interesting. Looks like you have a deep relationship with the dragon clan. To think that he could even obtain such a secret technique. Ha ha ha, little brother, you are not simple. It was the first time that the 12th sword had encountered such a powerful backlash. Separate from the heavens. The sword's shadow was frightening. Separate from the heavens. The sword will of solitude crisscrossed and formed countless terrifying killing matrices. The sword's shadow blurred, and with one slash, the void was fixed. However, Yunqiao was still as unmoving as a mountain. Her powerful aura was fully displayed. One body into 9 avatars. Jiang Chen transformed into 9 avatars. This was the 4th time he had used the effects of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. The 9 avatars became saints, and they turned into 9 Supreme Venerables. They went straight for Yunqiao. Jiang Chen split into a matrix, and the 9 avatars became one, trapping Yunqiao within. In the face of true strength, all moves are nothing but illusions. Yunqiao said coldly. Her jade-like hand changed, and 3 of her fingers turned into a sword. It turned into a rainbow and severely injured the 9 avatars. Pfft. Chapter 31:27. What's the point of doing this? You're just seeking your own death. In my eyes, you're just an ant. I've warned you before, but why didn't you listen? In the end, you're still asking for trouble. Look, in the depths of my soul, Yan Qingqing's heart aches for you. She's in so much pain, and it's so heartbreaking. He. Yunqiao said with a charming smile. Jiang Chen's expression turned gloomy. He knew that this fellow was trying to destroy his mental defense and Yan Qingqing's mental defense. In that case, she would be able to quickly devour Yan Qingqing's soul and make it hers. Jiang Chen was well aware of this, but he was powerless to do anything. At this moment, death was approaching him step by step. Yunqiao was suppressing Jiang Chen with the mightiness of an Emperor realm expert, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. This had aroused the anger in Jiang Chen's heart. Unfortunately, the Tao accumulation in his body was too weak. Otherwise, he would have been able to severely injure Yunqiao with the heavenly torrent seal. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll send you straight to Avicii hell. After that, your sweetheart will completely give up. Yunqiao struck out with her palm, causing the heaven and earth to change color. The might of a divine emperor was displayed endlessly. The wind from her palm was thunderous, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Jiang Chen even felt a trace of despair. Muyi spirit. Just as Jiang Chen was about to fight with his life on the line, an incomparably sturdy ancient vine appeared around his body, protecting him firmly within it. The ancient vine trees were lush and lush, towering to the heavens, unparalleled in this world. The ancient trees were in groups, scrupulously guarding their boundaries, repelling the divine palm, comparable to metal and stone. This is, Jiang Chen murmured, his eyes slightly trembling. The towering ancient trees in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. Who dares to spoil my plans? Come out and meet your death. Yunqiao let out a delicate cry, and the towering ancient tree blocked her divine palm of death. It even forced her back. Such prestige. A mere disciple of Buddha Long Xiang dares to be so arrogant. If old man Long Xiang were here, what would happen? Ha ha ha. A maniacal laughter echoed across 1,000 miles. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He was extremely familiar with this voice. Back then, he had heard this laughter in the No Beginning formation. What kind of monster are you? How dare you call out my master's name? Come out and die. Yunqiao Lang said with squinted eyes. She could sense an extremely powerful force approaching them. Venerable Wood Spirit. Jiang Chen exclaimed. A green-clothed figure descended from the sky and landed not far away from him. The towering ancient trees in the surroundings also disappeared. The Reverend Wood Spirit put his palms together and looked at Jiang Chen, then he said with a smile, "Little brother, how have you been?" The appearance of the Wood Spirit Venerable made Jiang Chen calm down, because the Wood Spirit Venerable easily blocked Yunqiao's attack, which meant that his strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm at the very least. Otherwise, why would he be so fearless towards Yunqiao? The Wood Spirit Venerable attacked and blocked his opponent. Jiang Chen knew that his situation would definitely turn for the better. It's you. Wood Spirit Venerable. What are you doing here instead of staying in the non-tung divine region? Are you trying to make my master, Buddha Longxiang, your enemy? Don't forget your identity. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? I don't think you have the strength to do so. Yun Giao harumphed coldly and said. However, she was also shocked by the appearance of this Reverend Wood spirit. His appearance had put her in a difficult position. If she really wanted to kill Jiang Qin, this Reverend Wood spirit wouldn't agree to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here. Even if your first senior brother is here, he might not dare to speak to me like this. I don't care about old man Longxiang. As for you, if it wasn't for the fact that my strength has yet to recover, why would I need to use my spear to kill you? The Wood Spirit Venerable said with a smile. You. What a good Wood Spirit Venerable. Today, I'd like to see how strong you, the so-called Wood Spirit Venerable, are. You dare to challenge my master. You're really tired of living. Yun Giao snorted coldly and attacked again. She fought the Wood Spirit Venerable again. The wind from her palm was invincible, stirring up waves of terrifying waves that rose to the sky and covered the sun. The Wood Spirit Venerable looked calm. He pointed his finger lightly and dissipated the wind from the palm. His momentum returned to nothingness. Neither of them could gain the slightest advantage. Yun Giao retreated after a single strike. Then, she quickly withdrew and left. We'll meet again. Wood Spirit Venerable, if you have the ability, come to the Central Region Divine Land to find me. We'll fight again. Jiang Chen, I'll spare your dog life for now. If you dare to take half a step into the Central Region Divine Land, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. Goodbye, my little lover. Yun Giao's figure flashed and disappeared in a flash. Yun Giao's departure also meant that Yan Qingqing had left. This time, it was as if she had disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight forever. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and his anger was soaring to the heavens. Jiang Chen got up and chased after her, but he was stopped by the Wood Spirit Venerable. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Yan Qingqing's body was once again occupied by this guy, and she left right in front of him. To Jiang Chen, this was a great humiliation. He was furious, but he was powerless to do anything. She's not entangled with me because she can come and go as she pleases. Even I'm not her opponent, so you won't be able to catch up to her. However, you don't have to worry about one thing. As long as her soul isn't invaded, she'll be safe. If she's killed by force, then it'll be meaningless for her to keep this body. Therefore, she wants to fuse with the soul, only then can she truly occupy the body. I'm very sorry, but there's nothing I can do. The Wood Spirit Venerable shook his head, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Yun Giao had left just like that, and even he couldn't chase after her. It was conceivable that the hope of Jiang Qin chasing after her was slim, or even zero. Jiang Chen's expression was dejected, and his gaze was stagnant. His expression was also extremely solemn. He didn't expect this scene, and he didn't know what to do. This was the first time that Jiang Chen felt how useless he was. He didn't have the intention to blame the Wood Spirit Venerable. Chapter 31-28. Venerable Muling silently looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes dimmed. All of this was because of Yun Giao, because of the Buddha dragon and elephant. Jiang Chen's heart was trembling, but he wasn't that easily defeated. At least, he couldn't be defeated. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu needed him, Yan Qingqing needed him even more. He couldn't fall like this. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. Yun Giao, Buddha dragon and elephant, he must find this fella. The Buddha dragon and elephant isn't as simple as you think. Even if I recover my strength to my peak, I'm afraid I'm still not his match. You should know that in the Central Region Divine Land, there's almost no one who dares to go against the Buddha. Even that Yungiao's strength shouldn't be underestimated. She should be around the mid-divine emperor realm. I know what you're feeling right now, but if you go to the central region divine land rashly, you'll only lose your life. Although your strength isn't bad, there's still a gap between you and a divine emperor. So you need to improve your strength as soon as possible. Only when you're strong enough can you go wherever you want, even saving your woman won't be a problem. But now, you must not step into the central region, at least not before you reach the divine emperor realm. Otherwise, you'll know how powerful that fella is in the central region divine land. Even then, you won't be able to escape. Venerable Muling shook his head. He was afraid that Jiang Qin would go to the central region divine land to take revenge on Yungiao out of anger. That would be no different from digging his own grave. Who is this Buddha dragon and elephant? What kind of power is it? Venerable Muling, can you tell me? Jiang Qin suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Knowing your enemy and yourself is the key to 100 battles. If he didn't even know the background of the other party, how could he fight against them? How could he estimate his own strength? There are 8 divisional pagodas in the world, and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda is one of them. The 8 divisional pagodas are only a part of the Demon Subduing Pagoda. The Demon Subduing Pagoda is the most terrifying evil force in the central region divine land. Every single one of the 8 divisional pagodas was extremely powerful. However, ever since the ancient war, hundreds of millions of years had passed and no one from the 8 divisional pagodas had appeared. Everyone thought that the 8 divisional stupa was dead and had fallen in the ancient war. However, how could they know how terrifying the 8 divisional stupa was? Even I didn't die, so it's even more impossible for them to leave and perish in this world. As for how strong the 8 divisional stupa is, you have no idea. To you, it is an insurmountable mountain. That Yungiao is the second disciple of the Buddha dragon elephant of the 8 divisional pagodas. She's already so powerful. It goes without saying how difficult it will be for you to charge into the central region divine land and take back your beloved wife. Although the Buddha dragon elephant is no longer here, the 8 divisional stupa is still filled with experts. The Demon Subduing Pagoda is still an unshakable superforce in the central region divine land. Although it has been greatly weakened and its strength is not as good as before, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The 8 divisional stupa is still a powerful force in the Demon Subduing Pagoda. You can't target the Demon Subduing Pagoda because you're not their match. The 8 divisional stupa has its own way of doing things. You only need to target the Buddha dragon elephant. Even so, the Buddha dragon elephant is still filled with experts. You've already seen Yungiao, not to mention the first disciple of the Buddha dragon elephant. Therefore, if you want to step into the central region divine land, you must reach the divine emperor realm. You'll be discovered by the Buddha dragon elephant's clan as soon as you step into the central region divine land. If it's an ordinary middle hierarch realm expert, he might be taken seriously by the other forces after entering the central region divine land. However, you'll definitely be attacked fiercely. Reverend Muling said in a deep voice. To Jiang Qin, the best thing to do now was to endure the humiliation and wait for the day he could step into the central region divine land and take over the Buddha dragon elephant. However, to Jiang Qin, this step was too uncertain. At least, his strength had yet to recover to its peak. He didn't know when he would be able to fully recover. At that time, Reverend Muling might be able to help him. One day, I'll make the entire central region tremble under my feet. Jiang Qin said Leng. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He must let everyone remember and let Yungiao know that anyone who dares to touch his, Jiang Qin's woman, will regret it. Definitely. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. Deep in his heart, he felt extremely depressed. Yan Qingqing had already left him. At this moment, he felt extremely guilty. He didn't even know how to explain to Sister Ning that he couldn't blame anyone. It was all because of his inaction. I can't thank you with words, but I still have to thank Senior Reverend Mu Ling. If it wasn't for you, I might not be here anymore. Reverend Mu Ling waved his hand and said, I'm just passing by. There's something in the non-tung divine region that called me back immediately. Otherwise, I'll take a good look at who's the real reincarnated living Buddha. Reincarnated living Buddha. Could it be that Reverend Mu Ling is also here for the reincarnated living Buddha? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. That's right. It's a pity that I can't wait until then. There's also something big happening in the non-tung divine region. It's said that the return of the Arhat might be more important than the reincarnated living Buddha. Reverend Mu Ling said solemnly. The return of the Arhat, the reincarnated living Buddha, what's the difference? Although reincarnated living Buddhas are also very important, after the ancient war, there were many living Buddhas who fell. Hence, it's still unknown whether reincarnated living Buddhas are real or not. Some living Buddhas can't be considered the most important Buddhas in the West Pole divine continent. Compared to the Arhats who have returned, they are the ones who have truly experienced all sorts of tribulations before returning. The Arhats are the true venerables of West Paradise. Moreover, I seem to have heard the call of Avalokitesvara, so this time, I have no choice but to hurry back to the non-tung divine region. As for the changes in the West Pole divine region, I'm afraid it's hard for me to see its true nature. This trip is urgent, so I can't stay any longer. This is a broken willow branch that was planted by Avalokitesvara. Chapter 31-29. Now that Yan Qingqing had been captured by Buddha dragon elephant's underlings, he could only look on helplessly. This was a huge blow to Jiang Qin. However, according to Reverend Wood Spirit, Yan Qingqing's soul wouldn't be easily erased within 100 years. That Yungia wanted to devour Yan Qingqing's soul, not kill her. What was the use of killing her to obtain a stinky body? Buddha dragon elephant, Yungiao, I will definitely make you pay the price. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth, feeling extremely worried. However, this matter had to come to an end. He still didn't have the strength to step into the Central Region Divine Land. It was self-evident how terrifying the Central Region Divine Land was. If he didn't have a big tree to rely on, it would be unrealistic for him to gain a foothold in the Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Qin might have rushed back to the cave because he was worried about Wu Ningzhu at the same time. Wu Ningzhu was in a critical state of recovering her soul. There couldn't be any mistakes at this time. However, the moment Jiang Qin returned to the cave, he discovered that Wu Ningzhu was nowhere to be found. Jiang Qin's heart sank once again. Sister Ning! Jiang Qin roared. His anger soared to the sky. When it rains, it pours. Yan Qingqing had just been taken away, but Wu Ningzhu had also disappeared. Jiang Qin looked at the messy rocks around him and seemed to have understood something. Martial Spirit Emperor. Jade Marrow's soul seed, Jiang Qin clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. His nails even dug deep into his flesh. He knew that it must be because of the Jade Marrow's soul seed. Otherwise, this scene wouldn't have happened. Right now, Jiang Qin didn't even know where Wu Ningzhu was, whether she was dead or alive. Jade Marrow's soul seed. It must be because of the Jade Marrow's soul seed. But who was the Martial Spirit Emperor? Jiang Qin didn't know, but the handwriting on the rock wall was really left by Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Qin would never mistake it. Jiang Qin's heart trembled for the first time. Even if Yan Qingqing was taken away, he at least knew that she wasn't in any danger right now. However, Wu Ningzhu only left behind these two lines of words. Jiang Qin had no way of knowing how Wu Ningzhu's situation was. However, this Martial Spirit Emperor and the Chalcedony soul seed must be closely related. Otherwise, Sister Ning wouldn't have left behind these words. Sister Ning. Jiang Qin murmured. However, he wouldn't give up just like that. Jiang Qin used his Emperor Realm's soul to search for a long time. Finally, he found traces of Sister Ning within 30,000 miles of the west. However, Wu Ningzhu was currently flying towards the extreme west with extreme speed. Wait for me, Sister Ning. I must find you. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and flew towards the west at his maximum speed. Jiang Chen brat, I finally found you. Don't think of leaving today. Return my son to me. Suddenly, a tall and mighty figure rushed out and blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression turned gloomy. He didn't have time to waste with this person. Who are you? Get lost. I don't have time to waste with you. Jiang Chen said and turned around, ignoring the black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man was furious as he stared at Jiang Chen. He didn't expect that he, a half-step divine emperor, would be ignored by Jiang Chen. How could he not be angry? Moreover, all of his descendants had died at Jiang Chen's hands. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable and must be avenged. Shameless brat, do you think you can just leave like this? Where are you going? Shinichi quickly caught up with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't have the heart to continue fighting because Sister Ning was getting further and further away from him. If it wasn't for the Emperor Realm's soul tracking, he might have lost track of Sister Ning. But now, a bastard appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Chen was even angrier than Shinichi. Why did this bastard stop me? Is he in cahoots with that person? If you block me again, I'll kill you without mercy. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. His voice could be heard over 1,000 miles. On the mountain range, rocks rolled down and birds and beasts flew away in fright. Well said. If I don't kill you today, how can I face my descendants? Get lost. Shinichi shouted angrily. He couldn't stand Jiang Chen anymore. Both of their gazes met. The anger in their eyes seemed to be able to burn the air. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to continue fighting. He didn't dare to continue fighting. Killing a reckless guy was harmless to him. But if Wu Ningzhu disappeared in front of him, he would be in even more pain. He would be a failure as a man. Yan Qingqing had already left him. How could Jiang Chen let Wu Ningzhu disappear without a trace? Don't force me. Get lost. Jiang Chen chased after Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Shinichi didn't intend to let Jiang Chen go easily. Jiang Chen tried his best to shake off Shinichi. However, Shinichi was still chasing after him. Jiang Chen couldn't use his full strength to chase after Shinichi. One after another, terrifying energy chi struck from the back of Jiang Chen. The attack of a half-step divine emperor was not something to be trifled with. Jiang Chen had to focus on fighting against a half-step divine emperor. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. You want to escape from me, truth-teller? Dream on. Stay behind and be buried with my children and grandchildren. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just desperately running away. Jiang Chen was no match for him at all, that's why Jiang Chen wanted to escape. However, he was a dignified half-step divine emperor, how could he give Jiang Chen such a chance? Truth Mouth had already made up his mind to regain control of the Penglai boundary. However, he had to kill Jiang Chen as a sacrifice for his children and grandchildren. Only then would he be able to convince the people of the Penglai boundary. Of course, with his decisive power, he didn't need to do this, but revenge was more important than anything else. He definitely couldn't die in vain. If that was the case, where would his oral divination family's face be? Eat my palm. Shinichi struck out with his palm. The heavens and earth changed color. The means of a half-step divine emperor was not simple. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He exerted his full strength and clashed with Shinichi. Both of them retreated. However, at this moment, when Jiang Chen turned around, Wu Ningzhu's aura had completely escaped from Jiang Chen's pursuit range. In other words, Wu Ningzhu had completely disappeared from his pursuit range. This was all because of this reckless half-step divine emperor. Jiang Chen's body trembled and he leapt up. The five-elemental divine fire engulfed him completely. With the help of the sword soul, this slash made Masakazu feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Deadly heavenly secret palm. Shinichi struck out with his palm. The heaven and earth were overshadowed. It was the strongest attack of a half-step divine emperor. The palm print covered the sky and crashed into the mountains. Jiang Chen's sword shadow collided with the palm print. However, the sword shadow broke through the layers of barriers. The palm print was chopped into pieces by the sword, losing all its power. The sword shadow was like a monstrous weapon, smashing towards Shinichi. Shinichi resisted the cauldron with all his strength. The sword chi instantly sent him flying. However, at this moment, he was already severely injured. Jiang Chen. What a good Jiang Chen. Puff. Shinichi retreated with a pale face. The sword aura had seriously injured him. He, a half-step divine emperor, had nowhere to hide in front of Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a ferocious tyrannosaurus. His aura was like a rainbow, making Shinichi's throat dry and his face pale. How could this guy have such an explosive power? Was he really only at the middle hierarch realm? Obviously, it was unrealistic. At least, Shinichi did not believe it at this moment. The heavenly dragon riders were fighting desperately. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't even need to do anything. They had already put Kenji Koxiang in a difficult situation. However, Jiang Chen's anger couldn't be quelled. At this time, he had to vent his anger on Kenji Koxiang. Putting away the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen unleashed the dragon transformation with his bare fists. His raging chi spread out and collided with Manjiki Kufuku's fist. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Chen's punches were powerful. Shinichi had to go all out with each punch, but even so, he still could not withstand Jiang Chen's storm-like fierce attacks. Shinichi's body collapsed under Jiang Chen's punches, and his strength was greatly reduced. In the face of Jiang Chen's attacks, Shinichi had no way to get rid of Jiang Chen. Moreover, his injuries were getting more and more serious. His aura was also extremely weak. Jiang Chen took advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. His aura skyrocketed, not only because of his strength, but also because of the infinite anger accumulated in his heart. Yan Qingxing was taken away and Wu Ningzhu was missing. At this moment, Jiang Chen was on the verge of collapse. However, he had no way to deal with it. He could only vent his anger on Shinichi. Every punch of Jiang Chen had the power to destroy heaven and earth, as if it could smash a deep crack in the heaven and earth. Under Jiang Chen's crazy punches, Shinichi's aura was already faintly discernible. Although external injuries could not kill him at this level, Jiang Chen's terror filled Shinichi's heart with fear and panic. This guy was like a devil from the depths of hell. No one could contend against him. Spare my life, venerable Jiang Chen, spare my life. Shinichi kept begging for mercy, but Jiang Chen was unmoved. He attacked Shinichi step by step, seemingly tearing his body into pieces and smashing it into a meat patty. The tragic scene was unbearable, but Jiang Chen was as cold as ice. He wanted Shinichi to suffer countless tortures. However, the anger in Jiang Chen's heart was still hard to quell. He had lost the woman he loved the most, and this Shinichi had blocked him, causing him to miss the best opportunity to chase after Wu Ningzhu. Shinichi had to bear this anger. Spare my life. If I spare you, who will save my sister Ning? If I spare you, where would I go to find her? If it wasn't for you, how could I lose the news of sister Ning? I want your soul to be suppressed by me for eternity, so that you can't die even if you want to. Chapter 31:31. The five elemental divine fire pulsated unceasingly. The sharpness in Jiang Chen's eyes caused Shinichi's entire body to turn cold. His soul was being burned by the five elemental divine fire. That kind of pain invaded the depths of his soul, making it incomparably difficult for Shinichi to die. Shinji Koxiang's body was in extreme pain. The soul fire in the depths of his soul was constantly suppressed by Jiang Chen's five elemental divine fire. It was a kind of fear towards life, because Shinji Koxiang's body was almost completely destroyed by Jiang Chen, turning into a pile of minced meat. Even his soul was suffering inhuman pain. The kind of pain was self-evident. He couldn't live, he couldn't die, he had no path to heaven and no door to hell. Shinichi kept begging for mercy, but Jiang Chen remained indifferent. His rage had already been ignited. The mistakes Shinichi had committed were unforgivable. This was also something Jiang Chen had no way to change. "I'm begging you, Grandpa Jiang Chen, please spare me. If I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Even if my soul dissipates, I'm willing to do so. I'm begging you," Shinichi kept begging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen coldly laughed in his heart. "You caused me to lose the news of Sister Ning. Who will settle this debt? Right now, I don't know anything about Sister Ning. Who can help me search for her? In a single day, both Qingqing and Sister Ning left me. What did I, Jiang Chen, do wrong exactly? What were you thinking when you were trying to stop me? You want me to pity you? Do you even have the qualifications to do so? I don't want to kill you, I only want my Sister Ning. But in the end, even if I kill you now, it won't be able to make up for the fact that I lost Sister Ning." Jiang Chen roared, feeling incomparable self-blame in his heart. Qingqing's departure was because he was powerless to reverse the situation. Sister Ning's departure was because of Shinichi's obstruction. But who could understand the pain in the depths of his heart? "Let me ask you. Do you know about the martial spirit emperor? What exactly is the Jade Marrow Soul Seed?" I know. The Jade Marrow Soul Seed was his protective treasure back then. But I don't know what use that Jade Marrow Soul Seed has. Apart from nourishing the soul, it has no other use. I saw that it was unable to help me break through, so I bestowed it to my descendant. In the end, it was taken by you. Even though that Jade Marrow Soul Seed isn't some rare treasure, it has already been viewed as the symbol of the Penglai Realm Lord. Shinji said in an incomparably painful tone. Jiang Chen's divine fire made Shinji not dare to lie. He didn't even want to live, but to die. Only by dying would he be able to end all his troubles. Only by dying would he be able to live without the slightest bit of pain. That kind of pain that went deep into the soul was something that no one could bear. "Is that all?" Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Shinji hurriedly said, "Since it has already come to this, is there still a need for me to lie to you? I really only know this. But what does this matter have to do with the martial soul emperor? Didn't you already get the Jade Marrow Soul Seed? The Jade Marrow Soul Seed is gone. My Sister Ning is also gone. She only left 2 words in the cave, about the martial soul emperor and the Jade Marrow Soul Seed. What do you think I should do? What can I do?" Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. Martial soul emperor, it doesn't matter who this martial soul emperor is. What's important is where Sister Ning is now. Does she have an important entanglement with this martial soul emperor? Could it be that the Jade Marrow Soul Seed has the martial soul emperor's soul imprint? Shinji said. Jiang Chen's heart sank. Although he didn't want to believe it, Shinji's words were very important to him. If the Jade Marrow Soul Seed really has the martial soul emperor's imprint, then it would be very troublesome for Jiang Chen. What the hell is the martial soul emperor? Will it put Sister Ning in a dangerous situation? I hope it's not like what you said. Otherwise, I will definitely make you my slave forever. Go to the great you soul-forming light and suffer for 100 years. If you can live for more than 100 years, then your life and death will be determined by fate. Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. At this moment, an extremely tragic scene suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Sister Ning seemed to be suffering from a terrifying oppression, struggling in agony. The pain she was experiencing was extremely difficult. She was in a state where she couldn't even beg for death. No, Sister Ning. Ching. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was filled with self-blame, incomparably complicated, incomparably painful and incomparably entangled. He could even forgive Shinji, but the only person he couldn't forgive was himself. At this moment, the thunder rumbled, the mountain wind whistled, the clouds were dense, the thunder rumbled, and the rain poured down. Why is it like this? Why is the heavens always making fun of people? Why, I have to be controlled by the heavens? Why? Jiang Chen held his sword and soared into the sky. He used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and pointed his sword at the sky, causing thunder to rumble. I can destroy mountains and rivers with a single hand, dry up rivers and seas with a single anger, shatter the void with a cold gaze, and cause thunder and lightning with a single thought, but I still can't protect the woman I love. What use do I have for this strength? When did the heavens open their eyes? Jiang Chen soared through the rain, amidst the rumbling thunder, causing thunder and lightning to rumble. His world-destroying might caused the countenances of millions of people to tremble. Jiang Chen brandished his sword wildly, his chi state was calm. In his heart, there was only boundless rage, there were no other emotions. His sword whistled through the air as the formless 13th sword slashed out unceasingly, causing the mountains and rivers to shatter as rain poured down. Jiang Chen wantonly waved his sword in the heavy rain, his sword intent unceasingly rose to a higher level. His limitless sword also became more and more like a fish in water. At this moment, there was no longer any sword in his heart. There was only regret and self-blame for Sister Ning and Qingqing, as well as the rage of a proud sword challenging the heavens. After the 13th sword, the 14th sword came into being. The reincarnation of 100 swords caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Jiang Chen hated the heavens for being tyrannical. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also grow old. There would be a day when he would replace it. He wanted to make the heavens kneel before him, he wanted to make the 9 underworlds tremble. Jiang Chen's sword slashed out again and again. There was no return, there was no life and death. Limitless sword was better than limitless. At this moment, Jiang Chen was using the sword to discuss the Tao under the heavy rain, comprehending the heavens and earth. When the wind blew, he knew that the grass would move. When the swords flew about chaotically, he felt the sorrow of the heavens. The great Tao in Jiang Chen's heart also wavered at this moment. That strand of silent Tao was born from the heavens and earth. The embryonic form of the great Tao had already undergone a qualitative change. Strand after strand of Tao was born in Jiang Chen's heart. Chapter 31-32. That's strange. Why is there such a huge change in this world? We can't even use our techniques here, said a young man in a white robe. His handsome face seemed to be filled with arrogance. His eyebrows were slightly raised, but he still looked very domineering. Behind the young man in a white robe were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. They were all very strong. If this force was in Tianlai realm, they could probably destroy a realm in an instant. Among the 4, the young man in black was the coldest. He wore a black robe and his aura was the strongest. His eyebrows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He was very arrogant. He stood with his arms crossed. Obviously, he was the strongest. However, the black-robed young man did not say a word. Apart from the blue-robed woman, everyone else seemed to be looking at him with a hint of fear in their eyes. Senior brother Ingjie is right. This world seems to be completely sealed. It's impossible to pass through. It seems that within 10,000 miles, all the divine origin chi has been sucked dry. The woman in purple agreed. She seemed to admire the senior brother Ingjie in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with tenderness and affection. What do you think? Lan Luo. The young man in black didn't speak for a long time. Once he spoke, he looked at the woman in blue next to him. This person was Lan Luo. I don't know. This world seems to have been restricted by someone, and it's impossible to use any techniques. No matter if it's techniques or divine origin energy, it's impossible to use them. I'm afraid we can only cross this mountain range on foot. Lan Luo said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, it's true. Lan Luo is right. This place seems to have been sealed by a powerful technique. It has completely become a barren land. There must have been a battle of life and death here. Lan Ingjie laughed. He didn't look at the woman in purple. Instead, he looked at Lan Luo. The woman in purple was so angry that she snorted coldly. Lan Ingjie's expression changed. He looked at the young man in black embarrassedly and asked in a low voice, "Second senior brother, what do you think is going on here? Is there really someone who has the ability to seal this area without relying on a formation?" The young man in black shook his head and didn't say anything. However, this place was not normal. He didn't know what kind of place it was. After a moment of silence, the man in black finally said, "This place is very similar to a pilgrimage grounds that I've once recorded in a book. In other words, it's the place where the great emperor passed away." Pilgrimage grounds. What is the pilgrimage grounds? Lan Ingjie asked again. The Tao of the martial monarchs moves unhindered, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Only in the pilgrimage grounds, where the martial monarchs manifest the Tao of the heavens and earth, can the martial monarchs lose all the vitality of the heavens and earth, turning it into a barren land, which is the scene before us. However, after the ancient times, no more emperor stage experts have appeared in this world. Even whether or not there are any emperor stage experts left in this world is still a mystery. Lan Luo muttered in a low voice. No way. Could this really be the pilgrimage grounds? The purple-robed woman said in surprise. Lanzi, let Lan Luo finish. Lan Ingjie frowned. Lan Luo shook his head and continued. That's all I know. The pilgrimage grounds doesn't look like it, but this place has indeed lost the vitality of the heavens and earth, turning it into a barren land. Lanzi snorted coldly and looked into the distance. However, she saw a man in ragged clothes standing on the peak of the towering mountain. His figure was like a hook, standing there as if it would never change. Look, there's someone there. Lanzi exclaimed. That person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Lanzi did not think that there would be such a lonely silhouette standing on the peak of the mountain where they could not fly. That silhouette seemed to be filled with endless sorrow. Even the person they looked at had an indescribable sense of sorrow. Why does he feel so familiar? Lan Luo frowned. The figure was upright and plain-spoken, as if it had merged with the mountain. It was hard to describe, as if he had been there from the beginning to the end. You know him? The black-robed man said indifferently. I'm not sure. Let's go take a look. Lan Luo said. At that moment, the four of them quickly rushed to the peak of the mountain. Even though they could not fly in the air, their agility and strength were still present. In the blink of an eye, they sprinted up and climbed up the peak. It's really him. Lan Luo frowned. Jiang Chen's appearance surprised her. Why was he here? Could it be that everything here was caused by him? Lan Luo didn't believe it. Although Jiang Qin had extraordinary strength, he didn't have the ability to do so. He just stood there, looking rather desolate and lonely. Everyone could empathize with him. A sorrowful chi could be felt across the entire ground. Jiang Qin, is that you? Lan Luo called out softly. The figure didn't move. His gaze didn't seem to change. He looked into the distance. Lan Ningjie said in a deep voice. Kid, I'm talking to you. Turn around and let me have a look. Jiang Chen's clothes were a little tattered and covered with dust. His back was facing the crowd, but his body was extremely straight and firm. Lan Ningjie took a step forward, trying to grab Jiang Chen's shoulder, but he was repelled by an extremely strong force. Lan Ningjie was forced to take 7 to 8 steps back before he could regain his balance. His face was filled with shock. Jiang Qin. Stop, Lan Ningjie. Lan Luo shouted in a deep voice and blocked Lan Ningjie's path. No one had expected this to happen. Jiang Chen's body was like an unshakable Buddha. Lan Ningjie was completely injured by the recoil. Not only him, even the black-clothed youth and Lan Luo were shocked. Because Lan Ningjie was a late hierarch realm expert and was even close to the peak hierarch realm. How could he be repelled by this blue-clothed youth? This fella made the black-clothed youth even more shocked and curious. The black-robed man's pupils shrunk. Leng Leng stared at Jiang Qin. This guy was like a dead man, standing there without moving. However, he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Step back, Ningjie. The black-robed man finally spoke. Lan Ningjie reluctantly stepped back. I'm Lan Luo. Do you remember me? Jiang Qin. Lan Luo said in a low voice. Jiang Qin slowly turned around and looked at Lan Luo. He nodded silently without any expression. At that moment, Lan Luo seemed to have seen Jiang Chen's eyes as if he was already dead. Lan Luo's eyes were slightly stunned. She didn't know what Jiang Qin had experienced. However, just like this barren land, his eyes were dead. His heart was dead. He had lost all signs of life. He was just like a walking corpse. His eyes were lifeless. Was this still the same high-spirited Jiang Qin who had dared to drag Heaven's sovereign down from his high horse without hesitation? Lan Luo didn't know. At least at this moment, she would remember his eyes. Jiang Qin might already be dead. What made him like this? Chapter 31-33. The Temple of All Lives. Lan Luo silently looked at Jiang Qin. His current clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt. It made people feel sad. Where did that all-powerful guy go? Sigh. Lan Luo lightly sighed. Everyone has their own ambitions. She couldn't understand Jiang Chen's world, but she felt sorry for Jiang Qin. It was puzzling that a peerless genius like him had fallen. You're just like a beggar. Middle hierarch realm. Hee hee. Interesting. You dared to step into this place with your strength. Lan Ningjie sneered and looked at Jiang Qin disdainfully. He never liked this guy. Moreover, he was pushed back just now. Of course, he felt it was unfair. That's right. A beggar-like guy. Is he your so-called friend? Sister Luo. Lan Zi was also jealous and disdainful of Jiang Qin. This guy had messy long hair, no temperament, and weak strength. He couldn't even be compared to her heroic senior brother. She had no idea why Lan Luo became friends with him. This was a disgrace to her family. Lan Luo remained indifferent. Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi obviously had a bad impression of Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Chen's strength might not be weaker than Lan Ningjie's. Women are the ones who can defeat a man and destroy his mind. the black-clothed young man said faintly. Jiang Chen remained calm and looked afar, as if his heart was swaying along with the willow catkin, drifting along with the wind, far away. However, the black-clothed young man did not know that it was not only one woman who defeated Jiang Chen, but two. Lan Luo shook his head and sighed. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I won't force you. Although Jiang Chen didn't say anything, the black-clothed youth was certain that Jiang Chen was in his grasp. It must be because of the woman he loved, that's why he was acting like this. He also had that kind of deathly gaze before. However, after meeting Lan Luo again, his heart melted and became normal again. Do you know why this place became a barren land? Lan Yingjie looked at Jiang Chen and asked him politely. No matter how the fellow in front of him was compared to him, he couldn't even be compared to him. Why should he be nice to him? Furthermore, he was infatuated with Lan Luo. He hadn't expected that Lan Luo would treat someone who looked like a beggar much better than him. How could Lan Yingjie not be angry? He once saved my life. I hope that you can be more courteous. This time, we are heading to the All-Life Temple for an audience. I hope that you will not cause any unnecessary trouble. Lan Luo's expression also trembled slightly. She actually couldn't bear to see Jiang Chen again. Although she had used unscrupulous methods to achieve her goal, it was an indisputable fact that Jiang Chen had saved her. She had failed to complete her mission, so she no longer cared about the enmity between her and Jiang Chen. After all, she did not have a true life and death enmity with Jiang Chen. I know that you might hate me, but there is no life and death enmity between us. This time, we are heading to the All-Life Temple for an audience to discuss how to deal with the reincarnated living Buddha. If you are interested, you can come with us, Lan Luo said indifferently. Lan Luo said faintly. She couldn't bear to see Jiang Chen's eyes that were filled with a deathly stillness. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head and glanced at Lan Luo. This was the only trace of emotion he had ever shown. Okay. Jiang Chen didn't say much. He only said a single word, okay. Lan Luo's heart calmed down slightly. This fella really made her curious. Previously, she had said so much, but he was still indifferent. Now that she mentioned going to the All-Life Temple for an audience to deal with the reincarnated living Buddha, there was finally a ripple in his heart. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. His heart had no distractions now. There was only one belief, and that was to increase his strength, go to the Central Region Divine Land and find Yan Qingqing. As for Sister Ning, the most important thing for him now was to find information about the Martial Spirit Emperor. Only by finding information about the Martial Spirit Emperor would he be able to find traces of Sister Ning. If everything was because of the Jade Essence Soul Seed, then Sister Ning's disappearance might have been caused by him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with self-blame. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. Even if he had used the 13th sword and comprehended the 14th sword, the foundation of his Tao accumulation was becoming more and more solid. Even if the Tao accumulation was born in the Great Tao, Jiang Chen's heart was still unmoved. In the past, Jiang Chen was too optimistic. He thought that the divine world was only so-so. He thought that there would be results as long as one worked hard. However, when he was truly tired of love, hurt by love, and felt powerless to reverse the situation, he suddenly realized that his world was too narrow. His strength was not enough to stand in the divine world. Not to mention a province, he couldn't even control a county or a realm. Only when one had truly lost something, would one understand the pain and torture within. Jiang Chen's heart once again underwent a qualitative transformation. The disposition of an expert must be fought for by oneself. Only when one stood at the peak, could he look down on all living beings, could he cross the continents of the divine world, and could ignore the laws of the heaven and earth. At that moment, the current Jiang Chen was still too far away. Lan Luo, are you really going to bring this fellow along? Do you know where he came from? Do you know how important our mission is this time? What if something goes wrong along the way? How are you going to take responsibility? Lan Ningjie frowned and looked at Lan Luo. He disliked Jiang Chen very much. Moreover, Jiang Chen was going to follow them to the All-Life Temple. In other words, they were going to travel together. This fella suddenly appeared in a barren land. How would he know if it was someone else's doing, or if it was him who did it on purpose? It was hard to tell if there was any conspiracy. I have my own choice. His strength is not necessarily weaker than yours. You should think about yourself first. If there's any danger, Jiang Chen will save your life. As for our mission, you don't need to worry about it. Lan Luo said coldly. Lan Ningjie wanted to say something, but the black-clothed young man glared at him. Lan Ningjie chose to keep his mouth shut. Let's not argue about this anymore. Let Lan Luo make the decision. He's just a mid-hierarch realm fella. What can he do? The family didn't send you guys here to join in the fun. It's for you to gain experience. Do you understand? The black-clothed young man said. These words made Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi speechless. They needed to do something now. Chapter 31-34. As they passed through the mountains, Lan Luo and the rest headed straight for the All-Life Temple. In order to obtain information about the monk, Jiang Chen decided to follow Lan Luo and the rest. This black-robed man was quite powerful and had been staring at him. Jiang Chen didn't mind. Fortunately, the black-robed man didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown any mercy. As for Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi, he didn't bother to talk to them. Jiang Chen could kill them effortlessly. It wasn't that Jiang Chen couldn't defeat them, it was just that he didn't care. When one's strength reached a certain level, one would naturally feel pity for the weak. Every time Jiang Chen looked at him, there would be pity in his eyes. As for Lan Luo, Jiang Chen didn't plan to fight to the death with her. Since they had already left the great emperor's tomb, there was no grudge between them. Lan Luo even took the initiative to tell him about the monk. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him. Of course, if they offended him, he would return the favor tenfold or 100-fold. This was Jiang Chen's code of conduct. After half a year, they finally stepped into the territory of the All-Life Temple. The West Pole was vast and boundless. It was one of the largest divine regions in the divine world, comparable to the northern cold divine region. The main power of the West Pole was the Buddha world. The Buddha world's factions were complicated. In the entire divine world, it was hard to find a clan that could contend against it. During the peak of the Buddha world, even in the central region divine land, only 2 great clans could contend against it. In the ancient era, the war had ended. The Buddha world was completely fragmented. The Buddha world, which used to be the sole power of the West Pole, was now in shambles. However, the power of the West Pole was undeniable. Each of the great temples had their own inheritance from the ancient era. They were all evolved from the Buddha world. The All-Life Temple was one of them. We should reach the All-Life Temple in less than 100,000 li, Lan Ningjie said. Is the All-Life Temple very powerful? Lan Zi asked with a blank expression. I don't know much about this All-Lives Temple either. Lan Luo, do you know? Lan Ningjie looked at Lan Luo. The strength of the All-Life Temple is different from those small temples. In the West Pole Divine region, those that are able to be ranked in the top 10 are the true great clans of the Buddha realm. These temples all have an incomparably powerful foundation. Because when the Buddha realm fell apart, the foundation of these great temples was not something an ordinary person could imagine. It is said that the Buddhas, venerables, and arhats were all attached to these great temples. The disappearance of the Great Layin Temple and the chaos of the Buddha realm are closely related to this. I'm afraid that only the people of the top 10 great temples know the true reason. Lan Luo said in a low voice. She frowned. That was all she knew. To a large extent, the disappearance of the Great Lightning Tune Monastery was closely related to the ancient war back then. Most importantly, there was a traitor in the Buddha realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for someone as powerful as the Buddha ancestor to fall so easily. During the golden period of the Buddha realm, only the people from the heaven realm had the qualifications to challenge him. The black-clothed young man crossed his arms and stared into the distance. Heaven realm. This was the first time Jiang Qin had heard of this name. His heart skipped a beat. What kind of place was that? Heaven realm. Could it be that the legendary heaven realm really exists? Didn't even the heavenly race prove that the heaven realm doesn't exist? Those who know the truth all say that the heavenly race are the descendants of the heaven realm. The existence of the heaven realm has also been proven by others. It's not like what the legends say. Lan Luo said in disbelief. The words of the heavenly race can't be trusted. It's not that some things don't exist. It's just that their existence is not known by others. Even the Buddha ancestor fell. Do you think that the existence of the heaven realm shouldn't exist? Remember, existence is reasonable. It's just like billions of years ago, a different species, life forms, or experts appeared. Things that we don't know about doesn't mean that they didn't exist. The legends of the heaven realm exist among the 8 great clans. Although the heavenly race denied it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. The black-clothed young man said. He glanced at Jiang Qin. This fellow's expression was as cold as ever. It was as though he didn't care about anything. His strength was also the lowest. However, the black-clothed young man felt that there was something different about this fellow. He didn't seem to be that weak. Since the heaven realm is so powerful, why isn't the heavenly race willing to make it public? Lan Ningjie frowned, his heart was filled with suspicions. As a member of the 8 great clans, Lan Ningjie was born with incomparable arrogance. If the people of the Tian clan were stronger than him, he would find it hard to accept this fact. There are some things that aren't what you see on the surface. After saying that, the black-clothed young man turned around and stepped into the void above the 9 underworlds. The 8 great clans, the heaven realm, the heavenly race. These names appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. The black-clothed young man didn't avoid him and spoke bluntly. As for what clan the Lan family was, Jiang Chen still didn't know. However, their mysteriousness was even more unfathomable than a great force like the Tongxian mansion. The Great Layin Monastery no longer existed. However, the Buddha venerables of the Great Layin Monastery still existed in this world. However, there were very few people who knew about them. After millions and millions of years, it was extremely rare for a Buddha to appear and a venerables to descend upon this world. Lan Luo glanced at Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was still indifferent. It was as if he had seen through everything in the world. His calmness, his unruffled expression, and his indifference towards everything in the world made Lan Luo feel that there was a certain depth to this fellow. What are your plans for this trip to the All-Life Temple? Jiang Qin looked at Lan Luo. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak. Lan Luo was slightly startled. There was an indescribable joy in his heart. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. It seemed that because Jiang Qin had remained silent, he had become even more mysterious. What Lan Luo didn't know was that the Tongxian mansion had already fallen apart. It was no longer the powerful force it once was. There should be a demon-slaying conference. 6 of the 10 great temples will be participating. You can tell how grand it is. Although he is the reincarnation of the living Buddha, many people think that he is the reincarnation of the heavenly demon. This is because he has killed too many people. Therefore, the 10 great temples are holding this conference. Many people are here for the legendary reincarnation of the living Buddha. Of course, the God-suppressing monument is what many people are looking for. Moreover, the reincarnation of the living Buddha has given many people a sense of crisis, including the 10 great temples. Lan Luo said with a solemn expression. This mission was extraordinary. It was even more challenging than the tomb of the great monarch. Chapter 31-35. Maybe it's because the West Pole Divine Land has been peaceful for too many years. Many people have forgotten the prosperity of the Buddhist world. The current top 10 temples are nothing compared to the Buddhist world. It's not worth mentioning. However, it's mostly because of the God-suppressing monument. A gentleman's wealth arouses the envy of others. Even the reincarnated living Buddha is not exempt from this custom. Because too many people want to get the God-suppressing monument. Even our clan's mission this time is the same. We must get the God-suppressing monument no matter what. Lan Luo said in a low voice. She knew that she was stupid and shouldn't tell Jiang Chen these words. However, Jiang Chen really didn't have the slightest intention to fight. She also didn't know what caused Jiang Chen to become like this. What a great irony, he. Jiang Chen sneered. It seemed like his guess was right. The appearance of the God-suppressing steel was most likely tyrant. This God-suppressing steel was considered a great treasure even in the divine world. Many major powers were fighting for it. As a result, Tyrant was now in a dangerous situation. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Although Jiang Chen wasn't sure whether it was Tyrant, the God-suppressing monument had always been in Tyrant's hands. With his temperament, if he wanted to snatch the God-suppressing monument, he would definitely fight to the death. He had no choice but to kill. After all, if someone wanted his treasure and his life, who would be willing to be captured without a fight? If I don't enter hell, who will? Perhaps even Buddha himself wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. Jiang Chen himself was now in the West Pole Divine Land. He had just destroyed the Tianlai world, flattened the ethereal world, and suppressed the Pinglai world. Jiang Chen didn't want to make too big of a commotion. A big tree is bound to attract wind. Moreover, ever since he lost the news of Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen's heart had become quiet again. He urgently felt that his strength was a little weak. He must improve his strength as soon as possible and find his brothers. The news of Tyrant was right in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't want to miss it. By the way, why didn't you come with the Tongxian mansion? It is said that the Profound Connection Divine Palace has also been invited to participate in the Grand Assembly of the 10 Great Temples. Lan Luo asked. I've already left the Tongxian mansion. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Lan Luo didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be willing to say more. Just follow us to the Temple of Life this time. I know your strength, but don't provoke that guy in black. You're not his match. He might be hostile to you, but with me around, he won't make a move. Don't worry about that. We will gather at the All-Life Temple. Half of the 8 great clans are here. The 4 great clans are here, the Battle God clan, Xian Yuan clan, Luotian clan, and Armu clan. Luo God clan. Will the Luo God clan also come? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of De Huang. That guy couldn't have forgotten about his home, right? He had completely forgotten about his existence. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had completely lost contact with him. Jiang Chen wanted to go to the God Luo clan to look for Big Yellow, but he bumped into the people of the God Luo clan. This time, he must find out about Big Yellow's whereabouts from the God Luo clan. Jiang Chen missed the days when he and his dog roamed the 9-region immortal world. When would he be able to return to those days? Yes, do you know about the Luo God clan? Lan Luo didn't expect Jiang Chen to know so much about the 8 great clans. I'm not too sure, but I have a friend in the Luo God clan. I just don't know if he's doing well in the Luo God clan. Jiang Qin shook his head. You have enmity with the Battle God clan, you should be more careful. Lan Luo reminded. Jiang Qin was following them to the Temple of Life. It was very obvious that there would be a conflict if he encountered the people of the Battle God clan. Thank you. Jiang Qin nodded, feeling a trace of gratitude towards Lan Luo. Although they had a lot of grudges in the past, everything had faded away in his opinion. The Temple of Life was right in front of him. Jiang Qin had made all the preparations. Once he found Tyrant and someone was against him, what harm was there in becoming the enemy of the whole world? Although Jiang Qin was silent, it didn't mean that he would be depressed. He just knew how to endure and judge the situation. He knew how to take one step at a time to reach the peak. Everyone had their own stage of life. From Saint Origin World to the 9 continents immortal world, and then to the divine world, Jiang Qin had experienced too many ups and downs, joys and sorrows, but he had never disappointed his family and loved ones. However, since he entered the divine world, his progress had become more and more difficult. It was easy for a person to become weak, but difficult to become strong. One must bear the weight of the crown. First, one must have the heart to rise up, and an indomitable belief. He was once glorious, but he was also once lonely. He was once dazzling, but he also once fell into the abyss. He was once standing at the peak of the 9-region immortal world, looking down at the world like an ant. He had cried, he had laughed, he had felt pain, and he had also struggled. At this moment, Jiang Qin had long lost that flashy aura and he had become more reserved. His sharpness came from his heart, and his cultivation came from his actions. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The black-clothed youth glanced at Jiang Qin. He was quite dissatisfied with Lan Luo's treatment of him. However, as an expert, he naturally had his own pride and self-esteem. He wouldn't fight with a mid-hierarch expert. Where would his dignity go if he did? Killing Jiang Qin was just a matter of a palm strike for him, but he was too lazy to do so. If he made Lan Luo unhappy, then he would lose his meaning. One must know one's place. You're not worthy of Lan Luo. Stay away from her in the future. You should know that if I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape. However, you're her friend, so I'll let you go. However, it doesn't mean that you can appear beside her without fear. You better behave yourself in the Temple of Life. The black-clothed youth said. Jiang Qin glanced at him and smiled. He had nothing to say to such a person. Moreover, he didn't have any feelings for Lan Luo. His heart was as calm as still water. It was undeniable that Lan Luo was very beautiful, but Jiang Qin wasn't the kind of man who would fall in love with anyone he saw. When the black-clothed youth looked at Jiang Qin, his eyes were filled with disdain. It was already a blessing for Jiang Qin that such a person could attract his attention. If he still dared to go against the black-clothed youth, it would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 31-36. Jiang Qin wasn't interested in the black-clothed youth's words. At this moment, he had no other thoughts in his mind. He only wanted to save the monk. This was the only thing he wanted to do. The All-Life Temple was located at the border of the West Pole Divine Region. However, no one dared to underestimate this force that was ranked amongst the 10 great temples. In the West Pole Divine Region, the Buddhist realm was the mainstream. There were millions of temples, but the All-Life Temple was one of the 10 strongest forces. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Just as Lan Luo had said, it was basically impossible for the All-Life Temple to stand out from the rest of the West Pole Divine Region. However, the All-Life Temple was a strong competitor for the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument. The 8 great clans were the strongest clans in the divine world. No one knew about them. The All-Life Temple was able to invite the 4 great clans to help them. This showed how powerful the All-Life Temple was. The mountain gate was 100,000 kilometers wide, and there were 9,000 zhang tall buildings. There were 800 pagodas, and ancient bells stood in great numbers. Green trees towered into the sky. Sanskrit chants filled the air, and the sound of bells rang. Incense was lit, and all living beings knelt down. One of the cornerstones of the West Pole divine region. It was a well-deserved reputation. Within the mountain gate, a formation was protecting it. Golden light flickered and dazzled. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. This protective formation was so powerful that even he couldn't break it. How powerful must the person who laid this formation be? This place was peaceful and tranquil. The All-Life Temple's name was majestic. The golden words flickered and its might was boundless. We're finally here. Lan Zi said with a smile. She let out a long sigh of relief. After a long and arduous journey of thousands of miles, they had finally arrived at the place of pilgrimage, the All-Lives Temple. The strength of the 8 great clans should be above the All-Life Temple. However, due to the scarcity of their clansmen and the passage of time, the Shepherd clan's strength had declined compared to its former glory. It could no longer compete against the Xinyuan clan and the Luotian clan. It should be on par with the Battle God clan. Even so, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Shepherd clan should not be underestimated. Otherwise, why would they be invited by the All-Life Temple? In front of the All-Life Temple, there were 800 divine monks standing on the left and right sides. The Mu clan's arrival was naturally a big deal. More than 10 holy monks came from the All-Life Temple to welcome them. All of them were above the hierarch realm. The leader was wearing a golden kasaya, holding a Buddhist staff in his hand. He looked old but his eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Qin only had 3 words in his mind: invincible. This person's strength had definitely reached the divine emperor realm. The powerful aura that he exuded made people feel extremely ferocious. He did not seem like a Buddhist at all. Amitabha, the Shepherd clan has come from afar. I'm the chief of the All-Life Temple's commandment yard. Martial law, I apologize for my lack of manners. Martial law chanted the Buddha's name with one palm and said with a stern expression. His face was cold. It wasn't because he didn't like the crowd. It was because he had to enforce the law strictly as the chief of the commandment yard. The chief of the commandment yard had the strength of a divine emperor realm expert. Then, the person in charge would be even more terrifying. The true power of the West Pole divine region should not be underestimated. Martial law, you're too courteous. I represent the seniors of the Shepherd clan to greet you. If we can lend a hand to the All-Life Temple, it would be our Shepherd clan's fortune. Lan Luo said with a smile and slightly nodded. The black-clothed young man stood behind Lan Luo. He didn't like to show his face in public. Lan Luo was naturally calmer than him. However, the black-clothed young man still caught martial law's attention because he was the strongest among the crowd. You must be tired after such a long journey. Everyone, please take a rest in the yard. We hope that the Shepherd clan will forgive us if we don't treat you well. Amitabha. Martial law said again. He gave the black-clothed young man a meaningful look. He should be the true expert of the Shepherd clan. Grand Master, you don't have to be so courteous. Please. Lan Luo said. Jiang Qin followed Lan Luo and the others and entered the All-Life Temple. Martial law arranged for the people of the Shepherd clan to rest in the guest rooms for 3 days. After that, they received the invitation of the host and entered the Hall of Great Strength. Inside the Hall of Great Strength, the atmosphere was majestic. Incense was lit and boundless Buddhist scriptures could be heard. An old monk wearing a black and white kasaya was sitting in the Hall of Great Strength, chanting scriptures. Martial Law and the other experts of the All-Life Temple stood behind him. Even Martial Law could only stand at the back. One could imagine that the old monk wearing the black and white kasaya was undoubtedly the host. Jiang Chen looked at the old monk wearing the black and white kasaya. The old monk was like a deep sea, unfathomable and unfathomable. It was hard to see through him. In his heart, he had a great understanding of the All-Life Temple. Although the Tongxian mansion was very powerful, it was nothing compared to the All-Life Temple. If he were to cause a ruckus in the All-Life Temple, no one would be able to save him. The All-Life Temple was truly a superpower that could be considered as the pillar of a prefecture. The Battle God Clan. Lan Ningjie looked at the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength. A group of 4 people was leisurely walking in. Their imposing manner was imposing and they were holding their heads high. The gazes of the Battle God Clan fell on the people of the Shepherd Clan. Even the experts of the Battle God Clan were no exception. Their gazes all fell on Lan Luo. Everyone loved beauty. One couldn't help but admit that Lan Luo's beauty was not inferior to Yan Qingqing or Wu Ningzhu. Her bewitching beauty made people feel relaxed and happy. "We meet again, Miss Lan Luo." The leader of the Battle God Clan, a white-clothed young man, slowly walked towards Lan Luo. He had met Lan Luo once before. As the strongest genius of the Battle God Clan, he also had the ability to make Lan Luo his woman. Lan Luo slightly nodded her head, but she didn't say anything. Because she didn't like this guy who had a feminine look on his face. Even she couldn't understand what he was thinking. It was an extremely terrifying experience to stand beside such a person. Lan Luo naturally didn't like this guy. Ever since I met Miss Lan Luo last time, Dobai didn't want to eat or drink. I've been hoping to see you again one day. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Dobai said with a faint smile. He squinted his eyes and looked at Lan Luo. His gaze was filled with adoration, but more of it was covetous. Because he coveted Lan Luo's beauty, he wanted to make her his. That intense desire to conquer made this woman the only one in his eyes. Chapter 31-37. However, at this moment, the black-clothed man's expression became incomparably cold. "There are many people who like Lan Luo, but you're not good enough for him." The black-clothed man looked at Dobai coldly and said disdainfully. "Oh. Really? I was wondering who it was. So it's the sinner who was exiled from the clan because he fell in love with his own sister, Lan Mao." Instead of being enraged, Dobai wore a cold smile on his face. It was obvious that he knew this black-clothed young man, Lan Mao. A wave of rage arose spontaneously in Lan Mao's heart because his older sister was a taboo in his heart, and it was especially so because he had fallen in love with his own older sister. In the end, his clan had wanted to execute him, and his older sister had sacrificed herself for him in exchange for his life. At that moment, the rage and regret accumulated in Lan Mao's heart had become the greatest knot in his heart. Because of this, he was exiled from the Mu clan. However, after Lan Mao met Lan Luo, he gradually walked out from the sorrow of losing his beloved. Even so, Lan Mao's strength had surpassed too many people of the shepherd tribe. He cultivated alone and stepped into the half-step divine emperor realm. His terrifying talent and strength were self-evident. If it wasn't for Lan Luo, he might not have returned to the Mu clan. He only returned to the Mu clan for the sake of his sister. The word sister was the biggest humiliation in Lan Mao's heart. It was also his only taboo. At this moment, Lan Mao's aura skyrocketed. The aura of a half-step divine emperor was suddenly released, but it was blocked by Dobai. Both of their auras were released continuously. At this moment, neither of them took a step forward, but neither of them was willing to fall behind. Their terrifying auras made Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi take a few steps back, including Lan Luo. Enough. Lan Luo said in a low voice. If they were to fight in the Hall of Great Strength, which was the territory of the All-Life Temple, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? The reputation of the Mu clan cannot be laughed at by others. Lan Mao, you should know where you are right now. Lan Luo's words made Lan Mao retract his aura slowly, but the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them silently. Neither of them were easy to deal with. Even Do Qing's strength was not as good as Do Bai's. Even though they were all half-step divine emperors, there was still a difference in strength. Just like how Jiang Chen could defeat 3 half-step divine emperors when he was only a mid-hierarch, it did not mean that everyone could do the same. He was probably the only one who could do it. Do Bai and Lan Mao faced each other with equal harshness. However, it only lasted for a moment, and it did not cause too much of a commotion. Otherwise, how could they possibly act so presumptuously in the All-Life Temple? There was more than one divine emperor. It was just that the All-Life Temple's experts were giving face to the two clans. They knew that the two clans would have self-discipline and knew what they were doing. If you dare have any improper thoughts towards Lan Luo again, I will definitely kill you. Lan Mao said calmly. Ha ha ha, kill me. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. If Miss Lan Luo admits that she's your woman, perhaps I would choose to retreat. However, what qualifications do you have to say that? Do Bai's eyes were cold, and he was not afraid of Lan Mao at all. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. None of them took a step back, which caused the two clans to be in a stalemate. Obviously, the All-Life Temple was not happy to see this. What a gathering of heroes. Ha ha ha, I'm late. A burly young man in a green cloak arrived, looking travel-worn. He had red hair, a resolute face, a pair of sharp eyes, and a pair of iron fists. Someone from the Xianyuan clan. Do Bai said calmly. Lan Mao, how have you been? I didn't expect to see you here. This is really fate. The battle between you and me should finally come to an end this time. Xianyuan Yumo laughed. His gaze fell upon Lan Mao. Their gazes met and both of them were incomparably excited. The two of them could be said to be heroes admiring heroes. When Lan Mao was training in the outside world, he was alone. At that time, he fought alongside Xianyuan Yumo. Unfortunately, they were evenly matched in the end. However, it had been thousands of years since they last met. The current Xianyuan Yumo and Lan Mao were no longer the youths of the past. Anytime, Lan Mao said in a low voice. Said Lan Mao in a low voice. Xianyuan Rainman's strength was exceptionally terrifying, and this encounter had once again ignited the unparalleled battle intent in Lan Mao's heart. Good, straightforward. Ha ha ha. Since I've come to the All-Life Temple today, I'll naturally let the All-Life Temple take the lead. I should also step back a little. Xianyuan Rain Demon might seem rough and uncouth, but he knew this well. Although the 4 great clans didn't have any particular enmity with each other, their relationship wasn't very solid. The fact that the All-Life Temple was able to bring the 4 great clans together and form a united front was enough to show how powerful the All-Life Temple was. Xianyuan Yumo. Jiang Chen murmured. There was an unusual aura coming from this person. His appearance made Jiang Chen slightly worried, but he did not know where he came from. The Xianyuan clan and Jiang Chen were considered as archenemies. Jiang Chen's action of annihilating the Clearstream sect was equivalent to declaring war against the Xianyuan clan without any hesitation. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglan was heavily injured several times. Perhaps the Xianyuan clan already knew about his existence. Jiang Chen had to be careful of this person in the future. This person was an enemy, not a friend. Jiang Chen would definitely not show any mercy. The Shepherd clan, Battle God clan, and Xianyuan clan are all here. Now, only the God Luo clan is left. Looks like the Luo God clan is quite arrogant. Humph. Doubai of the Battle God clan sneered. At this moment, only the God Luo clan was missing, so he was naturally unhappy with them. It's a remote place. I hope that the senior of the All-Life Temple will forgive me. A gentle voice resounded in the hall of great strength. A lady wearing a green muslin slowly walked over. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, captivating the hearts of others. Her figure was graceful, like a fairy of the 9 heavens. Even Lan Luo seemed to be overshadowed by her. It's not that Lan Luo wasn't beautiful, but her elegant aura made others feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Lan Luo was the exact opposite of her. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. That's because the person in front of him was Goddess Luo. Jiang Chen's heart was thumping non-stop. It wasn't because he admired Goddess Luo, but because he was worried about his brother, De Huang. He had no idea how that fellow was doing in the Luo God clan. It's been too long since Jiang Chen saw De Huang. The longing in his heart was expressed in words. However, as a man, he would naturally not say those words out loud. However, Jiang Chen's excitement was predictable. Even Lan Luo could feel that Jiang Chen wasn't ordinary. Today, when he saw Goddess Luo, he clearly had a different impulse. Lan Luo knitted her brows. Even she was a little unresigned. Could it be that she wasn't as beautiful as Goddess Luo? I'm such a beautiful woman, yet you're so blind. Chapter 31-38. Lan Luo looked at Goddess Luo unwillingly. In terms of temperament, he was indeed slightly inferior to her. The Luo River nourished people, temperament was naturally formed. This saying was true. Jiang Chen's gaze towards Goddess Luo became more and more passionate. Goddess Luo also felt Jiang Chen's presence. No wonder. The goddess of God Luo clan is indeed extraordinary. I'm so envious of you. Doubai squinted his eyes. When he looked at Goddess Luo, there was a hint of covetousness in his eyes. Wouldn't it be a blessing if he could get such a woman? Lan Luo on his left and Goddess Luo on his right. That kind of life was truly enjoyable. Even an Emperor realm expert might not be as carefree as him. Goddess Luo didn't even look at Doubai. This made Doubai very angry. The anger in his heart was uncontrollable. One day, I will make you tremble under my crotch. Humph. Jiang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of Lan Luo. He looked at Goddess Luo. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. Although they had only met once, she could see how strong Jiang Chen was in the divine tomb. But now, Jiang Chen was cultivating alone. His strength had reached the middle hierarch realm and was not considered weak. However, Goddess Luo could not help but sigh when she saw him in such a sorry state. A person's strength was too weak after all. If he had entered the God Luo clan, his strength would not be so weak. A middle hierarch realm was really not enough. The weakest among the people they sent this time was a late hierarch realm expert. However, Goddess Luo did not look down on Jiang Chen. It was not easy for him to reach this stage by himself. He had to grope for the stones to cross the river, cultivate quietly, and explore step by step. De Huang didn't come. Jiang Chen inhaled a deep breath of air. He didn't even dare to ask, fearing that he would hear bad news about De Huang. Jiang Chen's heart had always been in his throat. If De Huang had the slightest uneasiness, he would definitely head to the Luo God clan. But since De Huang had chosen the Luo God clan, he wouldn't disturb De Huang, unless he appeared at this moment. Jiang Chen hoped that he could see De Huang's figure at this moment. However, he knew that his wish would never come true. Because Goddess Luo's eyes had told him that. De Huang, De Huang, you should know how much I miss you, dead dog, right? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't know when the two of them would be able to join hands again and roam the god world. He's really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He wants to be related to goddess Luo. He was really overestimating himself. That's right. Does this guy really think that goddess Luo will be with someone like him? He looks sloppy, has stubble on his face, messy hair and dirty face. How can someone like him enter the Mahavira Hall, a solemn place like this? Forget it. He's a member of the shepherd clan after all. This kind of person just doesn't know his place. So many people wanted to be together with goddess Luo, but they were all rejected by her. I think this guy has gone crazy from thinking about women. Ha ha ha. Why would goddess Luo care about him? He's just like a beggar. Among us, no one should be weaker than him, right? Ha ha ha. The people of the four great clans were whispering to each other. The appearance of Jiang Chen filled them with anticipation. This guy dared to come out and talk to goddess Luo. He even wanted to be on equal footing with goddess Luo. He was really overestimating himself. He's really a disgrace to the people of our shepherd clan. This guy is not a member of our shepherd clan at all. Lan Ningjie sneered. No matter what, Jiang Chen came with the people of the shepherd clan. Therefore, even if it was a disgrace, the people of the shepherd clan would not be able to escape from it. Yeah. This kind of person is really a disgrace to our shepherd clan. Lan Luo, I really don't know why you brought this guy along. I'll definitely tell the elders of the clan about this when I return. Bringing such a person is really a disgrace to our shepherd clan. Lan Zi snorted and said. She would not let go of the chance to ridicule Lan Luo. At this moment, it was obvious that her beloved brother Ningjie was not happy. She would definitely go along with him. Even she looked down on a beggar like him. Why would goddess Luo give him any face? Did he really think that he was one of the top disciples of the 8 great clans? Lan Luo was indifferent. He said that he had a friend in the god Luo clan. Could it be this goddess Luo? Goddess Luo is not someone that anyone can touch. Brat, I think you're tired of living. Doubai frowned and his face turned gloomy. Could it be that this guy was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water? However, this kind of person's strength was so low that Doubai did not even bother to fight him. Big brother, De Huang, he has something important to do. He can't leave the god Luo clan for the time being. He told me that once he leaves the god Luo clan, he will look for you first. Goddess Luo said with a complicated expression. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The dignified goddess Luo of the god Luo clan, the princess of the world, the pride of the generation, one of the 3 peerless geniuses of the 8 great clans, goddess Luo actually called a beggar in such a sorry state big brother. Everyone held their breath. No one had expected that goddess Luo would be so polite and respectful towards Jiang Chen. This made the people on the scene go crazy. Who is this guy? How could goddess Luo lower herself and talk to him like this? Moreover, she even addressed him as big brother. Their hearts were in disbelief. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. All right, I got it. When we go back, tell him to look for me when he's strong enough. I don't want to protect that guy. Jiang Chen squeezed out a smile. De Huang's strength is slightly stronger than you now. I don't think he needs your protection anymore. Goddess Luo smiled slightly. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple a city. Everyone yearned for her. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed like De Huang's situation was much better than his. He should have good cultivation resources in the god Luo clan. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to be stronger than him. Jiang Chen was very happy about this. As long as he knew that De Huang was fine, Jiang Chen was satisfied. At least, this news was better than nothing to Jiang Qin. He's the big brother that De Huang mentioned. A figure stepped out from behind Goddess Luo. He narrowed his eyes and pointed at Jiang Qin. What he cared about the most was not who Jiang Qin was, but the inheritance of the craftsman god in Jiang Qin's hands. This was what he wanted the most. It was also what the entire God Luo clan wanted. King Luo Bin, what are you trying to do? Chapter 31-39. I'm King Luo Bin. I hope to have a spar with you one day. King Luo Bin said with a smile. Looking at Jiang Qin could naturally feel the hostility from that guy. There was even a trace of disdain in that guy's tone. It should be true that the God Luo clan knew that he possessed the inheritance of the craftsman god. Although it was just a guess, Jiang Qin still had to be on guard against King Luo Bin. King Luo Bin had obviously noticed him and was interested in him. There must be a reason behind it. I don't like to spar with strangers, unless it's a life and death battle. Otherwise, it's a life and death battle to determine who's better. Jiang Qin said faintly. Everyone felt that Jiang Qin didn't know how to appreciate kindness, especially the two from the God Luo clan. Did this guy really think that he was a genius expert? He actually dared to say such words to the peerless genius of their God Luo clan. He was really courting death. His good days were about to come to an end. Moreover, King Luo Bin was infatuated with Goddess Luo. Jiang Qin's appearance had obviously angered King Luo Bin, and he even had the intention to kill Jiang Qin. It's him. Do Tianhuang's expression turned solemn as he stared at the man standing behind Lan Luo. The man had messy long hair and a beard. His strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. Compared to these late hierarch realm geniuses, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. But his existence was like a fish thrown into the sea, it would not cause the slightest ripple. However, even so, the reason why the people of the Battle God clan hated Jiang Qin was because his existence had caused Do Tianhuang to become solemn. The Battle God clan's inheritance, the Do formation technique, was not allowed to be leaked. What do you mean? Do Bai glanced at Do Tianhuang and frowned. At this moment, he faintly felt that Do Tianhuang was referring to someone else. He's the one in the great emperor's tomb. He's also the one who killed several geniuses of our Battle God clan. The inheritance of our Battle God clan was stolen by him. This time, we must not let him go. Do Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Fortunately, Jiang Qin's cultivation realm was only at the mid-hierarch realm. Even if he were to face Jiang Qin now, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Qin. Bringing back the two progenitors was of great significance to the entire Battle God clan. Do Tianhuang's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the late hierarch realm. This time, Jiang Qin had walked right into their trap. They would definitely not show any mercy to him. Is he Jiang Qin? This is really the case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. Looks like I'll have to carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and remove the weeds from the roots. Do Bai sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. This fellow had stolen the secret of the Battle God clan. Only death awaited him. Unexpectedly, you still dare to appear in front of the Battle God clan. You're really a reckless fellow. Today, I must kill you to restore the prestige of the Battle God clan. Do Bai's aura burst out and pointed at Jiang Qin. Everyone held their breaths. This fellow was really determined to kill Jiang Qin. Amitabha. Friends from the Battle God clan, please retract your hostility in the Mahavira hole. Do not fight in front of the Buddha. Martial Lord said in a deep voice. His face darkened as he lightly stomped his feet. Jiang Qin and Do Bai took a few steps back. Everyone was prepared to face their greatest enemy. The prestige of the all-life temple was inviolable. Even if Doubai wanted to kill Jiang Qin, it would be impossible. Doubai's face darkened as he stared at Jiang Qin and said coldly, "Count yourself lucky this time. I hope that everyone can help our all-life temple to stand out in this competition." Jie Qian said with a faint smile. "Tongxian Mansion can't come. What happened? The 3 half-step deity emperors of our battle god clan are all at Tongxian Mansion. Could it be that Tongxian Mansion is in trouble?" Chapter 3140. I came from the direction of Tongxian Mansion, but I heard that the 3 half-step deity emperors of the battle god clan have all fallen. Lan Mao said coldly, purposely showing a gloating expression. Doubai's face became even more unsightly. "What? Don't talk nonsense. How could the 3 half-step divine emperors of our battle god clan die? The person who could kill them must be a divine emperor expert. Even if they couldn't defeat a divine emperor expert, it would still be extremely difficult to kill all of them. The battle god clans, 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 battle god clan. Doubai didn't believe what Lan Mao said. At this moment, he looked at the abbot of the All-Life Temple, Jie Qian. He hoped that the news was false. Although I don't know the exact situation, I heard that the 3 experts of the Battle God clan have all fallen. I hope that it's false. Amitabha. Jie Qian put his palms together and prayed. Doubai and Dou Tianhuang looked at each other and felt a heartache. Dou Qing was Doubai's uncle. It could be said that Doubai was raised by Dou Qing. Now that Doubai's strength had surpassed Doubai's face turned extremely gloomy after hearing the news of his uncle's death. At this moment, his anger had been ignited. "Uncle, I hope that nothing bad happened to you," Doubai murmured. Lan Mao sneered in his heart. This news was an indisputable fact. He just didn't want to admit it. Moreover, although Tongxian Mansion had been keeping this news under wraps, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Once someone knew about it, this news would surely spread across the world. It wouldn't take long for this news to be known by everyone. At that time, the Battle God clan would surely be enraged. Jiang Qin looked at Doubai coldly. If these guys really wanted to take action against him, then he could only send the Battle God clan back to their clan. Jiang Qin was now besieged from all sides. These people were all top-notch experts. Jiang Qin might not be able to kill any one of them. Jiang Qin was a freak, a genius, and a ferocious man, but wasn't he the same? Jiang Qin could easily kill ordinary half-step deity emperors. However, these were the elites among the half-step deity emperors. They were the true monstrous geniuses of the major races. Jiang Qin might be strong, but they were even stronger. Therefore, even Jiang Qin did not dare to let his guard down. These guys were not easy to deal with. Right now, there was no doubt that he had to be careful. All Life Temple was built by All Living Buddha. After the Great Lane Temple split up, we built this temple to protect the dignity of the Buddha world. We did our best to unify the Buddha world. After the fall of the Gautama Buddha and the destruction of the Great Lane Temple, the current West Pole Divine region is in a turbulent situation. Rumor has it that the living Buddha has reincarnated. However, whether he is a real Buddha or not is still up for debate. However, the most important divine tool of the Buddha world, the God-subduing monument, is in the hands of the reincarnated living Buddha. For billions of years, although we have been worshipping Buddha wholeheartedly, this is related to the rise and fall of the Buddha world. As disciples of Buddhism, we can't just stand by and watch. Therefore, this time, even if we have to risk the wrath of the world, our all-life temple will snatch the God-subduing monument back. All-living Buddha is one of the strongest Buddhas under the Gautama Buddha. He is also the leader of our all-life temple. All-life Buddha, the world will be unified. Today, the Buddha world was once the strongest throughout the ages. But now, the West Pole divine region is in a mess. As long as we get the God-subduing monument, we will be able to command all the Buddhas. Master Jigon said with a pious expression. May I ask, Master, is there still a Buddha in this world? Jiang Chen looked at Master Jigon and asked in a low voice. Master Jigon smiled and answered. Buddha transcends all beings and becomes one with them. The Buddha is right in front of us and in our hearts. Master Jigon's words confused everyone, but Jiang Chen felt that Jigon seemed to be hiding something. He was not willing to say much about Buddha. Master Jigon is extremely powerful. Our strength is far inferior to yours. How can we help you? Asked Lan Luo. Amitabha, that's not it. This time, the Divine Emperor realm experts don't stand a chance at all. Everything is under the Divine Emperor realm. To say this, we have to start from the moment the phantom of the Great Lane Temple appeared. The Great Lane Temple should have been destroyed a long time ago. However, a ray of light appeared on the remains of the Great Lane Temple like a mirage. Divine Emperor experts couldn't enter it at all. Only those below the Divine Emperor realm could enter the boundless Buddhist land of the Great Lane Temple. I once tried to enter, but in the end, I still failed. Master Jigon shook his head and sighed. In other words, the Great Lane Temple has reappeared in the West Pole Divine region. Xianyuan Yuma asked in shock. The Great Lane Temple had been destroyed in the ancient war billions of years ago. Now that it had reappeared, even though it was in ruins, the Buddhists were still yearning for it. The Great Lane Temple has the occasional morning bell and evening drum, as well as the occasional Buddhist radiance. All of this is because of the rumored reincarnated living Buddha who stepped inside, causing the entire West Pole divine region to descend into chaos. Now, the reincarnated living Buddha is in the illusion of the Great Lane Temple. Although it's an illusion, it's real, because it's no different from the real Great Lane Temple. When the reincarnated living Buddha was in the Great Lane Temple, Divine Emperor experts couldn't enter the Great Lane Temple at all. Half-step Divine Emperors are the best candidates. In the Great Lane Temple, the reincarnated living Buddha has killed many people. Therefore, in the eyes of the All-Life Temple and the other temples, this so-called reincarnated living Buddha is probably just a cover. He's more like the reincarnated living Buddha. The entire West Pole divine region has lost countless people. They were all killed by the reincarnated living Buddha. We have no choice but to seek help from the 4 major clans. We hope that everyone can help restore true peace to the land of the West Pole divine region. Master Jigon paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, we won't slack off. The All-Life Temple will send out 3 half-step Divine Emperors to fight against the legendary reincarnated living Buddha with everyone. This is a small token from this old monk. Please don't take it to heart. Please accept it. Master Jigon waved his hand, and a dozen green seed-like objects appeared in everyone's hands. This is a Bodhi seed. Chapter 3141. It's really the Bodhi seed. Do Tian Huang and the others were extremely surprised as well. They did not expect Master Jigon to be so generous. However, they knew that entering the illusion of the Great Lane Temple this time was likely to put their lives on the line. No one knew what the outcome would be. Most importantly, they came to the All-Life Temple with their own thoughts. If they could really obtain the treasure, they might not necessarily hand it all over to the All-Life Temple. These are not the real Bodhi seeds, but the small Bodhi seeds, which are the Bodhi seeds shed from the great Bodhi seed. They are commonly known as the small Bodhi seed. The small Bodhi seed contains unparalleled divine origin energy and can stabilize one's mind. It is definitely comparable to an ordinary divine great elixir. As for the real Bodhi seed, if any genius can find the God-suppressing monument for the all-life temple, this old monk will definitely offer 3 real great Bodhi seeds. Master Jigon's words shocked everyone. The great Bodhi seed, as the name suggested, was countless times more powerful than the small Bodhi seed. Rumor has it that the great Bodhi seed has the same effect as a divine great elixir. Back in ancient times, even emperor realm experts coveted it. Do Bai's heart skipped a beat. He coveted the great Bodhi seed as well. It was very difficult for them to obtain the God-suppressing monument. Even if they obtained it, they might not be able to take it away. However, obtaining the great Bodhi seed would definitely be a very tempting thing. Moreover, there were 3 great Bodhi seeds. It was hard for anyone to avoid this temptation. In layman's terms, even if they obtained the God-suppressing monument and brought it back to their clans under the watchful eyes of the all-life temple, they might not be able to obtain more than 3 Bodhi seeds as a reward. After all, even their clans might not be able to obtain the large Bodhi seed. Every one of them was a person who had lived for millions of years. Even the rising young talents of the younger generation had countless experiences. Everyone knew that this kind of transaction was definitely worth it. It had to be said that the little Bodhi seed that Grandmaster Jie Qian had given them as a reward was already very generous. It was comparable to an ordinary divine grade pill, and not just anyone had the chance to obtain one. Even Jiang Chen got one. Of course, in the eyes of Lan Zi and Lan Ningjie, Jiang Chen didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If he didn't follow the shepherd tribe here, how could he have obtained the little Bodhi seed? This guy is really shameless. Even he has one. Lan Zi said with a cold smile, looking down on Jiang Chen. Although she did not know what kind of relationship he had with goddess Luo, to her, Jiang Chen was just a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He was just overestimating himself. He's just lucky. Who asked our Lan Luo to be so kind? Lan Ningjie said and rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen. The current Jiang Chen was a huge burden to them. I believe everyone knows that the battle this time is extraordinary. We only have one goal, which is to capture the reincarnated living Buddha. We don't even mind killing him to benefit the people of the West Pole Divine region. Many experts have died in the hands of the reincarnated living Buddha. The reincarnated Demon King is undoubtedly the reincarnated living Buddha. However, not everyone is qualified to enter the Great Layin Temple's dreamland. You must at least reach the late hierarch realm before you can enter the dreamland. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the pressure. Grandmaster Jie Qian said in a low voice. Did you hear that, friend? I'm afraid a middle hierarch realm expert won't be able to withstand the pressure. Lan Ningjie said in a strange tone. Lan Zi also chimed in from the side. Obviously, the two of them were doing this for Jiang Chen to see. I'm afraid some people don't even have the qualifications to enter the illusion of the Great Layin Temple. How lamentable, how laughable. If you don't want to die so quickly, perhaps staying here is your best choice. The great masters of the All-Life Temple will definitely protect you. Do Bai sneered. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Jiang Chen was only suitable to stay in the ivory tower and be protected. With his weak strength, it was impossible for him to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. You guys can go. I can go too. Jiang Chen said faintly. He looked calm and did not bother to argue with them. Big brother. Can you really? After all, a late hierarch realm expert can enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's dreamland. Those who are too strong can't enter and those who are too weak can't enter either. Goddess Luo looked at Jiang Chen and said worriedly. Unlike the others, she was really worried about Jiang Chen instead of mocking him. There's no place in this world that I, Jiang Chen, can't go. Jiang Chen stood proudly. However, his disheveled and unkempt appearance made others laugh. Especially Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi, they hated Jiang Chen's guts for trying to fish in troubled waters. Jie Qian smiled without saying anything. He shook his head and looked at everyone. There's no need to argue. There's a bridge of life in the all-life temple. As long as you can cross the bridge of life, you'll have the strength to enter the great lightning tune temple's dreamland. However, if you can't cross the bridge of life, you'll be repelled by the power of the bridge of life. That's the standard to determine the strength of our all-life temple's younger generation. Today, we'll use it to determine your strength and whether you're qualified to enter the great lightning tune temple's dreamland. Of course, if you're strong but you can't cross the bridge of life, it means that you can't withstand any hardship and pressure. You're not qualified to enter the great lightning tune temple's dreamland. Furthermore, this is for your own good. Otherwise, before you can even deal with the reincarnated demon king after entering the Tempest Temple, you might have already been crushed by the immense pressure of the environment. There's no way you can walk out alive. Jie Qian took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Many of them even looked at Jiang Chen. Only late hierarch realm experts were qualified to cross the bridge of life. Jiang Chen would definitely become a joke among them. There were 17 people from the 4 great clans. Jiang Chen was the only mid-hierarch realm expert. The rest of them were either late hierarch realm experts, peak hierarch realm experts, or half-step divine emperor experts. Everyone, please follow me. Martial Law took the lead and walked at the very front. The rest of the group followed closely behind him. No one wanted to fall behind. In Martial Law's words, if one couldn't cross the bridge of life, then there was no need to enter the great lightning tune temple's dreamland. That would only be courting death. The rainbow turned into a shadow and crossed over 1,000 meters of the mountain. The bridge of time was forged with the will of all living beings. Chapter 3142. I'll go first. Do Bai walked onto the bridge of life, followed by Do Tianhuang and the other 2 experts of the Battle God clan. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the 4 of them crossing the bridge so easily. After all, strength was the only way to protect one's life. Seems like this bridge of life is just a so-so. Lan Ningjie said arrogantly. But some people might not be able to cross it. For safety's sake, I advise you to stay here. Lan Zi's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Goddess Luo, King Luo, and the others also stepped onto the bridge of life. All of them passed without exception. Xianyuan Yuma and the others also reached the other end of the bridge of life. It was undeniable that the bridge of life exerted a slight pressure on everyone. Even though Goddess Luo, Xianyuan Yumo and the others had successfully crossed the bridge of life, everyone knew how difficult it was to cross the bridge of life. It wasn't easy for them to cross the bridge of life. In the end, only the people of the Mu clan were left. Lan Mao was the first to cross the bridge of life, followed by Lan Luo, then Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi. Brother Ningjie, let's go together. Lan Zi smiled and followed Lan Ningjie. The moment the 2 of them stepped onto the bridge of life, they started to tremble violently. Their expressions changed drastically. How could this be? Lan Ningjie sucked in a breath of cold air. The might of the bridge of life continuously corroded the depths of his heart. Lan Zi was also incomparably terrified. The immense pressure made her tremble all over. It was even more difficult for her than for Lan Ningjie. With every step the 2 of them took, the bridge of life seemed to tremble and sway, as if it would fall at any moment. If you can't make it, just relax your body and mind. It's not shameful to fall. But it's not worth it if you lose your life. Marshal Yen spoke in a heavy voice. Lan Ningjie gritted his teeth. However, his strength was still a level lower than Marshal Yan's. There was no need to mention anything else. The two of them struggled to walk on the bridge of life. But in less than 10 breaths of time, both of them landed on the ground. Arg, arg, 2 miserable shrieks reverberated above the mountain stream, causing the mountain peaks to rise. The sound shook 1,000 miles, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not long after, the two of them came back dejectedly. Lan Ningjie's face was filled with unwillingness, while Lan Zi's face was filled with grievance. The fear that came after being oppressed was indescribable. I don't want to go there anymore. Lan Zi curled her lips and said in a wrong tone. Lan Mao furrowed his brows slightly. These two useless things. Normally, they would chatter endlessly. But now, they had become 2 pieces of trash. Bringing them out had really brought shame to the shepherd tribe. The geniuses of the shepherd tribe are truly capable. Since you can't cross the bridge of life, you should just stay here and wait for our triumphant return. Doubai laughed. His tone of ridicule caused Lan Ningjie to be unable to restrain his anger. However, Doubai's words were all true, and he had no way to refute them. What, even you want to give it a try? Doubai looked at Jiang Qin with interest. If you can pass, why can't I? Even if you die, I won't die. Jiang Qin took a step forward. Everyone's eyes were on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin walked leisurely and calmly across the bridge of life. At that moment, even martial law squinted his eyes and started to pay attention to Jiang Qin. This guy stood there as if he was walking on flat ground. Even those half-step divine emperors felt pressured by him. Jiang Qin successfully crossed the bridge of life under everyone's gaze. At that moment, they could not believe their own eyes. Even late hierarch Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi failed to cross the bridge of life. How could they not be shocked by how easy it was for Jiang Qin? In fact, Lan Luo did not doubt it from the beginning. Back then, he was stronger than Jiang Qin, but what happened in the end? In the end, he was still suppressed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's strength cannot be measured by an ordinary person. Lan Luo knew that Jiang Qin's strength must be stronger than him. However, it would not be easy for Jiang Qin to defeat a half-step divine emperor. Now, what else do you have to say? Jiang Qin looked at Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi. Both of their faces were extremely pale. This was a slap to their faces. They thought that the bridge of life would be able to stop Jiang Qin. However, they didn't expect that the bridge of life would pull them down instead. It was a miserable ending for them. Trash would always be trash. Jiang Qin did not say anything. It didn't mean that he didn't hate them or was afraid of them. It was just that he didn't want to argue with them. No one understood that Jiang Qin looked at Lan Ningjie and Lan Zi as if they were ants. They were just clowns. Why did he have to make trouble for himself? At this moment, the veins on Lan Ningjie's face were bulging. Everyone had passed except for him. His dignity had been greatly humiliated. As for Lan Zi, if he were to stoop to the level of a woman, what future did he have? His initial disdain towards Jiang Qin was exchanged for today's humiliation. He saw a trace of disdain in Jiang Qin's eyes. Indeed, disdain. It was the kind of arrogance that disdained them. How could this guy make such a comeback? Shouldn't the one who fell from the bridge of life be Jiang Qin? But now, that person had become him, Lan Zi, a pair of bitter lovebirds. Tears could be seen in Lan Zi's eyes. All the ridicule she had given Jiang Qin was like a sharp knife that pierced into her chest. The coldness and disdain of the surrounding people had greatly hurt her self-esteem. However, all of this was their own fault. They had ridiculed Jiang Qin, but what they got in return was an unbearable gap between them. Ridiculing people, saying that they were inferior to others, this was probably what they meant by that. They really have only themselves to blame. Humph. But in the end, I didn't expect this Jiang Qin to be stronger than those two men from the shepherd tribe. Not simple at all. Isn't he just a mid-hierarch realm guy? No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Pfft, those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. This is karma. Many people looked at Lan Jie and Lan Zi. Even under martial law, they were still indifferent. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. That was the law of survival. The two of you, stay in the temple of life and wait for their triumphant return. Martial law's words had thrown Lan Jie and Lan Zi into a bottomless abyss. Lan Jie stared blankly in front of him, his heart filled with unwillingness. However, as Master Jigan had said, those who were not strong enough would be courting death if they entered the temple by mistake. Brother Ingjie, we're so embarrassing. Lan Zi gritted her teeth and said with tears in her eyes. You still know how to be embarrassed. Get lost. Chapter 31-43. In the end, Lan Jie and Lan Zi could only resign themselves to fate and follow the arrangements of the All-Life Temple. However, what was the point of them coming all the way here? Wasn't it to fight, to train, to enter the illusion of the great Lei monastery and compete with the other heroes? Lan Jie clenched his fists tightly. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. As a genius disciple of the shepherd tribe, this was even more painful than death. Wouldn't it be a pity to let a brave warrior guard the granary? Lan Jie was exactly like that. Unfortunately, the truth spoke louder than words. He had indeed failed to cross the all-life bridge. This was already enough to make him suffer a crushing defeat in front of Jiang Qin. Lan Jie sighed. If he hadn't gone against Jiang Qin, if Jiang Qin hadn't crossed the all-life bridge, while they were stuck here, perhaps Lan Jie and Lan Zi wouldn't be so pitiful. However, this was fate, and it could also be said that they reaped what they sow. One could escape a natural disaster, but one's own sins were the hardest to escape. They had been forced into this desperate situation by themselves, so who could they blame? On the contrary, Jiang Qin was calmer than anyone else, because Jiang Qin's emergence was the greatest insult to Lan Jie and Lan Zi. It was like a ruthless slap to their faces, catching Lan Jie off guard. Today, junior brother Jigan will lead everyone to the ruins of the great Lei monastery. Our 6 great monasteries have agreed to gather at the foot of Swallow Spirit Mountain in half a year's time and head to the great Lei monastery. At that time, many experts will appear, and none of the other 6 great monasteries are to be trifled with. You must be careful along the way. This old monk will await your triumphant return. Amitabha. Master Jigan placed his palms together as a faint smile appeared on his benevolent face. Yuan Qing, Yuan De, Yuan Bao, follow your martial uncle Jia Yan. Before Grand Master Jigan's voice faded, 3 young men in monk robes stepped out from behind him. Their strength was so strong that it left everyone speechless. All 3 of them had reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. In this battle, the All-Life Temple had brought out all of their trump cards. 3 half-step Divine Emperor realm genius disciples had become their mainstay. The might of the All-Life Temple gave the people from the 4 great clans a whole new understanding of them. After all, it was not too surprising for the All-Life Temple to display this level of strength as the main force in this expedition. On the contrary, if their strength was too low, it would make the 4 great clans feel that the All-Life Temple had no one they could use. On the side of the 4 great families, there were only 4 half-step Divine Emperors, King Luo Bin, Xianyuan Umo, Dou Bai, and Lan Mao. Even Goddess Luo had yet to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. However, it was still unknown who would win if they were to fight against each other. Monk, wait for me. If anyone dares to touch a single hair of yours, Jiang Qin will crush his bones and scatter his ashes so that he will never be able to reincarnate. Jiang Qin swore in his heart. He knew that it was fortunate that he had joined the expedition team of the All-Life Temple. Otherwise, if Tyrant had to face so many experts alone, it would certainly be a life-and-death battle, and the ending would be very miserable. Jiang Qin swore in his heart. Jiang Qin was very confident that the person in the Great Laying Temple's illusion was most likely Monk. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If it wasn't Monk, Jiang Qin would be relieved. If it was Monk, he would definitely become everyone's enemy. However, what's the harm in doing so for the sake of his brother? Everything was ready and they were about to depart. Lan Ningjie's face was filled with sadness and despair. After this battle, he might not be able to recover because he was the weakest one among the 4 great families, even weaker than the weakest Jiang Qin. The 6 great monasteries gathered and everyone was ready for battle. The All-Life Temple alone had 7 half-step divine emperors. The other 5 great monasteries were not inferior to them either. This plan to eliminate the reincarnated living Buddha and seize the God-suppressing monument must have been planned for a long time. It seemed like Monk's life was much harder than mine. It was not easy for him to reach where he was today. Most importantly, he was forced into the Great Laying Temple's illusion, which was equivalent to being forced into a life-and-death situation. Yanling Mountain was once the glorious ruins of the Great Laying Temple. The entire 300,000 li radius around Yanling Mountain was empty. The mountain peaks had collapsed, ancient trees and withered vines were everywhere, birds and beasts were scattered, sand and stones were flying everywhere. It could be said to be desolate and sorrowful. The cries of crows could be heard coming from somewhere. It was extremely sorrowful, as if countless people who were buried in this boundless Buddhist land were mourning silently. Once upon a time, this place was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire divine world. The Gautama Buddha used his supreme power to reform the spiritual veins of the giant dragon, making Yanling Mountain the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire world. This was the absolute foundation for the unification of Buddhism in the divine world. In the past, above the West Pole divine land, the Buddha world unified the entire world. Even the central region divine land was unrivaled. Billions of years ago, Yanling Mountain and the Great Laying Temple were the grandest, most imposing and most desired place of pilgrimage in the divine world. Many experts came because of its fame. Many forces submitted to it. The Gautama Buddha was peerless, the number one in the divine world. No one could rival him. The Gautama Buddha had no desires. He was quiet and did nothing. However, in this world, there would always be people who wanted to fight for him. There would always be people who wanted to replace him as the supreme ruler, forever remaining in the river of time. This was history, and it was a time that made people excited. Countless people yearned and worshipped him. The might of the Gautama Buddha was boundless, spreading across the divine land. The sounds of Sanskrit reverberated, reforming countless birds and beasts, ferocious beasts, causing the divine world to be at peace. However, when things reached an extreme, they would always move in the opposite direction. After millions and millions of years, Swallow Spirit Mountain was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Countless experts fought here. The Buddha ancestor fell, the Buddha realm was torn apart, the paragons retreated without a trace, countless arhats died, and the Buddhas were destroyed. No one was spared from this disaster. The Buddhist Tao collapsed, the world was in chaos. The 9 provinces and 18 counties once again fell into a situation where everyone ruled their own affairs. The central region divine land still stood strong, but the West Pole divine land was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. The current Buddha world, the current Yanling Mountain, was already a place where few people visited. No one remembered that this place was once the most glorious place in the entire divine world. There was once a god emperor that discussed the Tao here, shocking everyone. There was once a battle between heavenly kings that shocked the world. The passage of history was without a trace. After billions of years, the only thing that didn't change was the blue sky above their heads. The change in the Buddha world had also become the greatest tragedy of the West Pole divine land. Thousands of miles, the walls of the palaces had collapsed, the buildings were empty, the pagodas were no longer there, and the statues of gods had collapsed. The Buddha world no longer had a trace of its past appearance. It was hard to imagine how glorious the past was. Jiang Qin also sighed in his heart. Why wasn't he born in that era where the wind and clouds gathered? The time he entered the divine world was far too late. He missed the ancient war, missed the chaos of the divine world, missed the collapse of the Buddhist Tao, missed the era where all experts were remembered. Jiang Qin stroked the sand beneath his feet. A broken Buddhist lamp turned into ashes with a light touch, dissipating between heaven and earth. Chapter 3144. Look, there seems to be the tallest building over there. It's flickering. It should be the Great Lane Temple. That's right. We should have entered the old site of the Great Lane Temple. Now, as long as we find the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple, we can enter it. Yes, the old site of the Great Lane Temple is right under our feet. Once the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple appears, we might be devoured if we enter it. We must be careful. Looks like the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple is destined to be an intense battle. The 6 great temples will enter at the same time. Ha ha ha. It's exciting just thinking about it. Everyone was excited. After all, the dreamland of the Great Lane Temple that they wanted to enter was quite terrifying. There were so many experts. Although they might not kill each other, they might not be able to keep calm when it comes to fighting for the God-suppressing monument. Even the monks might not be able to keep their hearts. After all, everyone knew what they were thinking. Who didn't want the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument? However, they were being polite now. Once they entered the Great Lane Temple, it would be the survival of the strong. Whoever could survive till the end would obtain the God-suppressing monument. That would be the most useful. Jiang Qin looked at this scene silently. Everyone was full of confidence. He had no idea who would be the one laughing at the end. This was only the strength of the All Lives Temple. How could the other 5 temples be ordinary? Now, Jiang Qin only hoped that the others would not meet the reincarnated living Buddha so early. Otherwise, they would be in a very difficult situation. Although he was not sure if that person was the monk, Jiang Qin was determined to get the God-suppressing monument even if he was not. Even if that person was not the monk, that person must be closely related to the monk. He would never give the God-suppressing monument to anyone else. Therefore, finding the God-suppressing monument was equivalent to finding the monk. Not far ahead is the place where the storms of the Great Lane Temple gather. Only those below the Divine Emperor realm can enter that place. Those below the Hierarch realm will be instantly crushed to death. Even a Hierarch realm expert would not be able to hold on for too long. The Tempest Temple has a total of 3 places where storms gather. Other than us, the people from the Tianluo Temple are also here. Martial Law said in a deep voice. As the envoy of the Great Lane Temple, he might not be able to enter, but he would definitely remind them that this wasn't a game, but a life and death battle. Yes, martial uncle martial discipline. Amitabha. Yuan De, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao said with serious expressions on their faces as they placed their palms together. Jiang Qin and the others, on the other hand, looked at the scenery around them as they passed by. Every place they passed by showed the absolute glory and status of the Great Lane Temple. Look, Are those people from Tianluo Temple? Do Tianhuang looked ahead, attracting everyone's attention. The group of more than 10 people in front also attracted everyone's attention. Marshal Yan had a solemn expression on his face as he clasped his palms together, chanting Amitabha. The rest of them continued forward, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. From afar, more than 10 people arrived by stepping on the air and met up with them. At first glance, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. The one leading them was also a divine emperor realm expert. His aura was overwhelming and his strength was shocking. Amitabha, Sage Yunlan, how have you been? We haven't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Sage Yunlan is still as elegant as ever. Martial Law said with a faint smile. This was the first time Jiang Qin saw Martial Law revealing a faint smile. At this moment, Sage Yunlan, who was leading the group, also nodded silently and said with a smile. Amitabha, indeed. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of thousands of years. It's good to see old friends again. Ha! Sage Yunlan and Martial Law looked at each other and smiled. They didn't expect a monk to be so courteous. At this moment, the people behind Sage Yunlan and Martial Law looked at each other. Everyone was secretly competing with each other because they knew that once they entered the Great Lane Temple, they would quickly become enemies. Once they found the traces of the reincarnated living Buddha, a great battle would probably break out. Sage Yunlan and Martial Law exchanged a few words and both of them stopped reminiscing. Martial Law went straight to the point. Looks like senior brother Yunlan has brought a lot of experts with him this time. Hee hee. I wonder if you guys know where the reincarnated living Buddha of the Great Lane Temple is. Sage Yunlan shook his head and sighed, saying, sigh. Who knows? You guys know how big the Great Lane Temple is. However, we don't know where the reincarnated living Buddha is. We can only hope that after they enter the temple, they will work together to find the reincarnated living Buddha. What reincarnated living Buddha? He's just a devil. How many people of our West Pole divine land has he killed? Can such a person be called the reincarnated living Buddha? The sin of killing is not worthy to be called Buddha. Martial Law's expression became solemn. He hated this reincarnated living Buddha to the bone. It's still too early to make a conclusion. However, in everyone's mind, this reincarnated living Buddha has become a devil. Even if we catch him, we should kill him as soon as possible to resolve the grudges of the world. Sage Yunlan nodded. Now, we can only leave it to fate. If we can enter it, perhaps the situation will be different. Martial Law said with pity. We're too strong. Entering the Great Lane Temple's illusion will cause the entire illusion to collapse. It's impossible to find the reincarnated living Buddha. Moreover, a divine emperor realm expert is too strong. The illusion of the Great Lane Temple won't last for long. We can only rely on our juniors to go in and search for him. To them, it's also a great experience. Martial Law agreed with Sage Yunlan's words. Then let them enter it quickly. The sooner we find the reincarnated living Buddha, the sooner we can be at ease. Once the West Pole divine land is eliminated, our pure land will regain its peace. Martial Law said. Both of them nodded. The group of more than 20 people were all prepared. Are you guys ready? You're going to enter the illusion of the Great Lane Temple. It's the same as the Great Lane Temple in the past. So, don't be surprised if you see anything because it's just a projection of the Great Lane Temple. You just need to remember it. Get ready to go. You only have 10 years. After 10 years, the illusion of the Great Lane Temple will disappear. If you guys don't come out in time, you might be sent to another place. It's hard to tell whether you're dead or alive. So, you guys must come back within 10 years. No matter if you're dead or alive, no matter if you win or lose. Every single word of Marshal Yen was like a gem, he said in a deep voice. Chapter 31:45. Dear friends of the Skirich Divine Palace, please remember this in your hearts. This time, we must not fall behind. Perfected Master Yunlan said in a low voice. Although it was not as inspiring as martial law, they had already remembered it. The dreamland of the Great Layin Temple was a huge world. Once this world collapsed, no one would be able to come out alive. Therefore, they must find the reincarnated living Buddha before the dreamland of the Great Layin Temple was destroyed. Of course, the most important thing was the God-suppressing monument. They must not show any mercy even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. 10 miles in front of them, a terrifying whirlwind swept up. The scene in front of them was like a mirage, constantly changing. However, no one knew what kind of world was behind this whirlwind. After this, we'll be in the territory of the Great Layin Temple. Hurry up and go in. 10 years, you must come back no matter what. Martial law and perfected Master Yunlan exhorted solemnly. Jiang Chen and the others held their breaths and quickly passed through the astral wind. The whirlwind swept across 100 zhang above the void with terrifying wind blades. Those below the hierarch realm would be instantly torn into pieces if they were to be swept by the wind blades. They were also struggling to resist the wind blades. As long as they passed through the whirlwind, they would be able to enter the dreamland of the Great Layin Temple. It's him. He's here too. Enlightened Master Tianyin squinted his eyes and saw that Jiang Qin was also in the all-life temple. His heart skipped a beat and his expression became solemn. Enlightened Master Tianyin's cultivation realm was at the mid-hierarch realm, but he was still not strong enough to enter the Great Layin Temple's illusory realm. However, his elder brother, Enlightened Master Wu Yin, was very strong. He brought him into the illusory realm so that he could train and cultivate better. This was a rare opportunity. That's why Enlightened Master Wu Yin had fought for a long time for him to get the quota. Why is he here? Although his strength is not bad, he shouldn't be at the peak late hierarch realm yet. It seems like there's something fishy going on here. However, no matter how strong he was, the people here were all peak late hierarch realm and half-step divine emperor realm experts. Even if he killed the Tianlai realm lord, he would not be able to fight against the people here. It's better to be careful when I meet him. However, he was able to escape the calamity on the Penglai Immortal Island. He's very lucky. Perfected Master Tianyin thought. At this moment, he did not know that Jiang Qin had wiped out the entire camp of experts in the Penglai Immortal Island. Tough Mouth, Daku, and even Jin Yi were all killed by Jiang Qin. Such strength was enough to shock everyone. Unfortunately, he only knew that Jiang Qin had gone to the Penglai Immortal Island, but he did not know the reason behind it. To him, the Tianlai Immortal Island would fall, but the Penglai Immortal Island would not fall. After all, he knew how terrifying the Penglai Immortal Island was. Although it could not be compared to the Tian Luo Temple, it was not an ordinary sect. Especially the Heavenly Mouth clan, which had dominated the Penglai Immortal Island for countless years. Hence, perfected Master Tianyin was very confident about the Penglai Immortal Island. The Tian Luo Temple did not find too many people. A group of 10 people. Other than him, the rest were all half-step Divine Emperor experts. The other 6 were experts from the Tongtian Divine Palace. 2 half-step Divine Emperors and 4 late Hierarch Realm experts. Their strength was not to be underestimated. What a beautiful Great Thunderclap Monastery. Gold and jade in glorious splendor, exuberant with life and boundless Buddhist teachings. It was truly the #1 monastery in the divine world in the past. This land of treasures, this realm of spirits, it makes one feel relaxed and carefree. Even though this isn't the real Great Thunderclap Monastery, it still makes one feel extremely comfortable. Lon Luo said faintly. The great Lain temple was filled with golden light and colorful lights. Looking at it now, it should be the most beautiful place. After all, such a strange scene could no longer be seen in the West Pole divine land. Moreover, 10 years later, the entire illusory realm of the great Lain temple would completely collapse. By then, the illusory realm of the great Lain temple would no longer exist. Arhat Palace. Everyone saw this scene. What came into their sight was an Arhat Palace. The Arhat Palace was 1,000 zhang in size. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the Arhat Palace, there were wisps of auspicious clouds and mist that spread out and filled the sky. Let's go in and have a look first. Do Bai's expression was cold and stern. He took the lead and rushed toward the Arhat Palace. Everyone was unwilling to be outdone. Not only the people from the All-Life Temple, but even the people from the Heaven Luo Temple also rushed toward the Arhat Palace. They were afraid that the All-Life Temple's people would snatch away the good stuff. Namo Amitba. A huge Sanskrit sound of a divine bell reverberated in the void. Everyone was shocked by this huge Sanskrit sound. The door of the Arhat Palace slowly opened and moved without any wind. Everyone was shocked. Could the Arhat Palace still have the Arhat who passed away in meditation? Everyone looked at each other. No one wanted to be the first to rush in. However, everyone was afraid that someone else would beat them to it and snatch away the treasures. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he silently looked at the 1,000 zhang tall Arhat Palace. His mind was racing. He could feel a real auspicious aura. There seemed to be something inside the Arhat Palace that was guiding them step by step. Jiang Chen was no exception. At this moment, they were being pulled by the attractive force of the Sanskrit sound towards the Arhat Palace. Around the Arhat Palace, white cranes spread their wings, celestial birds soared, lotus flowers bloomed, luck flourished, and Buddha's aura shrouded the place. This Arhat Palace, why does it look a little strange? Jiang Chen thought. He had a question that he could not figure out. The great Lain temple had been destroyed for hundreds of millions of years. Why would it suddenly appear here? This was the first question. The second question was that the Arhat Palace was shrouded in Buddha's aura. True Qi seemed to be lingering around, but where did the rippling Buddha's aura come from? This was indeed thought-provoking. At this moment, Taoist Master Wu Yin, Taoist Master Yu Yin, Taoist Master Shen Yin, and Taoist Master Tian Yin of Tian Luo Temple slowly knelt down and bowed towards the Arhat Palace. The All-Life Temples Yuande, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao were no exception. A group of 7 people knelt in front of the Arhat Palace and bowed solemnly. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew in the courtyard of the Arhat Palace. Gusts of chilly wind blew out from the door of the Arhat Palace like extremely powerful wind blades. If a hierarch realm expert was not careful, they would be torn to death. Yuan Qing, Yuan De, and Yuan Bao were the first to bear the brunt of the chilly wind. The 4 spiritual masters of Tian Luo Temple were all forced back by the chilly wind. Chapter 3146. The Great Lain Temple was built with the Buddha's aura. Everywhere under the heavens was the land of Buddha. Below the Great Lain Temple, thousands of miles away, gods and Buddhas gathered, kings and ministers were everywhere. There were 8,000 Buddhist temples, 500 arhats, and countless Buddhist temples. At the foot of Swallow Spirit Mountain, 500 arhats were all great emperors. No one dared to go against them. However, that was the glory of the Buddha world in the past. Now, it no longer existed. Everyone in front of the Arhat Palace wore a solemn expression. The chilly wind seemed to have a restraining force as it swept them up and around the Arhat Palace. The magnificent Arhat Palace was majestic and the Buddha's aura was rippling. The entire sky was filled with endless Sanskrit chants. The surrounding void was filled with fog and the wind and clouds were surging. This is the West Pole Divine Region, the land of Buddha. I don't believe that there's anyone who dares to run amok here. Let's go and have a look. A late hierarch realm expert from the Battle God clan volunteered and took the lead to enter the Arhat Palace where chilly wind was blowing. You guys go and have a look too. Xianyuan Yuma squinted his eyes and said to the people around him. He was afraid that the Battle God clan would take the good stuff in the Arhat Palace. The sky-piercing divine abode also quickly sent 2 experts to enter the cave. Although the chilly wind was terrifying, a late hierarch realm expert could still withstand it. A total of 6 people entered the palace. Lon Luo glanced at Lon Mao. The latter slightly shook his head and said in a low voice, "No matter what good stuff there is, there will definitely be danger. I can't let you take the risk." Lon Mao's words shocked Jiang Qin. He did not expect Lon Mao to be such a cunning person. Of course, he could not let Lon Luo take the risk. Otherwise, they might not be able to withstand any danger. The magnificent Arhat Palace was indeed tempting. However, the chilly wind was blowing in the Arhat Palace. They knew that it was not just a simple Arhat Palace. This Yin wind is indeed a little strange. Jiang Qin frowned. But at this moment, the entire Arhat hall began to collapse layer by layer. The surrounding tiles, roof ridges, beams, and doors all gradually fell down and eventually turned into flying ashes, becoming a cloud of yellow sand. As for the 6 people who had just entered, there was no trace of them at all. Everyone knew that they should have disappeared in the dust along with the Arhat hole. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that the Arhat hall would gradually turn into ashes in just a moment? Those hierarch realm experts who entered the hall did not even gain anything and became history. Their deaths were like pebbles thrown into the sea. There was no ripple at all as they silently became cannon fodder. He's the devil. How is this Yama Palace? It's a living hell on earth. Someone's eyes were filled with shock. His facial expression changed drastically as he retreated step by step. The Yin wind turned into a tornado and swept away, gradually disappearing in the sky. Such a huge and magnificent Arhat hall disappeared just like that. This is too terrifying. Yeah, where did they go? Did they turn into flying ashes and get buried in the Arhat hole? The disappearance of the Arhat hole seemed like a normal thing, but it caused the death of so many hierarch realm experts. Is this great Layin Temple's dreamland really the Buddhist land? Why do I feel that everything is so strange? Everyone became nervous. A late hierarch realm expert was killed in an instant. Especially Tianyin Enlightened Master, who was only a mid-hierarch realm expert. If it wasn't for his brother, he would not have the chance to enter this place. Now that he saw a late hierarch realm expert being killed so easily, he could not believe it at all. He also became nervous. No one wanted to die. With his strength, it was impossible for him to cause any big waves here. From the beginning, he entered with the intention of taking advantage of the situation. With the protection of his brother, Wuyin Enlightened Being, it should not be too dangerous. However, how could Tianyin Enlightened Being not be shocked when he saw a late hierarch realm expert die without a sound? At this moment, although he had his brother's protection, he could easily be crushed to death in the Great Layin Temple's dreamland if he did not have the ability to protect himself. To put it bluntly, this is a dreamland. The Arhat hall disappears in the dreamland. What's there to be surprised about? All of you are so full of yourselves. You can only blame yourselves for not knowing what's good for you if you're dead. You want to get the treasures, but you're afraid. What's the point of entering the Great Layin Temple's dreamland? Why don't you just hide at home and cultivate? Doubai said with a sneer. His eyes were filled with disdain. These people were too pretentious. From the moment they entered the temple, they were already prepared to die. Not every expert could have the last laugh. Although the Great Lane Temple was not a dangerous place, it did not seem like a good place either. Such a huge incident was within their expectations. However, it was still shocking. After all, 6 late hierarch realm experts were killed in just a blink of an eye. Even the half-step divine emperors were not spared from this. Although Do Bai's words were full of sarcasm, it was an indisputable fact. It's easy for you to say that. Who do you think you are? Do you still want to order everyone around? Divine Sound pointed at Do Bai and said in a deep voice. I don't have that ability, but at least I won't be stupid enough to rush in to look for treasures. At times like this, it's better to let those fools do it. He. Do Bai shrugged indifferently. 6 late hierarch realm experts had died. Everyone was feeling depressed. Do Bai's words made Divine Sound of Tianluo Temple speechless. What he said was indeed reasonable. This was all caused by their greed. If they were not greedy, they might not have died. However, the disappearance of the Arhat Hall had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Divine Sound of Tianluo Temple's Arhat Hall was a little depressed. Divine Sound's face turned gloomy. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Friends from the All-Life Temple, farewell. Let's go. Divine Sound said faintly. As the leader of the All-Life Temple, his words made Divine Sound snort coldly. They no longer wanted to be with this arrogant guy. After all, no one was worthy of an alliance. Chapter 3147. As for the search for the God-suppressing monument, the fewer people there were, the better it would be. With their current strength, even if they encountered the legendary reincarnated living Buddha, they were confident that they could defeat him. Why would they need more people to add to their troubles? Amitabha. Reverend Yuan Qing nodded his head and put his palms together. Everyone had their own ambitions. It was not that they would be able to gain anything by staying together. Since the people of Tianluo Temple wanted to leave, they could not stop them. After the Arhat Palace disappeared, the group of people lost the opportunity to work together. Everyone had their own way of doing things. No matter how many experts there were in a force like this, it was like a plate of loose sand. Tianluo Temple and All-Life Temple did not have the intention to work together at all. It was just that they were close to each other at the place where the storm gathered. It was impossible for them to work together. They only had one goal, the power of the God-suppressing monument. Needless to say, it was extremely significant to the entire Buddha world. Jiang Chen and the others continued to move forward. In the Great Lane Temple, there was a peaceful scene everywhere. However, there was not a single trace of vitality in the entire world. It could be said that the world was like a magnificent painting. Mountains, rivers, streams, grass, trees, everything was there, but there was not a single trace of vitality. On top of a tall mountain, there was a jade palace, a 1,000-shang waterfall and a rainbow across the sky. From afar, an indistinct palace emerged once again. The clouds and mist were pushed away, and the heavens and earth became bright and clear. A pitch-black palace appeared on the peak of the void. Everyone flew up into the sky and rushed towards the incomparably huge black palace. Above the sky, an unparalleled pressure descended from the sky. Jiang Chen felt that the entire world was pressing down on him. Everyone had the same feeling, the heavens and earth were collapsing, and all living things were being pressed down on him. The Black Palace gave off an extremely domineering feeling. It was not even like the Buddha Palace, which was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. However, everyone still endured the huge pressure and rushed towards the Black Palace, wanting to find out what was going on. Although the previous 6 people disappeared in the void, no one knew where the Arhat Palace went. It disappeared without a trace, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, taking away a few late hierarch realm experts. However, the Black Palace was like an invisible treasure, attracting everyone to explore it. The ancient Buddha world was an unsolved mystery to everyone, let alone the Great Lain Temple. The Great Lain Temple had disappeared for hundreds of millions of years. Jiang Qin was not the only one who was curious about the rise and fall of the Buddha world. Even the people of the All-Life Temple wanted to know what happened hundreds of millions of years ago that caused the entire Buddha world to be destroyed. It was an indescribable period of time and also an unsolved mystery of the Buddha world. Such a terrifying aura of death. Yeah, what kind of palace is this? These are the words on the ancient Buddhist scriptures. Eminent monks of All-Life Temple, what kind of palace is this? Everyone looked at Yuan Qing, Yuan De and Yuan Bao, the three eminent monks of the All-Life Temple with a solemn expression. Amitabha, this is Ksitigarbha Palace. Venerable Yuan Qing said with a solemn expression. Ksitigarbha Palace. Ksitigarbha Palace. This is a Bodhisattva's palace. There shouldn't be any powerful magical treasures in it, right? It's hard to say. Ksitigarbha Palace is said to be the Bodhisattva who controls the punishment in the underworld. He's one of the most powerful bodhisattvas in the Buddha world. Then, should we go in and have a look? Everyone was filled with fear and apprehension. Because the Arhat hall had quietly dissipated, they had developed a fear of the Buddhist hall. Moreover, this pitch-black hall was the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall. They were afraid that the terrifying aura of death would permeate their bodies and melt away their lifetime's cultivation. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. The palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was definitely unusual. Compared to the other palaces that were shining with golden light, it was extremely powerful and imposing. In short, the palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was like a divine palace that came from hell, making people stay away from it. Ksitigarbha Palace is one of the strongest bodhisattvas in the Buddha world. He wasn't any weaker than Avalokitesvara. Even the sovereign of the Buddha world was extremely respectful towards Ksitigarbha Palace. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. She had seen some legends about the Buddha world in the ancient books of the Luo god clan. Amitabha. What the lady said is true. Ksitigarbha Palace controls the underworld. Life and death are in his hands. It can be said that in the divine world countless years ago, the Buddha was the sovereign of humans, while Ksitigarbha Palace was the sovereign of souls. After death, all of them will become the ghosts of Ksitigarbha Palace. No matter if you're a deity from the 9 heavens or an unparalleled divine beast in the desolate land, you can't escape from Ksitigarbha Palace's eyes. Taoist Yuan De said with a pious expression. He was filled with respect for Ksitigarbha Palace. Do you guys think that the Ksitigarbha Palace will disappear? Do Tianhuang said nervously. The Arhat hall had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, no one dared to take the risk. They were standing in front of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's main hall. Everyone wanted to go in and check it out, but the result was unpredictable. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I must get to the bottom of this Ksitigarbha Palace. Dobai had a grave expression on his face. He had no scruples at all. At this moment, he actually wanted to go in and take a look. After all, the Arhat hall and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's shrine were completely different. Perhaps, there would be some unexpected gains in the Ksitigarbha Palace. Tianhuang, follow me. Dobai gave Tianhuang a glance. The three from the Battle God clan walked towards the Ksitigarbha Palace. On the door of the palace, there were 2 giant dark beasts carved. They looked as if they were looking at each other with bloodthirsty fangs. They were very lifelike and filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. Jiang Qin was also curious about the divine palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. His heart was filled with doubts. There seemed to be a trace of the dragon clan's chi. Jiang Qin did not know why, but he wanted to enter the palace to find out the truth. That kind of hope and expectation was quite strong. Moreover, this kind of feeling made Jiang Chen's body feel extremely painful. His face was a little pale. "Are you all right?" Lan Luo glanced at Jiang Chen. With his strength, it was extremely difficult for him to go against the Ksitigarbha palace. "I'm fine. I just feel a little pressured." Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "You're not strong enough, but you still want to hold on. One day, you will pay the price for your impulsiveness." Chapter 31-48. Lan Mao was already surprised that Jiang Chen did not tremble in fear after seeing so many late hierarch realm experts turn into cannon fodder. He was the weakest among them after all, and the other one was enlightened Master Tianyin. Jiang Chen did not care about Lan Mao as he only wanted to find the monk as soon as possible. Those people's life and death had nothing to do with him. However, if they threatened the monk, he would have to fight to his death. Amitabha, Ksitigarbha bless us. Yuan Qing, Yuan De and Yuan Bao looked solemn as they kneeled down and paid their respects to the Ksitigarbha. Ksitigarbha's divine palace is different from the past. "I hope there won't be any accidents," Xianyuan Yuma said with a solemn face. Goddess Luo and King Luo Bin looked at each other and nodded silently. They might regret it if they did not go in and have a look. Everyone was full of hope for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's shrine. This would be the most important shrine they had encountered since entering the Great Lane Temple's illusionary realm. If they did not explore it, they would not be satisfied. Yuan Qing, Yuan De, and Yuan Bao, the three eminent monks of the All-Life Temple, took the lead and stood at the very front. They stepped across the void and directly entered the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's shrine. As soon as they entered the dark divine palace, it was brightly lit with burning torches. In the divine palace, there were ferocious-looking arhats with wolf fangs in their hands standing on the left and right. However, the face of Ksitigarbha's statue could not be seen clearly at the center of the hall. What a terrifying mace! It's definitely at the primal origin treasure level. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the Ksitigarbha statue's hand. He could not see the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face clearly. There was a gigantic mace in its hand, shining with a black light. "I'll be taking this mace." The expert of the Battle God clan took a step forward and charged towards the mace. The two experts of the Xianyuan clan did not show any weakness and charged towards it. At this moment, the huge mace was struck down by the expert of the Battle God clan. However, the instant the mace fell, the three experts were smashed by the mace. At that moment, the three of them died in an instant. The mace fell and smashed the three of them to death. Their deaths were extremely miserable. This scene was a ghastly sight to behold. They were drenched in blood. They didn't even have the chance to cry out. Isn't this too terrifying?" Someone said with a pale face. With the death of three people, their numbers were reduced once again. Dou Bai and Dou Tianhuang became serious. They no longer underestimated the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's sacred hall. Dou Bai's initial disdain was replaced with caution. Amitabha. Buddha atoned for his sins. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. How can they not anger the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva by coveting his belongings? Yuan Qing sighed. His face was extremely grim. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was one of the Bodhisattva they worshipped. It was already too late for him to stop the three experts. The mace that fell from the sky had become their divine weapon of death. This mace is probably not simple. Let me give it a try. Dou Bai took a step forward and reached for the mace. At that moment, he held the mace in his hand and the mace shrunk rapidly. However, the weight of the mace was too much for Dou Bai to handle. He couldn't even lift the mace with one hand. It's definitely a primal origin treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this powerful. Xianyuan Yuma had a cold look on his face. He also valued the mace. How can you keep such a good thing to yourself? Humph. Xianyuan Yuma stared at Do Bai and said, Benefactor Do, this mace belongs to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Please return it. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally taking back the divine weapon for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Perfected Yuanda and the other two glared at him. Those three have already been punished by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Must Benefactor Do take away the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's belongings? Perfected Yuan Bao frowned. They were already prepared. Do Bai's face was a little embarrassed. These three guys were so difficult to deal with. They should have just said it if they wanted the mace in his hand. They even said it was the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's will. Damn it. To put it bluntly, you just want the mace in my hand, right? Why do you have to make it sound so righteous? Do Bai sneered. Benefactor Do, we don't want the divine weapon in your hand. It belongs to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. We need to take it back to the All-Life Temple. There is also a temple for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in our temple. If the mace is destroyed here, it will be a great loss to the Buddhist sect. I hope Benefactor Do can help us. Perfected Yuan Qing said calmly. However, his tone was extremely firm. He had no intention of giving in. You talk so much, but isn't the result the same? We just want the mace. Do Bai's face turned gloomy. Benefactor Do, you've misunderstood. We just want to take it back to the All-Life Temple. Perfected Yuanda continued. Do Bai gritted his teeth. He wanted to fight, but he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the three of them with his current strength. Although Do Tianhuang had reached the late hierarch realm, he could not play a decisive role in a battle between half-step divine emperors. Do Bai had no confidence to fight against the three of them alone. All right. This mace belongs to the Buddhist sect. I will hand it over to the three perfected masters for safekeeping. I hope the three perfected masters will remember this. Do Bai was also sensible. He knew that it was a bad idea to completely fall out with the trio from the All-Life Temple. Although the mace was a good treasure, the price he would have to pay in order to obtain it might not be something he could bear. They had only just entered this place, so there might be even more important treasures waiting for them. Who knew? Do Bai threw the mace to Perfected Yuan Qing. Perfected Yuan Qing's hands sank and his face turned solemn. Ba. Thank you, Benefactor Do. Benefactor Do is wise. The All-Life Temple will forever be indebted to you. Perfected Yuanda expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Do Bai's face turned pale. Thank you, my ass. You three bald donkeys are just bullying others. If I'm strong enough, why would I be afraid of the three of you? If I were a divine emperor realm expert, you wouldn't dare to ask me for this mace even if you had 10 guts. However, the situation was worse than him. Hence, he had no choice. Xianyuan Yuma was also gritting his teeth. It was easy to snatch the mace from Do Bai. However, it wasn't easy for the Three-Life Temple to obtain it. God Luo clan and Shepherd clan did not join the fight. After all, their lives could be in danger at any time. Although the mace was a great treasure, it wasn't worth it if they were to fight. Their target was the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument. Chapter 31-49. Run. No one knew who shouted, but everyone's expression changed. The R had started to move, and the mud and glaze on their bodies started to fall off, falling onto the floor of the main hall. The sound was sonorous, and the broken pieces were scattered all over the place, as if it was smashing into everyone's heart. An eerie and terrifying aura spread out, like an evil dragon emerging from the sea, filled with an aura of death. How could this be? Are these all arhats from the Buddha realm? Is Ksitigarbha really angry? These arhats are really starting to move. Hurry up and put Ksitigarbha's things back. Everyone continued to retreat as they looked at the all-life temple's Yuan Qing trio. Yuan Qing's expression was cold as he calmly said, "This is the divine item of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is still alive, he will never attack us. He just doesn't like those who don't respect him." Taoist Yuan Qing's words infuriated everyone. This bastard was clearly not going to spit out what he had already eaten. He was acting all mysterious, but in reality, he was even more detestable than Do Bai and the others. Even in such a dangerous situation, he did not want to hand over the mace that he had just kept. Amitabha. Senior brother Yuan Qing is right. If it was the real Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he would definitely not attack us. However, if it was some other demon or monster, then that might not be the case. That's why we absolutely cannot lower our heads to them. We will protect Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's belongings with our lives. Taoist Master Yuanda said with a solemn expression. Although he spoke in such a dignified manner, it was all because he wanted to keep the mace for himself and did not want to take it out. How could they be willing to spit out such a fat piece of meat that was already in their hands? The greed of humans was displayed to the fullest. However, the people of the All-Life Temple seemed so crude and disdainful. On the surface, it seemed like they were protecting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's belongings, but in reality, it was to satisfy their own selfish desires. As a monk and a Buddhist, their true nature was exposed at this moment. In the Great Tempest Temple, they felt that everything should belong to them. These guys are the real bandits. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, his face was a little dignified. Right now, all of them were looking at the arhats who had quietly moved. If it wasn't for the crisis ahead, Jiang Chen believed that the four clans would have been completely furious at this time and wanted to find these guys to reason with. Jiang Chen, protect yourself. Lan Luo glanced at Jiang Chen and nodded heavily. She did not need to worry about him. However, she dared not let her guard down just in case. The 9 late Hierarch realm experts who died tragically were still a huge shock to her. However, the crisis was right in front of them. The so-called arhats had already jumped down from the stone steps. Some were holding huge umbrellas, some were holding black shields, and some were bearing their fangs. A terrible aura of death filled the entire Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall. Within a radius of 100 jong, nearly 30 arhats began to gradually surround them. That cold and gloomy aura permeated everyone's heart. Danger was imminent. The strength of these arhats are not weaker than me. Looks like this will be a great challenge. Do Tianhuang's face also became gloomy. The ferocious appearance of the arhat was accompanied by a roar of anger. Everyone's face turned cold. The arhat's attack had arrived in an instant. The steel knife and fork fell from the sky. A powerful arhat directly crushed down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm hit against the dark arhat's fist. No one gained the upper hand. Jiang Chen and the 6-armed arhat collided. Both of them did not retreat. The 6-armed arhat was much more terrifying than Jiang Chen had imagined. Jiang Chen dared not to be careless. Every move of his was ruthless and ruthless. He almost turned the situation around and stabilized the situation. Undeniably, even Jiang Chen did not expect the 6-armed arhat to be so terrifying. It was comparable to a half-step deity emperor. However, at the same time, the situation on the other side was very bad. A half-step deity emperor could barely hold on against 2 arhats. But against 3 arhats, they did not even have the strength to fight back. Lan Luo was already having a hard time fighting against 1 arhat. In just a blink of an eye, the experts of the Xianyuan clan had died. Even the god Luo clan was not an exception. Other than King Luo Bin and goddess Luo, who was struggling to hold on, the people of the god Luo clan were also ruthlessly killed by the Arhat. There were 30 Arhats, but only 7 of them were divine emperor realm experts. The only ones who survived were Do Tian Huang, Lan Luo, and goddess Luo. The rest of the late hierarch realm experts were all dead. Xianyuan Umo was the only one left in the Xianyuan clan. Especially the scene where the heart and liver of the Xianyuan clan's expert was dug out by the Arhat. It was a ghastly scene that sent chills down everyone's spine. Lan Luo and goddess Luo frowned their brows tightly. Their pretty faces were slightly cold and they seemed to be somewhat uncomfortable. The impact of the 30 Arhats was hard for them to resist. Each of the half-step deity emperors could not suppress the Arhats. 1 against 3, they were struggling to advance step by step. Life and death were hanging by a thread. Facing a 6-armed Arhat, Jiang Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. At this moment, he was the only one who seemed to be relaxed in the grand hall. However, the situation that Jiang Chen had revealed was quite dangerous. On one hand, showing his weakness was one thing, on the other hand, Jiang Chen didn't want to reveal his true strength too early. If he did, he might be attacked by all of them. As long as he didn't die, he would still have a chance. The only people that Jiang Chen wanted to protect were goddess Luo and Lan Luo. Goddess Luo was the woman that De Huang liked. Jiang Chen would not let anything happen to her even if he had to risk his life. Otherwise, how could he explain to his brothers? However, it seemed like it was unnecessary now. That King Luo Bin had taken great care of goddess Luo. Even when his strength was being suppressed, he did not forget about goddess Luo. It could be seen that King Luo Bin was full of admiration for goddess Luo. Puff! Dao Master Yuan Bao took a punch from the Arhat and was forced to take a few steps back. These Arhats had bronze skin and iron bones. It was impossible to injure them. The only way to injure them was to destroy them. Otherwise, it would be completely useless. Yuan Qing and Yuan De were also having a hard time. They were surrounded by 8 Arhats. They could not hold on anymore. A half-step deity emperor was being suppressed here. This scene was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. He could only say that these Arhats were really terrifying. Even after billions of years, they were still invincible. Chapter 3150. At this moment, everyone kept retreating, wanting to leave this Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen saw a blood-red chain in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand. Jiang Chen's heart was pounding. That blood-red chain could oppress one's soul. It was definitely a divine weapon. Jiang Chen stepped on the air and forced the 6-armed Arhat to retreat. He then flew up and took the blood-red chain from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand. The chain moved horizontally and vertically. Once it was in his hand, an extremely cold energy penetrated through Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen was shocked. He used the karmic fire of the red lotus to suppress the cold energy. However, his own soul was also trembling. This blood-red chain was really unpredictable. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. We'll all die here. King Luo Bin said in a deep voice. Everyone retreated while fighting, only Jiang Chen was still standing in front of the palace. Jiang Chen, hurry up. Big brother, hurry up. Lan Luo and goddess Luo shouted at the same time. Their eyes were filled with extreme worry. The group of people retreated instantly. Only Jiang Chen, who was holding the blood-red chain, wanted to turn around. However, he was already forced to retreat by the Arhats. Jiang Chen frowned. These guys seemed to know that this Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace was not an ordinary place. They had already retreated to the edge of the palace. Seeing that they were about to leave the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace, everyone knew that they would die if they continued to stay here. Jiang Chen! Lan Luo shouted. However, Jiang Chen was once again surrounded by the arhats. Lan Luo took a step forward, wanting to save Jiang Chen. However, he was grabbed by Lan Mao and forced out of the door. The others followed closely behind and jumped in front of the door. The gate is closing, quick! Xianyuan Yuma shouted in a low voice. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and followed closely behind. They kept forcing the arhats beside them to retreat. Not daring to continue fighting, they jumped out of the door one by one. It seemed that the door above the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hall was about to close. Finally, everyone had jumped out, except for Jiang Chen. He dashed left and right, dodging the attacks of the arhats. I didn't expect this guy to be so capable. He's actually so agile. Humph. So what? This guy probably won't be able to jump out. Greedy and insatiable. He wants the blood-colored chain. Unfortunately, he is destined to lose his life in it. Dou Bai and the others said with a feminine expression. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. More and more arhats rushed up, and he was constantly forced to retreat. He was in a sorry state. No! Goddess Luo's pretty face turned solemn. A giant white chain extended towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace and wrapped around Jiang Chen's body. However, it was instantly torn apart by someone. Goddess Luo's expression changed. She found out that the one who tore apart the giant white chain was none other than Dou Bai. What are you doing? Lan Luo shouted. What am I doing? He stole the secret of our battle god clan. Of course, I'm going to kill him. Dou Bai said coldly. He didn't care about Lan Luo's question at all. His lips were curved into a sinister and cunning smile. However, Jiang Chen did not disappoint Lan Luo and Goddess Luo. Jiang Chen dashed left and right, not confronting the arhats head-on. Instead, he chose to avoid the impact of a large wave of arhats and ran to the door. At this moment, the door of the divine palace was just a hair's breadth away from closing. Jiang Chen leaped out. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo heaved a sigh of relief. Their worries had finally come to an end. But at this moment, something strange happened. Dou Bai, Xianyuan Yuma, Lan Mao, and King Luo been attacked at almost the same time. The four half-step divine emperors attacked with all their might just to force Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he squinted his eyes. The four half-step divine emperors attacked him head-on, and they were all extremely powerful experts. Compared to Dou Qing, they were even more powerful. Under the combined attack of the four half-step divine emperors, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to fight them head-on. He could only retreat. However, Jiang Chen was unable to jump out of the closed door in the end. What are you guys doing? Lan Luo roared. The four half-step divine emperors looked cold at this moment. Dou Bai had enough reasons to kill Jiang Chen. Lan Mao was full of disdain towards Jiang Chen. Xianyuan Yuma and Jiang Chen did not have any deep grudges, but he was quite dissatisfied because all the people he brought were dead. How could a mid-hierarch survive? As for King Luo Bin, he actually wanted to obtain Jiang Chen's craftsman god's inheritance. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to attack Jiang Chen. If that's the case, then he'll just send him to hell. Once he's dead, everything will be over. If he can't get it, no one else can. Goddess Luo was also extremely angry. When she saw Jiang Chen being thrown into the door and could not be seen anymore, her heart became cold. These guys are all bastards. How could they kill each other at this moment? Jiang Chen deserves to die. He stole our battle god clan's cultivation technique. Such a person deserves to die. Dobai said gloomily. If he's dead, then he's dead. What's there to be regretful about? Such a person overestimated himself. A mid-hierarch dared to step into the great Lane Temple's illusion realm. Isn't he courting death? Xian Yuan Yuma sneered. Such a person is full of himself. This is the price he has to pay for his arrogance. King Luobin said faintly. He's too weak. If he's dead, then so be it. Otherwise, he'll only be a burden to us. Lan Mao's expression was cold. Looking at the tightly shut door, he felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. Jiang Chen's death meant that Lan Luo's heart was completely at ease. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's existence would be a great threat to Lan Mao. Amitabha. This is truly tragic and lamentable. Immortal Yuan Qing and the other two sighed towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Lan Luo and Goddess Luo's expression were extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen's death had shocked them greatly. These bastards are inhumane. Jiang Chen was about to run out, but he was forced back by the 4 half-step god emperors and returned to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Then, Jiang Chen will definitely die. At this moment, the entire Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace was shaking violently. The whole mountain was shaking along with it. The people who were being pushed back had an ugly expression on their faces. They had just survived a disaster, but Jiang Chen was trapped in the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace forever. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Chapter 3151. If Jiang Chen did not follow him into the Great Lane Temple's dreamland, he might not have died. Or, he might not have been killed. Goddess Luo was the same. She wanted to stop Jiang Chen with all her might, but she failed. She did not even know how to tell De Huang that she saw De Huang's brother being dragged into a death trap after she returned to the God Luo clan. Clouds and neon lights flashed. 10 miles away, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace had turned into ashes and disappeared into the sky. Gone, everything is gone. Goddess Luo murmured. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace was no exception. Just like the previous Arhat palace, it disappeared like smoke and clouds. Everyone had their own thoughts. However, it was undeniable that Jiang Chen's death did not affect anyone except Lan Luo and Goddess Luo. Now, there were only 9 of them left. Other than Lan Luo and Goddess Luo, all the other hierarch realm experts were dead. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was facing more than 30 arhats alone in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. He took out his heavenly dragon sword under the dragon transformation. The sword aura was ferocious and it kept fighting against the surrounding arhats. Jiang Chen strolled leisurely. The 30 arhats could not do anything to him. At this moment, he was curious about these arhats. These guys could walk out from the divine statues. Moreover, they were so ferocious, strong and terrifying. The evil spirit energy was terrifying. Are these guys the real arhats? Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Would a real arhat become so ugly? Would the real Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva be so ferocious? Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. However, the power of the 30 arhats still made it hard for Jiang Chen. However, it was not enough to kill him instantly. With the appearance of the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards, Jiang Chen was fearless. Even without those half-step deity emperors, he would not be killed in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine palace. 9 Supreme Saint Bones Pill, 1 pill turning into 9. Jiang Chen had to transform into 9 avatars before he could barely resist the terrifying attack of the 30 arhats. The might of an arhat was as strong as a half-step emperor. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. As for those guys, in their eyes, he was definitely dead. However, he would not give up just like that. Bastards! Xianyuan Umo, King Luo Bin, Dobai, Lon Mao. I will let you all die without a burial place. Jiang Chen said fiercely, gritting his teeth. 30 arhats, Jiang Chen barely managed to fight to a draw with the power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. If Xianyuan Umo and the others saw this scene, they would be shocked. Jiang Chen knew that those guys did not use their true strength. If they really wanted to escape, they would not be in such a sorry state. However, they had the intention to hide their true strength. They would not go all out unless it was a life and death situation. Because they did not trust anyone. If someone stabbed them in the back, they would die without a burial place. In the illusion of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they could only trust themselves. Buddha's radiance. Jiang Chen struck out with his palm. The 9 incarnations all struck out with their palms. The Buddha's radiance flickered. Although this Buddha's radiance was not really powerful, it might have a miraculous effect against the arhats of the Ksitigarbha temple. Sure enough, under the Buddha's radiance, more than 30 arhats were all killed. As soon as the Buddha's radiance appeared, they instantly turned into ashes. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. These guys, are they really the so-called arhats? Jiang Chen murmured. Although this was the illusion of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he felt that it was more like a hell full of danger. Was this really the Great Lightning Tune Temple where the Buddha once lived? Would the monk really be here? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment. The tiles, beams, and pillars above his head gradually turned into ashes. Jiang Chen instantly entered the Zulong Tower. In an instant, the entire Ksitigarbha temple vanished into thin air. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw the blue sky and white clouds above the Great Lightning Tune Temple again. The ancestral dragon pagoda was shrouded in the chaos. Jiang Chen looked over and saw that the divine palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had instantly turned into dust. If he did not enter the ancestral dragon pagoda, would he have vanished along with the divine palace of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? What kind of law did the illusion of the Great Lightning Tune Temple have? Jiang Chen did not know. When he came out of the Zulong Tower, the entire land and mountains were still the same as before. However, the pitch-black giant temple seemed to have never appeared here. Jiang Chen was quite at ease in the world alone. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. The most important thing for him now was to find the monk. Jiang Chen walked forward alone and looked in all directions. 2 beautiful silhouettes pierced through the void. The white silhouette crushed the void and the sword aura swept across all directions. The black-robed lady's long hair was cut in half. She pressed forward and was completely defeated. The white-robed lady was the most unwilling to let her opponent go. She took advantage of the situation to pursue the black-robed lady. The black-robed lady's body was already covered with wounds and blood was flowing freely. Above the void, the battle between the two was getting more and more dangerous. The two fought for a long time. Jiang Chen watched silently. The speed of the two was extremely fast and it was hard to catch them. Jiang Chen had the attitude of watching the battle. Both of them were not weak, but the white-robed lady was obviously stronger. Both of their strengths were around the half-step divine emperor realm. However, there was such a huge gap between them. One could see how terrifying the white-robed lady's sword was. Even Jiang Chen did not dare to say that he could defeat her. This kind of power was very frightening. Jiang Chen was not a nosy person. If it had nothing to do with him, he would definitely not take action. It was hard to see the faces of both of them clearly. They fought step by step in the void. It's her. Jiang Chen frowned and his expression changed. He had seen the black-robed lady's face clearly. Who else could she be if she was not Moling Dongqin? Previously, she did not enter Tongxian Mansion. It had always been a mystery in Jiang Chen's heart. Now that he met her here, how could Jiang Chen not be shocked? It seemed like he had to take action now. He must not let the white-robed lady have her way. However, when the white-robed lady turned around, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. Her face shocked Jiang Chen even more. His body trembled and his eyes were filled with terror. Chapter 3152. Jiang Chen stared at the woman in white in front of him in a daze. He was even a little absent-minded. He did not know if everything he saw was real. If it was real, then was the person in front of him really her? Her figure was valiant, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her heroic spirit was overwhelming, and her sword chi was awe-inspiring. Her beauty could topple cities, and she was like a sword of light. Her gaze was extremely cold, and her aura was extremely majestic. She was like an executioner who killed decisively. Her gaze was extremely clear, because she only had killing intent, and it was as cold as thousand-year-old ice. The person in front of him was none other than Yuki Chihyun. No one could know the shock in Jiang Chen's heart at this moment. He had clearly seen Yuki Chihyun fall back then, and Yuki Chihyun had died for him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with guilt. Even though he had the ability to slaughter all living beings in that battle, he had still seen Yuki Chihyun perish before his eyes. In the instant that Jiang Chen had flown into a thunderous rage, he had forcefully killed the Sky Lai Realm Master. In the instant that he turned around, he discovered that Yuki Chihyun had long since disappeared. But now, she had actually appeared before his eyes, alive and well. This kind of shock was difficult for Jiang Chen to accept. Joy, shock, but more than that, doubt. Was she a dead person, or a puppet? Jiang Chen could not sense it, because her soul seemed to have already fallen silent, and there was a deathly stillness in her eyes. However, her gaze did not have that kind of enslavement collapse. Instead, it was as cold as ever, and there was only endless killing intent. Yuki Chihyun. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. However, Yuki Chihyun did not have the slightest intention to stop. Instead, she became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Moling Dongchen had no way to retreat at all. On the contrary, she noticed the appearance of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned into a stream of light, and directly blocked in front of the two of them. He swung his sword and clashed with Yuki Chihyun's sword. Jiang Chen actually felt an endless force spreading from the heavenly dragon sword. The rebounding force made him filled with shock. There were only a few people who could make Jiang Chen retreat with just one sword strike. Her strength is actually so strong. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart. He looked at Yuki Chihyun with his burning eyes. When her eyes met his, there was only endless killing intent, and nothing else. Jiang Chen knew that she was no longer the Yuki Chihyun from before. I did not expect to meet you here. Moling Dongchen said with a bitter smile. Her face was filled with coldness. She had already decided to cut off her relationship with Jiang Chen for the sake of her family's revival. However, fate still tied the two of them together. Are you all right? Jiang Chen asked with concern. He glanced at Moling Dongchen, and the cold and complicated expression in her eyes made Jiang Chen quite puzzled. If there's something wrong, I won't be standing here. Moling Dongchen's coldness made Jiang Chen speechless. Did I offend you? Did I make a mistake when I saved your life? It was not Jiang Chen's fault, nor was it Moling Dongchen's fault. It was just that she surrendered to fate because she had to choose to be with the people of the military family in order to obtain the inheritance of the Mo family. Otherwise, she would have no choice at all. One could not only live for oneself. Moling Dongchen's sacrifice for the Mo family was also her destiny. Get lost. Yuki Chihyun's voice was cold. She only said one word. Her sword aura changed and became as light as smoke. It was totally different from Jiang Chen's bold and big moves. However, they had the same effect. Yuki Chihian's sword was full of mystery and agility. It was not like Jiang Chen's sword, which was indomitable and invincible. Two different sword auras constantly caused the void to explode. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat step by step. Yuki Chihian's strength had definitely reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Although Jiang Chen did not know why, there must be someone controlling everything behind her. However, the current Yuki Chihian might not know anything about it, or she might just be a puppet. Don't you recognize me? Qianying. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. Even he could not compete with Yuki Chihian's sharp sword aura. Who you are has nothing to do with me. What I want is the spirit gathering stone in his hand. Yuki Chihian said coldly. The coldness in her eyes made Jiang Chen's heart ache. However, they were not on the same side after all. Jiang Chen did not feel happy or sad. He knew that he must not act on impulse. Otherwise, he might be forced to retreat by Yuki Chihian. She was not as strong as she used to be. I would like to see who is controlling all of this. Jiang Chen thought. This Great Lane Temple's dreamland seemed to be a terrifying battle of possession. The 10 great monasteries and 6 major forces were not willing to fall behind. There were even unknown forces that had entered the dreamland. The dreamland of the Great Lane Temple was not to be underestimated. No matter what, Yuki Chihian's soul did not dissipate completely. To Jiang Chen, this was good news. At least, it meant that she was still alive. However, he did not know who she was living for. Yuki Chihian's sword aura had completely forced Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen did not have the heart to continue the battle. He could only let Moling Dongchen leave first. You go first. I will look for you later. You will only be a burden to me if you stay here. Jiang Chen said with an incomparably cold expression. What he said was true. If Moling Dongchen was here, Jiang Chen's hands would be tied. Moling Dongchen sneered with a self-deprecating smile. Yeah. That's right. In your eyes, I'm just a burden. Why did you save me? Why don't you let me die? Isn't it better? Moling Dongchen turned around and left. At this moment, he did not look back. His black hair and red sleeves were covered with tears. In Moling Dongchen's eyes, he was just a burden. Why should Moling Dongchen seek trouble for himself? Moling Dongchen disappeared in the void in a flash. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and activated the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir once again. Currently, it was the 6th time that Jiang Chen had activated the effect of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones elixir. There were 9 of them and they instantly became an equal with Yuki Chihian. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the sword aura of Yuki Chihian. Only in this way could Jiang Chen be invincible. At this moment, Jiang Chen already had an idea in his mind. He would set up a formation to kill Yuki Chihian. Of course, he would not really kill her. He just wanted to force out the person behind the scenes. Of course, this was a huge gamble. At the last moment, Jiang Chen must go all out. However, it was still unknown whether he could stop the attack or not. Chapter 3153. Jiang Chen was controlling the Ashura sword formation. Countless swords rained down from the sky. Yuki Chihian tried her best but she still couldn't block the terrifying rain of swords. However, Jiang Chen had to stop at the last moment because if the rain of swords pierced through her body, even the current Yuki Chihian would have her soul scattered and her body destroyed. Therefore, he had to control the situation well and let the person behind her take action. Only then would he be able to save her. This was Jiang Chen's objective. Looking at the terrifying rain of swords piercing through her body, Jiang Chen was filled with worry. If he made a mistake, he might really cause Yuki Chihin to be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, Jiang Chen was extremely serious and cautious. At this moment, above the void, an incomparably huge palm fell down from the sky. With an unparalleled domineering aura, it directly slapped on Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. The Ashura sword formation instantly trembled. The huge palm fell again. Finally, the Ashura sword formation couldn't withstand the huge destructive power. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be able to break the Ashura sword formation with pure strength. Jiang Chen was sent flying. But at this moment, he used the soul-stealing divine art, soul annihilation. A terrifying wave of air swept up, but it couldn't stop the huge palm that fell from the sky. The void closed up and the huge palm dissipated. However, Yuki Chihin had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she went. What a terrifying soul force. Even the soul annihilation couldn't stop him. Jiang Chen murmured. At this time, he was full of doubts about the person behind Yuki Chihin. Yuki Chihin disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen was even more worried. Currently, the so-called Great Lane Temple had many forces. Jiang Chen didn't know how many forces there were in the Great Lane Temple, but it was destined to be dangerous everywhere. Jiang Chen must be more careful. The news that Yuki Chihin was still alive was a huge shock to Jiang Chen. The appearance of the Great Lane Temple was getting more and more mysterious. The disappearance of the temple, the emergence of experts, the mysterious arhats, all of these made Jiang Chen curious. Tyrant's situation must be getting more and more dangerous. Jiang Chen's heart was getting tighter and tighter. He could feel that the reincarnated living Buddha must be inextricably linked with Tyrant. When Jiang Chen turned around to look for Moling Dongchen, the latter had disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen could only sigh. When she didn't enter the Tongxian mansion, Jiang Chen was worried. Now, it seemed that she must have something that she couldn't tell him. However, she seemed to have ignored him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as her savior. Jiang Chen didn't stop. He moved forward quickly. The scenery in the distance was filled with mountains and mountains. The void was filled with golden light. Jiang Chen frowned and looked solemn. He looked ahead and saw a simple and unadorned palace. Another great hall. Several silhouettes rushed up to the top of the divine palace. Jiang Chen also hurried over. The simple and unadorned palace was completely different from the Arhat Palace and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace. The palace was not big, only 100 jang. The void was filled with auspicious clouds, golden light and Buddha's aura. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by this scene. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's palace and the Arhat Palace did not have such Buddha's aura. However, the simple and unadorned palace here was different from all the other palaces. The long road paved with blue stones went straight up. The palace was so tall that no one could fly in the air. They could only step on the towering ancient palace. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He could feel the ancient aura spreading around the palace. Two figures walked as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the palace on the dome. Amitabha. So it's the two eminent monks of the Swan Goose Temple. Sorry for not recognizing you. Spiritual Master Silence said faintly. At this moment, Spiritual Master Silence and a dozen others stood in front of the palace but did not take a step in. Amitabha. Spiritual Master Silence is too courteous. Why are you all standing in front of the palace and not entering? Taoist Master Chiyu asked in a deep voice. Now, only he and Taoist Master Chi Wu were left in Swan Goose Temple. Everyone else had been annihilated. They had been swallowed up by the great hall that had disappeared for no reason at all. There was no sign at all. The so-called pantheon of gods was simply an invisible killing weapon. Amitabha. The people who went in before all let out a scream and disappeared without a trace. All 4 of them died. Even the signboard of this ancient palace has fallen. It's so old that it's hard to tell what kind of palace this is. Spiritual Master Silence's expression was solemn. The 4 of them had died silently. They were also hesitating. We've obtained 1 or 2 magic treasures from other palaces, so this ancient palace is definitely not an ordinary one. There must be danger in it, but there will definitely be unexpected gains. Spiritual Master Silence said. This divine hall was completely different from the previous ones, and it was impossible to fly at all. Within this region of the divine hall, one could only walk. In the end, everyone fell into a state of hesitation before the hall where the signboard had fallen. I heard that this ancient palace is the resting place of the reincarnated living Buddha. Some people have seen the reincarnated living Buddha enter it. As for whether it's true or not, no one knows. Spiritual Master Silence's words made Spiritual Master Scarlet Moon and Spiritual Master Chi Wu hold their breaths. They looked at each other, shock written all over their faces. Spiritual Master Silence, is that true? At this moment, Jiang Qin also appeared in front of the palace. His eyes narrowed and he was shocked. Could this really be the resting place of the reincarnated living Buddha? It's you. Jiang Chen. Daoist Tianin's expression changed. This guy actually dared to venture into the Great Layin Temple's illusory realm alone. This was too presumptuous. He was now completely under the protection of his elder brother. He didn't dare to make any strange movements, fearing that he would be killed in the Great Layin Temple's environment. It's true, but no one dares to step into this ancient palace now. Those who have entered are all dead. Spiritual Master Silence glanced at Jiang Chen and said coldly. This guy came with the All-Life Temple, but he was alone now. Where are the people of the All-Life Temple? Spiritual Master Silence looked at Jiang Chen. The dead are dead, the injured are injured, and it's hard to find a trace. Jiang Chen said. Amitabha. What a pity. The 3 eminent monks of the All-Life Temple and the descendants of the major clans are all true experts, but their whereabouts are unknown. Spiritual Master Silence sighed. Then why are you still alive? Chapter 3154. Even Reverend Qi Yen died in your hands. I don't think the eminent monks of All-Life Temple died in your schemes, right? Enlightened Master Tian Yin sneered. Jiang Chen stared at Enlightened Master Tian Yin. Is this guy trying to start a war between me and the Swan Goose Temple? So that he can reap the benefits from the fight. Damn it. What? You killed Qi Yen. Both Enlightened Master Qi Yu and Enlightened Master Qi Wu's expression changed. Qi Yen was their junior brother. He had gone to the northern cold divine region but disappeared without a trace. Both Enlightened Master Qi Yen and Enlightened Master Qi Wu were puzzled. Although they were unwilling to admit it, Qi Yen was most likely in danger. He said it himself. I think you won't deny it, right? Jiang Chen. Enlightened Master Tian Yin said with a smile. He was gloating. Both Enlightened Master Qi Wu and Enlightened Master Qi Yu were here. It would be great if they could start a fight. Is killing me that important to you? Instead of getting angry, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. On the other hand, Daoist Tianyin felt his heart palpitate. The moment Jiang Chen's cold gaze pierced through his body, he felt that this guy had the intention to kill him. Jiang Chen did not refute, which meant that he had admitted that he was the one who killed Daoist Scarlet Flame. Jiang Chen had nothing to hide, but these 2 people from Swan Goose Temple seemed to be extremely angry with him. Amitabha. Junior brother Qi Yen has really passed away. Sigh. Enlightened Master Chiyu sighed. When he raised his head again, his gaze was locked on Jiang Qin. You're just a mid-hierarch. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you kill my junior brother Qi Yan? Today shall be the day you die. Daoist Qi Wu disregarded everything and rushed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows and took a step back, quickly entering the ancient temple. At that moment, Enlightened Master Qi Wu and Enlightened Master Qi Wu hesitated for a moment, but they still followed Jiang Qin and rushed in. Amitabha, if I don't enter hell, who will? If you cower, it will be hard for you to achieve great things. I, Spiritual Master Silent Yin, am here. Daoist Master Wuyin nodded slightly and said indifferently. He followed closely behind and entered the simple divine hall. The hall was in a complete mess, covered in cobwebs and covered in dust. The jade mats had also lost their color and luster, while the surrounding offering tables were all shattered. The entire place was in a complete mess. Both Spiritual Master Qi Yu and Spiritual Master Qi Wu did not care at all and directly rushed towards Jiang Qin. They wanted to avenge their junior brother Qi Yan's death. They absolutely could not let this bastard continue to live freely. A mere mid-hierarch should have died under the Great Lane Temple's illusory realm law long ago, but he was still alive. Jiang Qin, you will die today without a doubt. Hurry up and die. Maybe I can leave your corpse intact and bring it back to Swan Goose Temple to be punished. Daoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. Two old bald donkeys, you want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Qin sneered. At that moment, Jiang Qin ran all the way and directly jumped under the Buddha statue in the middle of the hall. However, at that moment, both Daoist Scarlet Moon and Spiritual Master Qi Wu stopped in their tracks. None of them took another step forward. The statues on both sides were not arhats or bodhisattvas, but two Buddha statues. Buddha's light shone under the golden lotus. Although it had lost its luster, the Buddha's aura still remained. With two Buddha statues, who would the Buddha statue in the middle be? At that moment, both Daoist Scarlet Moon and Spiritual Master Qi Wu looked solemn. Although they hated Jiang Qin to the core and wished to kill him, they had to respect the Buddha in their hearts. Arhats and bodhisattvas were slightly inferior, but no one dared to disrespect the real Buddha. No one dared to go against him. Amitabha. Could it be the three eras Buddha? Daoist Master Voiceless also looked solemn. At that moment, both of them appeared in the hall. The appearance of two Buddha statues shocked them. This seemingly unremarkable hall that was only a few hundred feet in size had two Buddha statues. The Buddha statue in the middle was even more shocking. The three eras Buddha. It can't be the three eras Buddha. Why would the three eras Buddha be in such a simple hall? Daoist Master Tian Yin said. Don't be rude. Step down. Daoist Master Voiceless shouted, ordering Daoist Master Tian Yin to step back. Daoist Master Tian Yin's face darkened and he said nothing more. How dare you, boy? Step down now. With the three eras Buddha above, how dare you act so rashly? Daoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. His eyes were like torches as he pointed his sword at Jiang Qin. Even the people of Tianluo Temple were extremely devout. They all put their palms together and gathered together. Jiang Qin frowned. As he lowered his head, he saw the two green lamps on the table. These two green lamps were even more powerful than the blood-colored chain that he obtained previously. Boy, don't act rashly. Daoist Scarlet Crow approached Jiang Qin and struck out with his palm. The might of a half-step divine emperor forced Jiang Qin to step back. However, Jiang Qin did not hesitate to hold the two green lamps tightly in his hands. Although they were on the verge of death, they still possessed supreme power. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. These 2 green lamps were definitely the real treasures. Damn you! Those green lamps are definitely not something that you can touch. At this moment, not only the people of Hongyan Temple, even Taoist Master Voiceless of Tianluo Temple stood up. If Jiang Chen could see the value of the 2 green lamps, then they could too. Their eyes fell on the green lamps without blinking. This made Jiang Chen pay more attention to the 2 green lamps. The lamps are in my hands. Come and take them if you want. Jiang Chen stood proudly. No one dared to take a step forward. They were not afraid of Jiang Chen, but they did not dare to profane the 3 eras Buddha at this moment. Jiang Chen stood on the table in front of the hall. Because he was not from the Buddha world, there was no taboo for him. However, the people of Hongyan Temple and Tianluo Temple were full of respect for the 3 eras Buddha. It's the 3 eras Buddha, the 3 eras stabilizing light Buddha. Taoist Scarlet Crow said in a deep voice. Those 2 green lamps are the best proof. Taoist Scarlet Moon nodded slightly. Only the Dipankara Buddha could have such a high position. Those 2 green lamps, could they be the peerless instruments in the hands of the Dipankara Buddha? Taoist Master Voiceless murmured. The 2 green lamps were held tightly in Jiang Chen's hands. Now, everyone's eyes were on the green lamps. Amitabha. If you don't put down the green lamps, don't blame this old monk for being merciless. Taoist Master Voiceless said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was overflowing. Even if the people of Hongyan Temple did not take action, he could not hold back anymore. Chapter 3155. So strong. Jiang Chen was shocked as he was forced back by the green light. He knew that the target of the green figure was the 2 green lamps in his hands. The green light flickered and all the lamps and torches in the hall were extinguished. The green lamps in Jiang Chen's hands also trembled violently. Jiang Chen held the 2 green lamps tightly, but the green lamps seemed to have an extremely strong mind power, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's hands. At this moment, Taoist Scarlet Moon and Taoist Chi Wu also rushed towards Jiang Chen in order to snatch the 2 green lamps in his hands. The green lamps must be the supreme magic weapon left behind by the 3 eras Buddha, the Dipankara Buddha. The green lamps in the hands of the Dipankara Buddha were the most powerful magic weapons. Even if they were covered in dust, damaged, and lusterless, they were still extremely terrifying magic weapons. Even the blood-colored chain that Jiang Chen obtained before seemed to be unable to trap the 2 green lamps. Jiang Chen used the blood-colored chain in his hand to entangle the 2 green lamps together, but the green lamps seemed to have come alive. The huge mind power seemed to be trying to break free from the blood-colored chain. The blood-colored chain and the green lamps were entangled. Jiang Chen was attacked from both sides. The green light flickered and a proud and aloof figure broke through the air, holding a green broken sword. The green light flashed and disappeared. Even Jiang Chen was greatly shocked. Taoist Scarlet Moon and Taoist Chi Wu could not hide the shock in their hearts. However, they only had one target, and that was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would kill them and take the green lamps. This was the only belief in their hearts. 13th Sword. Jiang Chen swept his sword and forced Taoist Scarlet Moon and Taoist Chi Wu to retreat. The 2 returned and attacked even more fiercely. However, on the other side, the green light did not hold back and forced Jiang Chen into a dilemma. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He retreated in order to advance, leading Taoist Chi Wu to the place where the green light passed. The green light directly cut through Taoist Chi Wu's chest, and his entire arm was cut off. He was seriously injured. The green light was too fast, even Jiang Chen could not catch up. At this time, Taoist Scarlet Moon was burning with anger and fought with his life. Although Taoist Chi Wu's arm was cut off, for an expert like him, as long as he was still alive, any injury was not a problem. Enduring the injury, Daoist Qi Wu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Under the joint attack of the two, Jiang Chen's situation became extremely difficult. Jiang Chen could use the momentum to hurt Daoist Qi Wu once, but it would be quite difficult for him to hurt him a second time. No one was a fool. Jiang Chen was already very lucky to be able to use the momentum to injure Daoist Qi Wu. This Jiang Chen is actually so powerful. It's really shocking to be able to withstand the attacks of two Daoist masters. Yeah, I really did not expect a middle hierarch realm to have such power. Looks like we have to be careful. An hierarch realm is an hierarch realm after all. Even if he used the momentum to injure Daoist Qi Wu, it's impossible for him to turn the situation around with his strength alone. Yeah, let's sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let's see who will have the last laugh. But who is that green light figure? Could it be the reincarnation of the living Buddha? When everyone looked at the green figure, their hearts were filled with anxiety. They were extremely curious about the green figure. Their guesses weren't unreasonable. The appearance of the green figure had given them a great shock. That speed was as fast as the wind, no one could catch up with it. The moment it attacked, it was filled with killing intent towards Jiang Chen. It was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Even the high monks of Tianluo Temple did not dare to rush in. At this time, they were observing in silence. They would only take action if Hongyan Temple showed any signs of losing. If they took action now, Jiang Chen would have nowhere to hide. This was not the result they wanted. They only wanted to see Jiang Chen and the people of Hongyan Temple kill each other and reap the benefits. This was the reality. The people of Tianluo Temple would never make unnecessary sacrifices. At this moment, the green light appeared again. Jiang Chen did not hold back anymore. Jian Shirsi shot up to the sky and the 100 Swords reincarnation. All the sword aura collided with the green light and crashed down. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and saw clearly that the green light figure was actually a woman. A woman who was as light as a swallow and looked like a demon. Her long hair was loose, her eyes were like torches, sharp as a knife, and her sword aura reincarnation. The green light figure could only change its target. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's Jian Shirsi would definitely cause her to stagnate. At that time, her body would be exposed and she would become the target of everyone. Jiang Chen took advantage of the opportunity to clash with Daoist Qi Wu. He crossed paths with the green silhouette and rushed towards Daoist Qi Wu, causing Daoist Qi Wu's expression to change drastically. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had turned into a dragon at this moment. The sword Qi was like a rainbow as it pierced through Daoist Qi Wu's chest. Wise man Qi Wu wanted to retreat but his way was blocked by Jiang Chen. The dragon rider heavenly guards instantly attacked and wise man Qi Wu had no way to retreat. 7 puppet figures blocked wise man Qi Wu. Jiang Chen's tens of thousands of swords swept across and wise man Qi Wu was completely torn into pieces by Jiang Chen. His soul was also completely crushed and disappeared almost in an instant. Even if wise man Qi Yu wanted to rescue him, it was too late. Junior brother. Reverend Scarlet Moon was extremely furious. He never thought that his junior brother would die in the hands of a mid-hierarch realm fella. Most importantly, it happened right under his nose. It was a great humiliation to him. Reverend Scarlet Moon furrowed his brows and his blood-red eyes gathered together. A Buddha's light shone from his glabella and rushed towards Jiang Chen. On the other side, Jiang Chen was once again attacked by the green light figure. He could only defend himself and fall into a dilemma. It was difficult for him to continue to counterattack. Buddhist light flywheel. From wise man Qi Yu's eyebrows, a full moon full of Buddhist light flashed out. Jiang Chen was hit by the full moon and was directly thrown away. The terrifying invisible Buddhist light rippled above the void. Everyone knew that wise man Qiyu was going to go all out at this moment. Jiang Chen killed Qi Wu, and it was a fatal blow without the slightest chance of survival. This completely enraged wise man Qiyu. The two green lamps in Jiang Chen's hands were caught by the green light figure at this moment. Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen were pulled away. In the end, one of the green lamps was forcibly taken away by the green light figure, leaving only one green lamp in Jiang Chen's hand. You even dare to snatch my things. Looks like you're tired of living. Jiang Chen sneered and completely ignored wise man Qiyu. The three of them chased each other. Jiang Chen only wanted the green lamp while wise man Qiyu only wanted to kill Jiang Chen to avenge his two junior brothers. Chapter 3156. Although the Buddhist light full moon chakram put him in a passive position, it was not enough to suppress him. Buddhist light illumination. Jiang Chen moved his mind and struck out a palm seal. The Buddha's light shone mightily, shocking everyone. This guy actually knows the Buddhist sex cultivation technique. This Buddhist light illumination was not something that just anyone could display. Only the people from the Great and Little Lain temples could display this technique. However, Jiang Chen's Buddhist light illumination was obviously not strong enough. Its radiance was completely overshadowed by the Buddhist light full moon chakram, but at least it managed to force perfected scarlet moon back. Amitabha, kill Jiang Chen. This fella must be in cahoots with the reincarnated living Buddha. That fella also knows Buddhist light illumination. Spiritual Master Silence's eyes moved as he said in a deep voice. Before this, he had heard that the reincarnated living Buddha also knew Buddhist light illumination, and it was obviously stronger than Jiang Chen's technique. What? That reincarnated demon also knows Buddhist light illumination? Then these two must be in cahoots. Spiritual Master Divine Sound agreed. At this time, Spiritual Master Silence and the others finally made their move. They only wanted to capture Jiang Chen and interrogate him about his relationship with the so-called reincarnated living Buddha. With the addition of Spiritual Master Silence, Spiritual Master Divine Sound, and Spiritual Master Moon Voice, Jiang Chen instantly fell into a passive position. At this moment, 4 half-step Divine Emperors had joined hands to suppress him. Even if Jiang Chen was strong, it would be hard for him to hold on. 1 half-step Divine Emperor, Jiang Chen was not weak, and 2 half-step Divine Emperors were not something that Jiang Chen could handle. However, how could Jiang Chen win against 4 half-step Divine Emperors? Therefore, Jiang Chen could only retreat. On the other side, he quickly chased after the green figure. Chase after him. We must not let this fella escape. Spiritual Master Silence said. Amitabha. If we don't kill this fiend, how can we avenge our 2 junior brothers? This kid can't be allowed to live, he absolutely can't be allowed to live. Daoist Scarlet Moon gnashed his teeth in hatred. Jiang Chen's figure and the cyan figure disappeared behind the statue one after another. When they passed the statue, they were shocked to discover that it was actually an unbelievable miniature world, a miniature world inside the ancient Buddha temple. Seems like this ancient Buddha hall is definitely not simple. It seems like there's something more to it. Wei Xiaolong said with a solemn expression. As an expert of the Tongtian Divine Palace, he was the calmest as he knew that Jiang Chen had killed the 3 half-step Divine Emperors. He knew that the entire Tongxian mansion was heavily damaged and the Great Mansion Master and Second Mansion Master were killed by him. However, Wei Xiaolong maintained his composure. He knew that Jiang Chen was not someone to be trifled with. He knew that Jiang Chen would definitely become the target of everyone in this battle. Jiang Chen had made too many enemies and this was what he deserved. Moreover, Jiang Chen was only a mid-hierarch realm expert. Therefore, he would definitely attract more hatred. Wei Xiaolong only needed to be an observer. At first, even Wei Xiaolong did not believe that Jiang Qin was the one who had turned the entire Tongxian mansion upside down. Moreover, the entire Tongxian mansion was almost destroyed. If it wasn't for the great mansion master who was wandering outside, perhaps the forces around Tongxian mansion would have completely engulfed it. Even the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan were involved. To Wei Xiaolong, it was simply a fantasy. However, when he saw the fella in front of him, he finally believed it. Jiang Qin was a devil incarnate. However, no matter how strong he was, there would always be someone stronger than him. Especially in the Great Laying Temple's illusory realm where there were many experts. Which one of them would be easy to deal with? Even if he had the ability to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth, so what if he could fight against 3 or even 5 alone? The half-step divine emperors here were stronger than those old fellas from the Battle God clan. Plus, 50 half-step divine emperors were nothing to them. As long as he was here, as long as he wasn't willing to be left alone, he would definitely be in trouble. Because he was too weak, too eye-catching. This fella must have a lot of treasures on him. Therefore, Wei Xiaolong wanted to be the ultimate killer. He only needed to follow behind heartless spiritual master. That was enough. After the battle, Wei Xiaolong would be able to benefit from it. The Dipankara Buddha is truly the most powerful and ancient Buddha of the ancient world. There's actually such a startling miniature world in his divine whole. This miniature world is self-contained. Looks like there's definitely a universe here. Wei Xiaolong thought. Although he did not know much about the Buddha world, Dipankara Buddha's fame was too great. As the master of Buddha Lord Tathagata, he had the highest seniority, strength, and status among the ancient Buddhas. It was reasonable for him to have a self-contained small world in his divine palace. Everyone entered from behind the statue of the Dipankara Buddha and entered the small world of its own. However, the moment they entered, the statue of the Dipankara ancient Buddha began to crumble inch by inch, a world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Dipankara Buddha could actually create his own small world. It's unbelievable. How powerful is he? Perfected sage divine sound's expression was solemn. To create one's own small world was completely a fantasy. At least, for them, it was something they didn't even dare to think about. Even among the martial emperors billions of years ago, no one had ever been able to create their own small world, but Dipankara Buddha had done it. Legend has it that those who create a small world are experts above the heavens. Dipankara Buddha should be one of those experts, divine sound spiritual master said enviously. The ancestor of all Buddhas, the master of Buddha Lord Tathagata, and the Buddha of 3 eras. How could ordinary people compare to him? In the small world, the Buddha's light rippled, and the holy light was like a tide. Hundreds of thousands of green trees were full of spring, the mountains were rising, and layers of ripples were flowing. Although the small world was not big, it was still thousands of miles away. Looking around, it was a land of Buddha illuminated by the Buddha's light. There was only endless hope. This small world seemed to include Dipankara Buddha's small vision for the vast thousand worlds. It seemed to be just a prototype waiting to be created. A young man in a gray robe sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain in the distance. His eyes were closed in meditation, and his aura was unstable. As he floated about, he seemed to be a faintly discernible scene, and it seemed like his aura could stop at any moment and he would lose his life. Beside the young man, a woman in green stood calmly. Her eyes were full of worry, but she was faintly protecting the young man in the robe behind her. It seemed that she did not want anyone to disturb his rest. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.